Penguin Live, and we have a full house here, and I'm sure that everybody around the world is tuned in right now at this moment just to see the most amazing stuff that we're going to see in quite a long time. I'm Dan Harlan, I'm your host. Thank you so much for supporting Live Magic. Now, right now, I have the easiest job in the world. I get to introduce somebody who truly needs no introduction. We all know why we're here. You know why you're there. That's exactly right. We have one of the world's most talented magicians with us. He's a born showman. He blends comedy and heart-stopping magic together. He was the first recipient of the Gold Cups Award of Excellence from the IBM. He's received just about every award from the Magic Castle a couple of times over. Too many television appearances to even mention to you. And you don't want to hear me talk about him anymore. You'd rather see what he has to do. Yes? All right. Everybody, please join me in welcoming one of my favorite people in the entire world, David Williamson.
Hey! Oh! Woo! Hey, Internet! Woo! Thank you. What do I do now?
That's it. It's good enough.
Twitter? What? Who do I tweet? Who am I talking to? I don't know. I'm very out of sorts here. We're in a barn in Ohio. My name is David Copperblaingel, and I want to welcome everybody in the chairs and at home and whoever I'm talking to, cyber. I don't know. I don't understand. I'm too old for this. I don't like it. I don't like being on the internet. Unplug your computer and go outside. No, stay in because it's dangerous in some parts of the world. You don't want to go outside by yourselves. I know that. Stay in your little apartment there. Let's just get started. How about if I do some tricks? This is going to be a free-form lecture. I have no idea what I'm going to do. And if nobody gives me any ideas, I'll just do the same crap I've been doing for 40 years. Don't listen to these bunch of sycophants here. They're all trained to clap like seals. There's a child here, which I find refreshing. He's, come forward, child. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Nice to meet you. Would you like to help me with some of the magic tricks today? Sure. Oh, great. Tell us all your name. Andrew. Sorry, I ruined it for him. I knew your name because I met you earlier. Andrew, this is where I'm going to sit. What are you doing? Hey, come on. This is where I'm going to sit. Lay on the table. We'll get started. Lay other way, other way. Here's the way this works. Get up on the... Now. Okay. This is called psychic surgery. A little something Andrew, I'm going to show you. Oh, what's that? 2 decks of cards sealed together in his chest. Get up, Andrew. It's like Alien over here. Sit down. No, you stand up. You're a kid. Wait, we need a chair for Andrew. Somebody, we didn't even think of that. See, already it's screwed up, and they're handing chairs over. And Andrew, have a seat, buddy. Right there. Climb up. Seriously. That's how this one works. Yeah, get up on the... He's going to do it, folks. Unbelievable. Get off of there! These kids will do anything. Crazy little slacker there. All right. Andrew, how old are you, buddy?
I'm 11.
You're 11, and what do you do for fun?
I ride my bike sometimes.
You ride your bike? Yeah. Show us. Just happen to have a bike right here. You know what? I got some other bikes here. I got a deck of red bikes and a deck of... Let's use these bikes right here. See how I tied that in? Very clever. Years of trade show training. Break the seal and shuffle those up. It's like a pack of cigarettes, if that helps. It works the same way. There we go. Boom. Peel them like a banana. Oh, great. I shouldn't have done that. There goes the deck switch. Oh, well. Throw these, watch this, right into the barnwood. Oh, so close, that was stuck. Shuffle them up, Andrew, as much as you like. Shuffle them up. Do you know why I can let Andrew shuffle the cards? Because unlike other magicians on Penguin, they're not stacked. Shuffle them again. Look at this kid. Nice. And shuffle them one more time because I got 2 hours to fill. I only have 3 tricks. Thank you, Andrew. Very nicely done. Now, Andrew, I'm going to deal cards on the table. Tell you what, in fact, I'm not going to deal cards on the table. You're just going to take out a card, all right? Any one you like. Just don't let me see what it is. You got the wrong card, folks. Well, we'll just do a different trick. When they don't take the force card, you just do a different trick. That's the first lesson there. That's all right. Show the card to the audience. I won't look. Show it to everybody. Just show it to the home audience there and the people in the front there. I will not look and see what it is on the monitor. I've seen it before. It doesn't matter. Put it back anywhere in the pack you like, Andrew. Great. Okay. Lost in the pack. I have no idea where your card is or what it is. I have no idea the 3 of spades is 22 from the top. I don't even know that. But when I snap my fingers, Andrew, did you like the way Magic Dave did that? I'll do that again. Nothing. Okay. Snap my fingers. Your card will jump from the center of the pack, Andrew. It's going to fly into the air, and you're going to catch it in your teeth. Get ready. Let's move some of this wig out of the way here. Let's do that. There we go. Okay. Just get ready. Catch it in your teeth. Spit out the gum. The gum is not going to work. You can't have gum in your mouth. Gum. He actually did it, folks. He spit his gum out onto the thing. Let's just... What do we do with this, folks? Oh, no. Put it right here, Andrew, so when you need it later, it'll be right there under the seat. All right. Just late. We're just going to leave the bike. That belongs to somebody, I'm sure, so I'll leave it alone. When I snap my fingers, your card jumps out of the pack, and I'll catch it in the other hand, Andrew. Are you ready? You don't have to catch it in your teeth. Ready? Like a sheepdog. Can you see through that? Okay, here we go. Hop! 1 card, Andrew. Bam! Name your card.
3 of spades.
And it's changed into the 9 of hearts. Not impressed. Andrew, up here. I'm up here. Okay, boom. I just had to do top change. Andrew, I got it wrong. I said the 9 of hearts. What was your card?
3 of spades.
It really was? Look! There it is, 22 from the top. He's not impressed, folks. I screwed the trick up. I'm sorry, Andrew. I'm sorry that everything you do is perfect and everything I do screws up. Take your right hand, Andrew. Cover the pieces of the 9 of hearts. Push firmly. I'm going to take your card, the 3 of spades. There they are. 1, 2, 3 spades. Okay. You push them under your hand and say the magic words. Hope the heck it works. Hope the heck it works. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. Now we pull the 3 of spades out the other side, and Andrew, guess what? The card that was once torn, the 9 of hearts. Wow. That was high praise from Andrew. High praise from Andrew. He went like this. What could possibly be under your hand, Andrew? Is the magic alive here in Columbus, Ohio? Lift up your hand and turn those pieces over. Let's see if the 3 of spades is there now. Unbelievable. Give it up for Andrew. Yes! Oh, my boy! Hold the pieces. Make a fist. Squeeze tight. Squeeze tight. Hold your hand high in the air. Do you believe in the healing powers? I believe. Oh, yes. He who sits on the stove shall rise again. Now I wave the magic wand over your hand and blow with my laser breath. Open your hand. Have those pieces fuse, welded themselves back together. Indeed they have. There it is. Andrew's 3 of spades. Bam! Nice job, buddy. Blow on that. Blow hard. Blow with your nose. Blow with your eyes. Blow with every hole you have. Okay. And now, because I got to do more tricks. We got to get rid of the wrinkles. It's as good as new. Give it up for Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you so much. There he goes. Wait, come back here. Let's do another trick. You're fun. That was fun. We'll do another one. I will set these up. We'll just keep going. I'll do a few tricks, then I'll explain a few, then I'll do a few, then I'll explain a few. Sound good? Do you need me to explain that, or you got it? We got it. Okay. Let's try, the old rope trick. Look what I have. Tapeworm. No, I mean, look. Piece of rope. Stand up on your hind legs. Yep, all the way up on the chair so you're as big as Magic Dave. Stand all the way up there. Just careful, it's a wobbly chair. Okay, so everybody at home can see. Check it out. Make sure it's a real piece of rope. No trapdoors, no escaping gases, no mirrors or strings. Scientology or Amway products in anywhere inside rope. Check it, pull on it, tug on it, yeah, bite it, whatever you want to do. Does it look okay? It's a solid piece of rope, because later people are going to be interneting you and going, Andrew, hack into your system. Andrew, was it real rope? And you're going, I don't know, I didn't really check it out. I didn't think he was serious. I'm serious. Really check it out. Pull on it, tug on it. Make sure there's no magnets or snaps or anything like that. No Pavel, walking knot rope, nothing like that. Got it? Okay. Do you have a ring or a bracelet that I can borrow, 10 inches in diameter, steel, chrome? I just happen to have one in my rear end. There it is. Would you examine that and verify that that too is absolutely solid, no openings or gaps or holes? I'm not going to do the gag. You know where the hole is, right there. Okay, now how do you take the ring off of the rope, Andrew, without untying the knot? If you think about it, it can't be done, so don't think about it. You hold the ring while I hold the rope. Hup! Give it up for Andrew. Nice job, Andrew. Wow! I'll toss the ring towards the knot. Huh? What? Ties itself back on. Andrew, nothing. Okay, well, you act like you see this every day. Hold the ring while I hold the rope. Pair of scissors. Cut right through the rope. Scissors cutting through the rope. I'm sorry it's not 3D Nintendo. I apologize. Jeez. 2 pieces of rope exactly the same length, Andrew. No, they're not. Blow. Ears, blow. Okay. Well, now they're the same length, but I keep them stuck together with super glue like this. Bing, so it looks like one piece of rope. Thank you very much. There you go. The only way to catch Mr. Magic when he does a little rope trick, Andrew, is to watch the 2 ends. One eye on each end. They go into my pocket, except for this one. Stays out here with this one. Bam. What? In the middle, this is a big applause cue. Right there in the pocket, Andrew. You can examine that again, son. That's enough. Give me the thing. Sit down. Okay. Now, I don't know what to do next, folks. We could start explaining tricks, but let me do another card trick while we have the cards out. This will be fun. Yeah, why not? Here's a classic of magic that I'll think of in a minute. I'm just going to shuffle until I think of something. Andrew, I want you, do you play cards? You know all the different cards? You know one card from the, I want you to think of any card you see, Andrew. Do you have one in mind? Yeah? Make a mental picture and send it to me now. That's disgusting. How old are you? 11? That's Britney Spears in a tool belt. You don't even know. That's weird. I'm going to put the card you're thinking of right there. For the first time, Andrew, name the card you merely thought of. Ace of what?
Ace of spades.
Really? Wow. Ace of spades? Did you actually see the ace of spades in there, or did you just assume it was in there and make it up? Andrew, you're not going to believe this. I'm just going to turn one card. That's a single. I'm turning one card over. Ace of spades. Bam. Look at that. Give Andrew a round of applause. The ace of spades. Let me have somebody else help me. Hi, sir. How are you? Well-dressed man. Come over here. Andrew, this is how I expect you to look someday. Look at this slumpy lung. Look at him. Clean cut. Look at that. Hair's out of his face. He's got a vest. What is that? Brooks? Oh, this is still sewed together. You're supposed to break the threads there anyway. Okay. Now, sir, what is your name?
Jacob.
Nice to meet you, Jacob. How you doing?
Doing good.
Just as I do this, in fact, take your left thumb and push the deck open and take a little peek at the corner of any card. Just stop somewhere.
All right.
You have to actually open the deck and see the number and the suit of one of the 52 cards in the pack.
Okay.
Did you already do it?
Yeah.
Because I didn't get my finger in the back, so we're not going to have any magic if you actually shuffle them up. This isn't going to work, Andrew. This is not working to my advantage here. Jacob, I'm going to guess your card, this is just a guess, is not the ace of spades. Correct? Thank you. Now, Here's what I want you to do. I want you to take the ace, if you would, and stick it in the deck anywhere, just the corner. Don't let go of it. Don't let go of it. Don't let go of it. Be honest. Was that your card?
No.
Was that it?
No.
That would have been a good trick, but you missed. What was it, sir?
3 of hearts.
In my pocket, next to my heart, is one card. The 3 of... wait a minute. That's the one you were holding. What do you have? What? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. See? He's 21. I treat him the same way I treat 11-year-olds. It doesn't matter to me. You're all punk kids to me. No, kidding. All right. Where was I? I won't finish that trick. Let's just keep going. I'll do another one. At some point, we'll stop and maybe explain some of these, if anybody cares. I have... Oh, here's one. Andrew. It's shiny. Look at that. Oh. Oh. Let's see if anybody gets it. Oh! Thank you, Jacob.
No problem.
Check out those coins. Does it look all right? Okay, I'm going to show you. It's a little coin trick with 4 silver dollars, and they have eagles on them. Birds of a feather flock together. Have you ever heard that little poem? I don't know the rest of it. That's all I know. Birds of a feather flock together. Just a little squeeze, and they join each other. Watch this one go down the sleeve. And this one does the little Jane Fonda workout. Wow, that reference is 30 years old. And down the other sleeve. And all 4 coins go together. Thank you. Never mind. Anyway, I think I'll just kind of stop here, and we can start doing the lecture part of the performance of the evening. I have a lot of stuff I want to show you guys, and we can just kind of get right to it, okay? Are you having fun here? Do you want to go sit back there on the sofa, or what do you want to do? Stay here with you, Mr. Magic. Okay. Wow, didn't see your lips move. Let's do this one first. This is one of my favorite coin tricks. Boy, I was really influenced by David Roth. Remember David Roth, Dan? Dan's over there checking his email. Okay. David Roth is a great coin magician. And one of the first tricks I saw him do was, the Flight of the Silver Eagles. Is that what he called it? The coins across? I think that's what it was called from his original lecture notes. And boy, it was gorgeous because he would palm a coin, little touches. And these are like I was a teenager when I saw him first, and he had little touches like to palm a coin. He wouldn't shake him around looking for the sweet spot. You know, he would have a stack and he'd push one forward to the fingertips, and that was the one that would automatically be palmed when your hand would close naturally. So there's no extra motions. And other little things I remember, like when he would he would put his hands down, and he had this nice way of he would simply put his hands like this, and he'd bring them back into this rest. But he was not afraid to close his hand into a fist and rest it on the table, even though he was just palming a small coin. A lot of us think we have to, prove the hand is empty, so we do something completely unnatural. I call it the tarantula. We're always going, "Hey, how are you?" And just, come back. But I just remember that motion. That he would drop coins, and the hands. It was almost describe a little arc. They would just. That's all the time he needed to prove the hand's empty, right? And then he would come back here and rest. Next time you're reading a newspaper or eating cereal and dribbling down into your bowl, stop and look over at your left hand and see what it's doing. It's going to be doing that. That's a human hand at rest, primate hand. Did you know that we're primates? Well, okay, anyway. He's like, speak for yourself. So, some of these lessons I learned from watching guys like David Roth. This isn't something I made up. I'm not a creator of magic. I synthesize different things. I saw him do he called it chink-a-chink, and people call it shadow coins, where he's like doing this, which looks better than anything I'm doing. But and then I combined kind of that idea with coins across, because the pattern in chink-a-chink, right, the pattern does all the work. Right? The pattern does everything, gets the coins across. There's no shuttle passes in chink-a-chink. There's no proving and asking how many here and how many here. When you have to stop and you're doing magic for people at a cocktail party at a restaurant or something, and you go, now I put 1, 2, 3 in my hand, so how many here and how many here? And they're going, I don't know, I just got off work. I don't want to do any more math. I have an idea. Why don't you just open your hands and show me? instead of asking me how many coins are in your hand. So, could you run over there and get that bottle of water for Magic Dave right there? There's a water bottle right there. I'll get it. You wait here. I'll go get it. Jesus. Gonna let you ride the bike, but not now. All right. What am I getting at? I'm wasting time here. You're palming coins. It's classic palm. There's a lot of great magic right now. Guys doing coin tricks where they're doing these kind of Ramsey-esque kind of finger palm, three fly, this kind of stuff, and it looks great, especially with shells. And I don't do any of that. I don't know what's wrong. We'll have to cut. Let's do this tomorrow night, folks. I'm not going to be able to finish. So, is Breaking Bad start yet? The problem I have with these methods, and again, it looks so good. I'm probably just justifying because I can't do them. But I do have a bit of a problem sometimes with these methods, and it's if you have a coin and it's gone, where did it go? Well, gravity kind of gives you a hint. Where's the coin? I don't know. Maybe behind that quarter pound of beef right there. Possibly you could hide a coin behind all that meat. Maybe. But this is anti-gravity. When you go like that and lift up your hand and set it to the side, or go like this, and move things around, things shouldn't stick to your hand. Here, it's kind of a hint because your hand's like this. That's just my thinking. Anyway, the reason I do this routine, it was very practical for table hopping and restaurants, and you can also do a walk around. I'll show you how. But you have an extra coin, and the one-ahead principle is the greatest principle in magic. Or as Larry Jennings used to say, it's the only goddamn principle in magic. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that in front of you. So palming the coin in the left hand, the extra coin, and the pattern does everything for you. There's no asking how many here and shuttle pass or hang ping ching, anything like that. You simply pick up two coins and you push this one to the fingertips because you're going to palm it as soon as you close your hand. And this one here, you have a bit of a Ramsey subtlety. Just watch your angles. It's kind of tough on the TV. I found that even when you think you have a good angle, there's always a little flashing going. See the flashing in my palm there? So I kind of do an almost unnatural thing where I'll make sure my thumb is squeezed along that finger, especially when I have you're a little bit surrounded, but at least you have your fingers splayed out a little bit, and you show a coin in each hand. Now, palm, drop the one out of your palm so you get a sound, and then immediately push that forward in the left hand. And this hand does the thing that I saw David Roth do years ago. It just kind of opens up, and then it describes an arc, because you're bringing your hand back to this coin. It doesn't just sit there and go, hey, it's gone. You actually go boom, and then you have a destination, which is the other coin. And as you know, when you're holding something, when you're palming something, it's always good to hold something because it makes your hand look natural all of a sudden. I mean, if I came out on stage and I had a tennis ball in my hand, and I go, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the appearing tennis ball. Where will it come from? No one will. Everybody's going, it's in his hand. It's obviously he's got a tennis ball in his hand. But if you were holding something, all of a sudden the hand looks empty, because that's what a hand looks like when even the holding is small. If you pick when you pick your nose at school and you hold a booger like that, people are looking at the booger. They're not thinking you got a big tennis ball in your hand. I'm trying to relate to him on his level. All right. Boom. Boom, just the pattern. You're just palming and pushing coins to the fingertips, and then palming and dropping. And now you come over here. This one I palm. As I come up to the elbow, I just palm it on the way up, grab some material, click. And now you're showing your hand's empty all the time, every other hand, when it doesn't have a coin. They shouldn't suspect a fourth coin anyway. And then the last one, you have a lot of choices here. What I would do is I would thumb palm it and pretend to shoot it up the sleeve or cross, and I would just drop it in my pocket from the thumb palm. I'd just drop it there as I would come down here. Now don't immediately make it, I would pretend, I would tug on the sleeve a few times, and then finally, like I was having trouble, drop that last coin against the other three. Another way to do this last one, of course, there's lots of different ways to end. It's almost like a sponge ball routine. You could have somebody else pick up those coins, and I would just pick them up for them and put them in their hand. Here, hold those three, make fists. And I was always really open about it, because hopefully at this point, if you're too cozy and you do all this and don't look, it's suspicious. I would just, here's the way I would do it. It's like, I say, put those 3 coins in your hand. Go ahead. As they start to move, I would drop that at the fingertips as I scoop those up, and I just put them real openly. Open your hand, put those 3 coins in your hand, and trust that they're going to close. I mean, I wouldn't even look, because the more casual you are about it, the better it will be. And then this last one, you can do any kind of vanish. That would have been good, boy. I'm not good at those things. Or you can do the up the sleeve or behind the back or whatever you like. I used to do this one on the floor. That'd always fool them. No. Never mind. Anyway. I would always challenge my kids. I was like, like I heard Vernon drove his kids crazy. Which hand's it in? Which hand's it in? I was like, I don't care. They would just punch me and I'd drop it and they'd grab it and run to the store, But it's always like a hide and seek game. Watch the last one. Watch the last one. Are you ready? Watch. Still there. He's watching like a hawk. That's the problem. Oh, open your hand. Bam. And there they are, all 4. If you're at a cocktail party, it works really well. Would you help me again? And would you stand up? Could you each put both hands out? So you get 4 people. Now, they're all holding a drink with one hand, but they usually have at least one hand empty. So you can have 4 people each put one hand out, or have 2 people each put 2 hands, and you can do the same routine. And it's nice when it's in their hand, because it's the same trick, but you don't need a table. And it works great at a cocktail party, because you can make little jokes about you're taking his money and so forth. And the great thing is, make a fist. It's perfect for a watch steal right here. They're not even thinking. So it's a great time to do a watch steal, and finish the routine any way you want. Bing, open your hand. Ba-da-dum. Got it? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, come back here. We're going to do another one. Sit down. Let's go over the card trick that I did. You don't have to stay here. Go back with comfort. I'll call you up later when I need you, okay? There he goes. The amazing Andrew. And if anybody has any questions at home, Dan is over there fielding questions.
We've got questions flooding in.
Throw them in there. We're going to make this real informal.
Do you want to?
If people are getting bored with what I'm doing, let me know.
No, nobody. Everybody's loving it, as a matter of fact. But do you want to tell a story before you teach something?
I will tell a story.
Actually, we've got a very specific story request.
Oh boy.
The Desert Magic Seminar story with Siegfried Roy.
Oh.
Do you want to tell it or not? It's, very specific. So,
that's a weird story. Yeah.
Is it not suitable for Andrew?
It's okay. The's not much to it, really. I mean, I was a... Who's that? Who wants to hear that? I told that story already on a video. That was when I was very young. I had just won the IBM Gold Cups. And the only reason I won the Gold Cups is because the jury was stacked. And I had some friends who were judges, Mike Amar and others. And it was a sweet victory over Johnny Ace Palmer, our good friend Johnny Ace. He came there to take home the gold, and I denied him. He was not happy. He didn't want to shake my hand afterwards, and I was just thrilled. Anyway, Joe Stevens said, why don't you come to Las Vegas and at the next seminar? Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Stevens. That would be great. He's like, yeah, just bring your wife and come on out and be in our little close-up show. I was like 20 years old. And so I borrowed $400 from my grandpa, and we drove to, Marcia and I drove from Dayton, Ohio to Las Vegas. And got to the hotel. It was in the Frontier Hotel. This would have been 81. And I said to Joe Stevens, I'm here. He's like, who are you? He didn't remember. I wasn't even on the bill. He didn't remember hiring me. But he begrudgingly let me be in the close-up show, and it was Heba Haba Al, Tamarice, Ascanio, Mike Amar, Paul Gertner, and David Williamson from Xenia, Ohio. Who? I don't know. Some skinny kid who says I told him he could come. And we all did the close-up show, and I was horrible. And then they go, oh, there's one more show. It's upstairs in the Siegfried and Roy's private suite. What? Oh, so, nobody else cared. They're all, okay, one more show. They don't care if it's Siegfried and Roy. They don't care if it's the Pope. Tamarice had a slouch hat and his dirty jeans, whatever. He's like, I'll screw him up too. I don't care. He's going to fool everybody. And I was like, what? Siegfried and Roy? And I was very intimidated, to say the least. And we went down this, they had a special hallway. These two ferns just kind of went, opened up. And there was this hallway that wasn't there before. And you go down to this private elevator. And I knew it was something strange about it, because all along that hallway, there were human hands holding torches through the wall. They were like
Actual humans.
Yeah, one of them had a watch on. I saw it go like this at one point. It's like. So we go down to the elevator, and it's all carved out of gold, and there's 2 tigers chained to the wall beside the elevator, like this. And I'm like, oh my God. And the other magicians, they could care less. So I'm like, completely freaked out. So we go up the elevator, and it seems like it's going forever and ever and ever. And we get up to the corridor, and it was like the Wizard of Oz. I felt like the lion. I just wanted to jump out a window. I was so intimidated. And it was as if, you go to the front, and now there's bald men with grapes chained to the door, riding tigers, with diapers on, It was like, what? And then the doors open, and there's Siegfried and Roy, and the wind is blowing, and there's a macaw, and there's an elephant in the wading pool blowing the thing, and there's wind, and they're in their leopard jammies up on, like, rattan thrones. And look over here, and there's a giant marble, it's like the size of this archway here is a fireplace, and David Copperfield, the Prince of Magic, had a full-length fur coat. He's leaning there with a snifter of brandy, and I'm looking at this tableau, and I just went, all right, psst, and just emptied my bladder, It was like, it's as if God went, okay, what's this kid right here from the farm of Ohio? What can we do to intimidate him? Let's just squeeze every ounce of urine out of him. Let's put him in the situation that would be the most stressful. It's unbelievable. And it was like, oh, quick, they're coming. Here, get the sniffer. Here, let me wear the diaper. I'll be the great guy, and they're all getting ready, And so I go in, and everybody does magic for Siegfried and Roy, and they all were great, and I'm completely, freaked out, and I'm like this. I walk up to, hi, I'm just dropping coins out of my hand, That's your human slot machine. Well, winner. It was awful. I don't remember the point of this story. I know David Copperfield was there, and Chris Kenner tells me I'm remembering this wrong. I have a vivid memory of the night before he had been on the Johnny Carson show, and he did Cigarette Through Quarter, which was very popular back then. It just come out, and it looked great. It just looked perfect. And the way he did it was he said, Ed McMahon, the co-host, do you have a quarter I could borrow? And Ed's like, well, I think I just might have an ordinary quarter here, David. Would you like to borrow it? Yeah. It's like, yes, thank you. And he takes a cigarette and he pushes it right through the middle, and he's, perfect. He knows exactly which camera to look into, and it's just wonderful. It looks like a great, and it comes out, and there's no hole right up next to his face. He blows smoke, and then he makes it vanish. He says, and now, Yeah. And I thought, wow, that was, I remember that, and what am I going to do to fool these guys? And I remembered I had learned Mike Amar's pencil through quarter, but I had my own version of it, which was actually very nice. Anybody here have a cigarette through quarter gimmick? Shoot, because I have one over here, but I don't want to dig through my case right now to find it, but I'll show you the idea. If you have a gimmick quarter, you can actually let's pretend that I put the pencil through the quarter, and it's going through. This is not good because I actually have, I think, a shell of a quarter.
Do you have
that?
We can also,
let me just.
Somebody have a business card, because we can fake it up with little pieces of card.
Yeah. While everybody looks at that empty screen there.
Do this. Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
I'm
helping you.
Oh, you help me.
I'm gonna make a cardboard coin.
Okay, we'll do that then, because I don't think I can find this in time.
We're gonna do a cardboard coin, and then you're gonna have.
There we go.
Right?
Thank you. The other corner. Okay, so we can get the idea. Thanks.
Yeah,
Okay.
cool.
So, Dan Harlan, everybody, taking charge.
Very
All right. So the pencil goes through the gimmicked quarter. Now here's the move. You've done Bob Elliott's flip switch. I might as well teach this. Okay, so I have a gimmicked quarter here with the gimmicked side up, and you borrow a quarter, and this is from Bob Elliott, great Long Island magician who passed not too long ago. This is from Mike Amar's original routine, his original pencil through quarter routine. You show the coin, and then you hold the gimmicked coin underneath it, clipped underneath it. And when you grab the front edge, it looks like you're simply turning the coin over, but what you're really doing is dragging that gimmicked coin. You're taking the real coin here and dragging the gimmicked coin over, so it looks like now you're putting it tail side up. So you've showed heads and tails, and this one is here now. And it's a completely natural move. I love it. And then you clip this quarter here. I did this table hopping for years and years and years. It's a great trick with a borrowed quarter. Now all the quarters are state quarters, so it's a little tougher to do. But you push the pencil through the quarter. It's halfway through, and the switch that I came up with at the end is different from what Mike did. Mike had a very nice switch, but this was very visual because you simply come over with this hand and pull apparently it out, and then you can hand it right back like that. So it really never comes off. So again, it looks like this, and you can do it almost in slow motion because you're doing it on edge. You can just pull it right out, and then you hand it right to them.
Yeah, it's nice.
Thank you. It's just a couple natural movements, and there's really nothing to it. You just grab above the coin. I'm going to show it from exposed view now. Grab above the coin, hold on to the actual coin, and you just pull that, and it's just riding behind it like that. But from the front, it looks perfect. Now you can just put the pencil away if you want. What I used to do is clip that gimmicked coin now, and I would move. Now it's not working here with this piece of paper so well, but I would move the coin out of the way as I would reach up and make a little scratch like that, and you know, you could do some lipstick stuff. But anyway, you put that away, and everything could be examined. So anyway, long story short, I go, I'm going to do my coin trick. Can I have a quarter? And David Copperfield was actually the one to have a quarter in his pocket. And I'm, again, completely scared because I borrow the coin, and I do the initial switch, right? I do the initial switch as I turn it face down, and I don't think he saw the switch. I think it went by him because when I put the pencil through the quarter like that, I look over just a little bit, and I see him fighting for control of his eyebrow. His eyebrow is trying to spring up in surprise like a normal human being, but he's fighting, you know, will not give me the satisfaction. Poverty-stricken farm kid versus millionaire king of magic. He would not give me he wasn't going to give me anything. And then I go, okay, I'm going to get him now. So I did the final switch, and I hand it back to him. And I know that one fooled him because he took it back. You know how when you're on stage and you do the linking rings, and you see a fellow magician in the front row, and you go, here, look at the ring. Yeah. And you hand the key ring to your magic buddy in the front row. And they go, yeah, looks good. Instant stooge, right? They get it. They're with it. That's the same attitude. He took that quarter back. So I did the switch, right? I do the switch. I hand him the quarter back, and he was like, you know, taking back the trick quarter. That's what he thought was actually happening because it was just too smooth, right? And he was like, yeah, like gotcha, you know, no, got your back here. And then I turn away, and then I always describe this, that's when my life changed. You know, my confidence doubled, and my fee doubled right there, and I went from up to $30, you know, I went from crayons to perfume because that's when the king of magic went like this. What the I got up and I slapped the tiger and I kicked the bald guy in the diaper and strode out of there, man. Anyway. But power of one ahead principle. You don't need to be two ahead, turns out. One ahead is plenty. Let me do this card trick here just to get it over with. I know I've taught this thing so many times over the years, but there might be some people out there who haven't seen it. But I do. The reason I like teaching this trick is because I can't find my duplicates. That's why I know. Because there's a couple other things I like to talk about during this, and here's one of them. So you need a couple duplicates to do the torn and restored transposition trick, a trick that I've been doing since I was 17 years old. And it just kind of came together for me when I was a kid, and I've been doing it ever since, and it's changed a lot over the years, the timing and the beats and all that, kind of the presentation. A guy came up to me recently, a young magician, after a magic lecture, and he said, can I show you a trick? And I said, sure. And he did a trick, and he goes, what'd you think? And I used to go, oh, that's great, or, you know, say something constructive or encouraging or whatever. But lately, I've been saying this thing, and I really believe it. It's not meant to be kind of a dismissive at all. I said, well, you know, if you're still doing it in 30 years, it's probably a pretty good trick. It won't look anything like that. You won't even recognize it if you're still doing it. And they go, what kind of answer is that? You know, but how do you answer a question like that? Like, what do you think of this trick? Is that any good? It's like every trick has potential. I think every trick has potential. It's what you do with it. You know, it's too early to say for anything. It's too early to say. Even after, speaking of Siegfried and Roy's first performance, when they finally moved to the Mirage Hotel for their big show, we were there that week. That was the week of the Desert Seminar. And Vernon, and they were very honored to have the professor, right, in that first week of previews there. He was in the audience for that first big show, and that's where they had that big dragon and the horses, and it was the huge production show we're all used to seeing. And Siegfried couldn't wait. He ran over to Vernon afterwards. He goes, "What'd you think?" And Vernon basically said the same thing. He said, well, I'd love to see it in a year, see what you do with it, you know. It'd be interesting to see, you know. And Siegfried was, you know, stabbed in the heart by that. But it was true. It's like, you know, I learned that when I was in art school. When I went to college, we had this young painting teacher, and I had this big canvas, and we would paint something. And I painted this potted plant, you know, and I spent a lot of time on it. And that was the best thing I'd ever done, because I'd actually spent time on it and cared about it and all this stuff. And you know, I remember in high school when I did something pretty good, my art teacher would put it in a frame and give it to my mom, you know, but I was really proud of this, and I showed it to him, and he goes, "Okay, gesso over it and do it again." I go, "What?" He goes, "What? What do you think, you're an artist? You think you just because you did one thing, you can't do it again? What, are you in love with every single thing that comes out?" And he went over and he took the white brush of the gesso, the base paint, the primer, and he painted over it. And that was one of the greatest lessons. I was shocked and pissed off, but it was a great lesson about anybody who does any kind of art. You know, it's like, if you did it, you can do it again, and you can do it better. Don't fall in love with every first little thing you do. Anyway, what was my point? Oh, yeah. That's the problem, folks. I go on tangents. But here's the deal on this. This looks nothing like when I first started doing this when I was 17. When I first started, I wish I wouldn't have torn up that box now. Let me step out of frame here and get another box, because I have a few of them laying around. Yeah, well, they had cards in it, but not anymore. All right. I was very, you know, I used to read all the magazines, and back then it was Apocalypse and Richard's Almanac and all those Harry Lorraine magazine and Richard Kaufman and stuff. And all these guys, young guys, had their names on all the moves, and so-and-so, Michael Amar's key card cut, and so-and-so's little thing, and somebody else's moves a finger half an inch, and he's going to get his name in a magazine, you know, and somebody else thought of turning the card upside down, and he's now a front page centerfold, you know, and all this, you know, it's like crazy. So I was like, I want to be that name. So I wasn't thinking about the audience. I was thinking about me and how clever I was. So here's what I came up with. The 3 duplicates that I need to do this trick are on top of the deck. But first you put the deck in the box. Then you close the lid, close the flap. Then you put the 3 cards above the flap. So they're separated. Basically, the flap is holding a break between those 3 duplicate 2s and the rest of the deck. That's in my pocket. I can stroll around the restaurant and whatever. I'm ready to do the trick. I don't have to palm any cards, because when I open the box, watch, I pull up, automatically I'm holding those 3 cards up away from the deck. Open the flap, pull the deck out a half an inch, drop those 3 cards. Now the half moon, I can touch those 3 cards and pull them out now, in-jogged, as they're coming out of the box. So as they're coming out of the box, they're already in-jogged. And I can set the box on top of the deck, but I set the box in-jogged so they're square with those 3 cards. Close the flaps as my excuse for putting the deck on top of the box, and now I can lift up, look, the box and the in-jog cards at the same time. There's no counting, they're right there. And I say, here, shuffle the cards, and you can hold these in your hand, or I can even put them under my arm while I'm doing something else, and so forth. So now, when they're done shuffling, I can take the deck back, put the box on top in order to set it off to the side or put it in my pocket, and I've added those 3 cards back to the top. There's been no palming. It's all very clean, very open. It's very clever, and it looks great with my name on it. The box told out, David Williamson. I was so proud of that. Started doing that in restaurants. After day 2, I stopped doing it for the rest of my life, because it was not practical. It was definitely an ego thing for magicians, because to pull these, to be fussy and, hi, how are you? Where are you from? Yeah, nice to see you. And they're like waiting for you to do this. And it was just, they're eating their mashed potatoes. They're barely aware. They're laughing at something and say, make my wife disappear. Good one, high-fiving over here. I could have put an elephant on the table and covered it with a napkin and gone, why? You know, it's a whole different experience when you get out there in front of real people. This stuff just does not survive. 90% of the stuff that I thought was important was completely just wasted muscle and time and energy, didn't mean anything to them. And now my clever method is I'll have the 3 cards in my pocket, shuffle the cards as much as I like, wham, right into the palm, and then I have a clever replacement. All done? Okay, good. I exaggerate. I try to be a little more subtle than that, but that's basically it. So a lot of this stuff that I thought was important, and I'd read other guys in books and trading and little variation of a Marlowe this and so forth, and this add-on, smoke. Anyway, so cards are on top of the deck. Now I have to force one of those 3 cards, and the way I do is I'll just in-jog a card above them while I shuffle, and it's a classic force is all it is. And it's kind of easier to, it's a good way to practice your classic force because you're forcing one of 3 cards right there. So it's pretty easy. I hold a break above those 3 cards. You just fan over, and then I say, grab any card, and you're giving them a choice of any of those 3. And they always go for one of those 3. And to make sure they don't get another one, I'm holding these with a vice grip until my thumb turns purple, and I'm holding these with a vice grip. And they couldn't take them, and those 3 basically fall out of my hand. Here's my theory on card tricks, real quick. We think we know what they're thinking because we're in our heads too much. The reality is different, in my opinion. If you walk up to a person, you go, shuffle the cards as much as you like. Take any card you like out of the pack, any card you wish. Show it to the audience. Put it back in the pack anywhere you like. Shuffle them up some more as much as you want. Would you be amazed if I could find your card? And they're going to go, no. I'll be amazed if you don't find it. You're so cocky. You're obviously going to find it. It's a foregone. Look at your body language. You're at it. You could care less how much I shuffle, where I put it. It's obvious you're going to find it. It's a foregone conclusion. No, I will not be amazed if you find my card, which is exactly the opposite of what we think we want, right? We want them to be amazed by what we're going to do, and we're going to find their card, and guess what? They're not going to be amazed. We're just starting off with the wrong foot by saying, shuffle as much as you like. Take any card, put it back anywhere. Fair? Okay? Everything okay? Fair? Huh? Yeah? If the magician is trying to tell me things are fair with his voice, they're not fair. So my advice is always come in under the radar. I always tell this story, but I'll tell it again. My uncle came back from Vietnam a little different from when he left. And he was a little jumpy and a little of this, and he was just a little different. And one day at one of the family reunions at the family farm, he grabs me behind the bar and he says, no, that's not the end of the story. He whispers in my ear, only give him 40%. And then he takes off his clothes and ran into the cornfield. I was like, great, only give him 40%. That's a good one, thanks. Completely nuts. That meant nothing to me until I had been in magic for 30 years. Now it makes perfect sense. I know exactly what he was talking about. Only give him 40%. You don't go show them everything you got. And Vernon talked about this all the time. You don't show them, you don't walk up to the table and go, hey, how are you? And they're going, I'm screwed. I thought when I would approach a table and I'd see a young couple there and I go, oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to get a really big tip. I'm going to impress the girlfriend and the guy's going to love me and, you know, and all this stuff. I don't realize what I'm doing. I'm up there peacocking for his girlfriend. And he's getting all primal, like it's a kill, you know. And it's just completely, and in my head, I think I'm doing him a big, it's completely topsy-turvy of what I think is going on. It was all wrong. And the same with this kind of thing. So now, I come in under the radar. I tell young magicians, when you go to a magic convention, don't go, hey, here's my diagonal palm shifter. Look at my top palm. Look at my pass. Look at my look what I can do. Ba, 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 ba. Well, there you go. Your first 5 minutes of convention, everybody knows what you can do. You're done. You're of no use to them. You're not going to fool them with anything. They know you have skills. They know you have chops. They know what your pass looks like. They know what your double lift looks like. Go in there. When Bill Malone, one of the greatest sleight of hand guys with cards to ever live, moved to Florida for the first time from Chicago, from sitting under Marlowe's wing all his life, he went to the Magic Club meetings down there, and he'd be going like this. Hey, what's an Elmsley count again? Well, here, Bill, let me show you. Show me that paddle move thingy. No, Bill, you got to push your thumb. For 3 months, he's going to the magic meetings, driving them crazy because they think he can't quite get it. He's not really, but he loves magic, but he's not quite getting it. And meanwhile, he's doing the 21 card trick for the group like this, but he's throwing in a few bottom deals, and they're going, Could you do that again, Bill? I think I missed something, you know. He was really messing with these guys. Tamariz, he didn't bring out the big guns until 4 in the morning, the 4th day of the convention. Then he clobbers you with stuff he's been holding back with. So that's my advice. Don't show everybody everything you got. You know, save a lot back. Save 60%. Same with laymen, though. Don't walk up to the table showing them all your skills. So, you know, I used to come up to the table, hello, I'm the wandering magician. I was wondering if you'd like to see little magic. 15 years old with a monocle, you know. Hello. Mom, I need a monocle, because I'm looking at fossil Horman catalogs, and the magicians always have pencil mustache doves and a monocle, you know, like there's a beautiful assistant and a dove. That's what I thought I needed. I need a monocle. What do you need a monocle? I just need a monocle. Well, break Dad's reading glasses in half. Use those. All right. Idiot. All right, so where were we? Oh, yeah. Shuffle the cards as much as you like. So I'm holding those cards out, and they start shuffling. That's enough. Not like that. Oh, no, you said I could shuffle them. One for me. That's the way they think about it. Here's the other thing I talk about. And this is, I was in China. On a recent trip to China, I always thought that was a patter line from Tarbell, but it really happened to me. I was recently in China, and I was in Macau, which is their big Las Vegas of China. And they have a Formula One race like Le Mans through the town. They block off all the seats and put bleachers and everything. And where the checkered flag is, at the finish line, they built these giant bleachers, you know, to hold 1,000 people right there in the middle of the town, right on the most beautiful part of the city. And it was half empty. The bleachers were half empty. Where's all the people? They're standing on sidewalks, on each other's shoulders. They're up on buildings, standing on cars at dead man's hairpin curve down here where they wipe out and crash. That's where people are. That's what they want to see. They want to see the wipeouts, the crash, the fiery car crash. That just, to me, was such a perfect metaphor for magic. We think that they want to see us successfully find the card in a clever and entertaining way. No, they want to see you screw up. That's entertainment. It is. Look at the reaction you get. You do a trick, what do you get? Oh, that was great. That was wonderful. Oh, I wish Billy were here. I'd hate to play cards with you. It's all in the certain, you know, reactions are all kind of here. That's where they're going to peak, you know, for everything you do. You make one mistake, or they see one flash, you know, aha! Ah! I saw it! I saw it! There's like lizard people inside there. That's why I say, there was a time when wizards ruled the earth. You remember that, right? We used to drink the blood of unicorns. Now we hide in church basements once a month, you know, and we're... Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. So, shuffle the cards as much as you like. That's enough. No, you said I could shuffle. And they're going, one for me, you know. And you say, all right, take any card you like in this general area. And then when they take the force card, offer one of the other force cards. And once you know they're committed to that one, you say, but you were going, this isn't going to work, you know. And they're going, two for me. Yeah, let's just do the rope trick. It's not going to, you took the wrong card. Shuffle them too much. Put it back anywhere in the pack you like. And they're going to go, okay, I'm put it right over here and square them up. Oh! 3 for me. Now they really will be amazed if you find it because you're acting the part, right? Obviously, I'm exaggerating to illustrate. But not much. Sometimes when I get going, you know, people at the other tables are like, would you shut him up? But, so anyway, the card's really lost. They shuffled too much. They took the wrong card. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. So now, when I make the wrong card jumps up, so here's the deal. You forced one of the 2s. It's somewhere in the middle of the deck. You don't care where that is because they really put it back. The other 2s are still on top of the deck, which is great. Now you're going to make the wrong card jump out of the deck. And there's different ways of doing this. When I was young, I used to do this thing where I would make it jump out of the middle like that. I'll teach you the move if you want. I'm on automatic pilot now. I've been doing it so long I don't even think about it. I can't do it without snapping my fingers. Watch. See? It won't work. It's all part of the same nervous system thing now. But what you're doing is you're pinching it on the corners here with your thumb at the top and the second finger over here, and you just make a break, and the third finger enters that break, and you're pinching real hard here, and you push up real hard with that third finger, and you're pushing, and you're making it spin around that finger. It's going to fly out of the deck, and that's your fulcrum, and you give it got to put a lot of pressure, snap up and out, and it'll fly right out of the center of the pack. The danger with that is, if you don't pay attention to what you're doing, you will actually make their selected card jump out. You say, and the snap, and your card jumps out. And they go, oh, that was a good trick. And you go, oh, crap! What? It was a cute trick. You don't understand, layman! I had 60%. I was gonna... Anyway, so I always make the wrong card jump out. And usually what I'll do is I'll make sure it's on the card on the bottom is a different color than the cards on the top. And then I'll do the old manipulators flip out move where you actually, if you don't know it, it's a great move. You hold it like this. Does anybody have a name for this? I used to know the magician's name who came up with this. But you pinch here, thumb goes down in this corner, and you're going to buckle and push real hard. And it's just going to snap with a wrist flick. Snaps up in the air. And you can get some real height out of that. And I do this a lot used to do this routine on stage. I still do. And it's just a nice way to do it. On stage, the way I'll do it, because I got to do a top change after this soon. So while it was in the air, I would put the deck in the other hand and catch it with the right hand. And then I would try to be fancy and throw it behind my back, but that doesn't always work. Blank. And what was your card? And they say 2 of spades. And you go, and it's changed into the 6 of diamonds, which was the first laugh line, right? And that's... now you're going to do a top change, and I know that I've talked about this a lot in all different venues and so forth, but I will go over it again very quickly here because it really is a great move. So the wrong card jumps out. Now you don't have to do any fancy move. Obviously you can just close your eyes and go and just reach into the deck and go boom, there it is, your card. What was it, 2 of spades? And it's changed into the King of Hearts. Crap. Oh, well. And they really believe you got the wrong card now because everything built right up to this point. You know, they took the wrong card, they shuffled too much, they put it back in the wrong spot. It's very believable that you got the wrong card. If you're a good actor, you can milk this moment. And it was always my goal to really make them believe and to do the old fake laugh. You know, I remember when I worked in dinner theater, I used to watch these old actors come in. And these were old character actors, and these guys were great. One of them was Eddie Bracken, who was actually in 7-Year Itch with Marilyn Monroe. He was also played Wally of Wally's World in the first National Lampoon's Vacation. He played the guy who ran the park. Great character actor. And I'll never forget, the first night of this play, I'm watching, and he picks up the phone before it rang, right? He picks up the phone, hello, and then the phone rings, right? And it was so funny because he put it back down and was trying to get and he started breaking up, right? He was laughing, he was off script and he was laughing and the other actor was breaking up. And he just had improvised such a great little moment there, you know, and the audience loved it because he was a little bit off script and they were howling and it just felt, and he got back on in a very clever way. I thought, what a pro. This guy really, you know, could have saved that moment. That could have been embarrassing, you know. The next night, same thing. The next night, same thing. Next night, same thing. For 6 weeks, every audience thought he really screwed up. That moment was so real for them. He had manufactured this impromptu mistake and milked it for all it was worth and took the show from here to way up here where it was a real event that they witnessed real time. They were glad they were there on that night. And that was a real lesson. And I think I try to apply some of those lessons. And so if I get them to really get conditioned that this is going to be tough, and the card, boom, what was your card? And they say 2 of spades, and I go, yep, of course it's a 2 of spades, because you shuffled them too, you know, and they're laughing. They go, I knew it, you know, because I've been making a big deal about they shuffled too much. This moment is real, you know, and I go, well, I know a rope trick, you know, and I'm doing these little things, and that's when I do the top change. And the top change is this. Push the top card over your fingers a little bit with your thumb. Hold this card very gently here. Bring the hands together, and the thumb will gently touch the card in the right hand to be changed, and the whole hand moves away, and you just leave the other one behind. There's really not a lot of motion there. They just kind of are touching. It's a friction thing. You just kind of jam this one in there and take that one away with a little bit of pressure here, a little bit of pressure there. All right, it's just a knack. You'll get it over time, and it's a very soft thing. There shouldn't be a lot of big motions. There's no snapping like this. It's just, and it can be done on a gesture, something like that. Or I've acquired this little gesture like that where I shake. So I'll show a card, I'll turn it face down, I'll look up, and that's when I make the top change, when I look up. So simple rules of misdirection. We all know these, but they're worth reiterating. If you want somebody to look at something, you look at it. right? If you want somebody to look at you, you look at them. And that's the time to do it, on the offbeat. I always said, do it on the offbeat, do it on the offbeat. I never knew when's the offbeat. Well, if you manufacture the beat, then you'll know when you create the offbeat. So you got to have a beat and an offbeat. So there's the beat, maybe a gesture where you point at something, rest position, beat, rest, and then offbeat. So it's there's an initial gesture and a secondary gesture. So the initial gesture might be pointing at something. Would you open your hand, or would you lift up that box? Yeah, lift it up like that. There's the secondary gesture. That's when you make. So when they begin to move, or when they do the action you've requested, what's your name? When they look up to tell you their name, you might do the gesture then. So anyway, top change, very powerful. Lots of different places to learn it. Well worth practicing. I always tell this story. I'll tell the story about Matt King and I were in a restaurant in Washington, D.C. We're walking down the street, and there's this college kid with an apron on. Hey, guys, got a couple sandwiches and schooners for you in here. Come on in. He's hustling tips. It was a slow day. We go, all right, let's go in. He was a real nice guy. So we had a couple sandwiches, a couple glasses of beer, and we're talking. And he came over with some matches, and he was doing a little paddle move match trick. Hey, guys, look at this. A little arrow and a little squiggly line. Hey, a little bit, blah, blah. We're going, that was good. And Matt kicks me under the table. He goes, you used to know a trick, don't you, Dave? You know, he's laying it on extra thick. Big scoop of Kentucky. He's just laying. Yeah, Mac, I used to know me one of them ding-dang magic tricks. You got a deck of cards? Oh, are you kidding? He reaches in his little pouch, and he comes out with a deck of Fox Lake cards. That's when I knew he was a dirty layman, pretender. Fox Lake. Anyway. So I go, here, I'll show you a trick. And the guy's going, they're like this, all superior. And I go, here, take a card. Let me fan them out for you. Oh. Take any card. You know, he's like, takes a card, and he puts it back in the middle. Pass, right? He didn't see it. And I say, now, when I snap my fingers, your card is going to jump out of the deck, and I'll catch it with my other hand. And I did the thing. Ow! And I give him a little glimpse of the wrong card. He took the ace of spades. Okay, now, and then I say, if this is your card, we get a free dessert. Or no, the beers are free. But if I'm wrong, I'll pay double. And that's when I did the top change. Because I went, well, if I'm wrong, you looked at my eyes, I'll pay double. Now, what does the honest man do? The honest man says, well, we'll have to start again. I didn't know there was going to be a wager. I inadvertently saw that the card is not indeed mine, so we must... Did he say that? No, because he's a dirty layman. And it's Fox Lake cards. And you can't cheat an honest man, so I didn't feel guilty at all when he goes, sure, you're on, because he had money in the bank. He was going to get double. And I go, thank you. And he went... Let me my manager, and they always say that. And he ran out. Manager comes back, you know, and the guy's like, "What's going on? What is it?" I go, "Nothing. I was just showing here. Pick a card, you know." And same thing, back of the deck, pass it to the top, snap the fingers, your card. He falls for the same thing. And the sandwiches. He didn't know the beers were paid for. You get the free sandwich. You're on. Boom. Thank you. And Mac and I, with nonverbal communication, we didn't even agree to this. We go boom, and we stand up, and we tip our invisible hats, right? We go like this, and shoulder to shoulder, we stroll out of the restaurant without saying a word. Couple of cool con men, you know. And I'm imagining the guys behind us with question marks shooting out of them. You know, we're just... And we're slicksters. We turn the corner, and we both turn into little girls. We're like... It's like the most thrilling thing that ever... A couple of con men. Top change. One ahead method. Okay, where were we? And then you tear the cards, do some more top change at the end. Now, I don't want to spend the whole time on this trick, but I think I owe it to just finish one last thing on this. I don't know what happened to the other deuces. There they are. So they're on top. They put their card in the middle. The wrong card jumps out. Let's say it's the three of hearts. Boom. What was your card? Two of spades. And just change it to the three of hearts. Ha ha. Misdirection, top change. Tear the wrong card. Oh, well, three of hearts. I screwed up. I'm sorry. Do me a favor. What was your card? Two of spades. You take out the one that they put in the deck. Put your hand on top of those pieces. And when they start to move, that's the secondary gesture. I do the top change. I say push firmly. And they do. I'll take your card, and one of the strongest things you can do in card magic is to miscall a card. It really is. If you go, I'll take your card, the two of spades. That's just acting, but man, it's as if you showed it to him, really, if you play right. And then you take this underneath. Now, I made the mistake when I was young of going like this, and magic, ba-dum, crickets, crickets, because they're going, yeah. You get nothing, because it's too much information at once. You've got to feed it to him like a baby. You've got to spoon feed him the effect. The card that was once torn, pause, so they go, dee-dee-dee-dee. Card that was once torn, card that was once torn, three of hearts, is now what? Is now what? Restored. Let them complete the circle in their mind. This is not the magic moment. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. When I went to China, and I hope maybe some Chinese viewers I found a lot of guys who had learned magic, because it's kind of recent over there, this whole idea of close-up magic and stuff. It's kind of recent, and they're getting a lot off YouTube. And a lot of what they see is like flash acts and competition acts and very visual magic, you know. And the magic happens, the effect happens the same time as a revelation, you know. Boom, the effect and the confirmation are all at the same time. It's all compressed time. Here, there's a time difference. They have to complete the circle in their mind, right? They've got to get the narrative. The card that was once torn is now restored. Three of hearts is now restored? No way. No way. You want that anticipation. No way. Look at that. Slowly, slowly, slowly. They say that Paul LaPaul could torture an audience with the turn of a card. And I always like that idea. You know, if your presentation is such that you go, what was your card? And they go, three of hearts. And you go, you know, there's some days when things just a lot, you know, that anticipation is like the ketchup commercial, you know, it's just about to go on the French fry, you know, you got to build, bam, and everybody's on the same page. You got to focus everybody's attention, focus their anticipation, so when you finally do have that, boom, they're ready. Whoa. Otherwise, if you go and boom, hey, look at that magic. Now my rope is over here, and they're going, okay, well, I'll take your word for it. All right, so anyway, boom, the card that was once torn. And now, what could possibly be in your hand? Is the magic alive? Did they change places? Change places. I'm building the picture in their mind. No way, no way. Open your hand, and while they're opening their hand and looking at those pieces, that other two is at the back of the deck, and I do the Mercury card fold from Expert Card Technique. Right? Squeeze, squeeze, and push it up against the bottom like that. And if you don't have Expert Card Technique by Gene Hugard, get it. Because it still holds up. It's one of the greatest, it's probably the next book after Erdnase to change a generation of magicians, you know. So Expert Card Technique, if you can get a hold of a copy of that, I think Dover put it out in paperback, right? Fantastic book. And the card that was once torn, now, and they look at that, now you folded this card. The switch, there's nothing to it. All you're doing is finger palming these four pieces and putting the deck in the other hand. That's the clever switch. There's nothing to it. I'll just set those on the floor. Nobody cares. All right. So you go like that. Put that in your hand, make a fist, squeeze tight. I drop these in my pocket as I go for the magic wand usually. I'll have them up, the wand over here. And I pull that out, and I say the magic words, blah, 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 and boom, 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 and the trick is over. Now I have another two of spades on top of the deck. Right, that third two of spades. And magicians who I admire and who know more than me or more experienced said that's the perfect place to end, because they have that little evidence of the cards going back together. It's a perfect theatrically good place to stop. And I was like, no, but I want to do another top change and destroy their brains. But it's too much. Sometimes if you go boom, boom, and then third climax, and the bigger coin, and the bigger thing, it's almost like you're just going, all right. And I looked away again, and you looked away again, and you looked away again, and there's just a boot on their face, and it's just too much, really. It's insulting after a while. So I learned to present this. I couldn't get the reaction I was looking for, so I learned to present this as a soft effect. I call it a peripheral effect because it happens on, off on the side, the periphery there. I don't know. Okay, there it is. So there's the card. The trick is over. I do a top change, you know, as I'm kind of pretending to bet. I'll set it right in front, off to the side as I put the cards in the box. This was at the when I was table hopping, and I might take out the coins or something and check out those coins. I'm going to show you a beautiful. And while they're looking at the coins, I would come over here and I would turn 40%, right? Boom, and I go like this. And it's just for me. I'm not presenting it to them. Just put them away. Wouldn't even look. Wouldn't ask for applause. This was all just for me. as if I didn't care whether they saw it or didn't even want them to see it. Okay, now, those coins, and they're going, what the fuck? The hairs on the back of their neck. That's like that was magic. It wasn't for them. It was like, you know, they just happened to look over there and saw a shooting star. It was a miracle. If they wouldn't have looked over there, they wouldn't have seen it. Of course, I make sure they're looking, you know, because I give it enough time and put a lot of interest in it. But boy, that's the kind of effect that this sticks in their brain. They'll never forget that. I love little atmospheric moments like that aren't presented as part of your act. There's a great moment in the rope trick that I'll go over in a minute. But the other thing I used to do was every once in a while I'd be doing card tricks and I would drop one on the floor. Let me just... Anyway, where were we? Pick the cards. And you just don't even talk about it. But it's an old manipulator's move. You just palm one, and then just go ahead and drop one by accident. I kick it under the table, and it looks like you're just picking it up with your foot, and you go in with the trick. And then that night, after everybody's left the restaurant, I'm climbing under tables and picking up cards, but they never look. It just looks like what it is, you know, and the people, they remember those moments. It's like magic. Del Rey in his stage act, you remember his stage act? He used to come out, he'd take a deck of cards out, and he'd throw the box on the table. The box would hit the edge of the table and fall on the floor. And he'd go, and the box would go boing and jump back up on the table. And he'd go, there's just a little moment, you know, but that's what I remember.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Oh, Dave, I
Yes.
remember when I first saw you take the creases out of the card, you were doing a thing where you were steam pressing it.
Yes.
You do that every once in a while?
Once in a while, I'd blow in the hand, and get a
So can
steam
you lay
press.
out, for those that haven't seen it, can you put a card down there and show them what happens? Because it's kind of a neat effect in itself.
Well, I mean, you would just have, they think the card, they have the wrinkled card here, and I would do a top change, and I would have them, either I would do it, or have them do it, and you just blow on the card, and then like that, and you go like that, and it's gone, and then it just kind of peels off your hand, and now the wrinkles are gone. That's when you want to present it more to them, you know, that's a nice moment.
Yeah.
All right,
Cool.
any questions about any of that?
Very cool. We do have... would you mind showing your pass? I mean, you know, you do...
Yeah, let me...
pass...
Yeah, I'm not like the expert at the pass. I call mine my... it's my money maker. It's a blue collar pass because it gets the job done. It's it's not pretty, but it's a working man's pass, right?
Oh, and while you're getting ready to do that, we did have one of our regular viewers, Zombie Magic, write in the jumping card out with the thumb from the cage grip, the Audley Walsh long distance spinner.
Audley Walsh, that's right. Is it Audrey Walsh? Audley was it? Audley Walsh, that's right, yeah. What's that?
New Jersey State Trooper.
New Jersey State Trooper, wow. Okay. Bill Kalush, friend of mine, moved from Detroit to New York, and I used to go visit him all the time in New York. When I lived in Washington, D.C., I'd take the Metro liner up to New York and have shows up there and hang out with Bill. And he did the greatest, still does, I mean, invisible pass. Just great, you know, just fantastic. And he goes, Willie, he always called me Willie, Willie, I'm going to buy you a book so you can learn to pass. Well, I think I got every book I need to learn to... No. We go walking through Manhattan, and we're walking this block, that block, this block, that block. And we finally go into this little, beautiful little bookstore, and he goes over and buys a book, and he comes over and hands it to me. And it was Zen and the Art of Archery. And he said, read that, and I did. And he was right. It's just a great book, but it's a contemplation on the Zen and the tutelage of this young Zen student, and he was an archer, and he was with these master archers, and he was ready to get going and learn how to shoot a bow. But no, all he learned to do was sweep floors for years and years and years, and then he could draw a bow and draw a bow and draw a bow, you know, and then finally it was just. It's just a great book. I'm not going to try to recall it now. It's been years ago, but it got me to think about the past as, you know, something almost metaphysical. You know, I remember there's a great sleight of hand guy who used to hang around with us with Roger Klaus and all the gang down in Texas. His name was Terry Hampton. He's now a aerospace engineer, but he had some great hands and stuff. But he did a beautiful pass, and he goes, you know, David, I imagine that the cards are just passing through molecule by molecule through each other. That's when I'm practicing, I'm imagining just them magically actually just passing through each other. And so it became a very Zen-like exercise to practice the pass, and I spent a lot of time on it. And I still don't do one of those pretty boy passes that you can just look at and you're not going to see anything. I'd have to find the right angle to be impressive. I'm not one of those guys that can stand there at the magic meeting and fool everybody with my pass because my angles suck. But I do a riffle. The pass I use is a riffle pass, and I've acquired this little rocking motion like that as I riffle. So I want to hide that corner there and this corner here, so I give it a little rock like that. So they're hidden at that moment. So I'm trying to make it natural enough. Like that. I remember Vernon saying, you want to have, as soon as you touch the deck, you want to do the pass. You don't want to be over there fondling the deck and squaring them up and getting ready and doing all this stuff and then pass. As soon as you touch the deck, you should be ready to do it almost immediately, right? So there's no delay. So here's the way I've been doing it for years. I dribble usually. They'll look at a card. I'll just put and it's not subtle at all. My finger, look at that, drive a truck through that break. I get in pass position right there from the dribble. It's not like I hold a little break and then make it wider as I get my hand set. That finger is set now. That pinky, it's all the way in there now. So that I can just square the deck, apparently, and just give it a little riffle and set it down. Because I want it to happen immediately. It goes in the deck, I square them up, and I'm done. So, again, ace of hearts, drop it in the pack. That no good, but anyway. So that's the pass I use. And it just, hopefully, because of the dribble, and Carney makes this point, John Carney, if you don't know who he is, check him out, all his books. John Carney, one of the greatest sleight of hand artists of our generation, a serious student of magic and a great student of Vernon, and he kind of embodies all the lessons that Professor Di Vernon pounded into his students. And one of them is, now John does it from a spread, so when he spreads them, he doesn't square them back up nicely, he squares them kind of loose like that, so you have a reason, a motivation to come over and square the cards, and that's when you do the pass, when your hands are together. Same thing from a dribble. They're messed up, so you have a reason to touch the cards. There's a big no-no in card magic, and you've probably heard about it. It's called squaring the squared deck. If you have a squared deck, there's no reason for this hand to come over and square it some more, like to do a top or to do a side steal or whatever you're going to do. Lift up a. There's no reason. You don't square a squared deck. That puts off a little red light. Keep your hand away from the deck at that point. Don't square a squared deck. So, but you can square a messy deck. So if it's a little bit messy, you have a reason for your hands to come together. And again, it's that little twist. Now, I'm glad you mentioned that because there's a control I've been using. For years, I've been doing this, right? And it was only recently that I realized after the pass, before I assemble the deck, after that, look at this hand. It's in perfect position for the one-hand top palm. It's right there. I don't have to readjust. It's done. My hand is already holding the deck in that position. So my control these days is I'll have a card looked at, I'll square the deck, but then I'll show it to him again. I'll say, now remember it. Square the deck, and then I'll go like that, and then you have it. Because what I do is you do a pass and then immediately show that, apparently offer them their card again. So the timing on it is, there's your card, don't forget it. Do you want, I'm sorry, I'm trying to explain and look at the monitor. There's your card, don't forget it, make sure everybody sees it. Did you want your mom to look at, I don't care, just shuffle them up. And then there you have it. That's the timing on the thing. So you're in one-hand top palm position right after the pass, and then your misdirection, that snaps into your palm as you push that forward. Their eye goes right to that, and that's the third time you've kind of offered them the card in a way. So you don't have to do it 3 times. It could be the second time you do it, just like that. But you're doing a pass and a top palm right after it, like that. So that's a little control. Okay. Oh, I have the coins out. I'll do this trick.
Do you want to explain any of the other things that you did?
What did I do?
Skip over them. Yeah.
The what?
You definitely did.
Oh, ring and roll.
But do you want to do any of the other card ones that should be pretty quick to do?
Yeah. What did I do?
You did a thought of ambitious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You had them just think of a card.
I did. Yeah. What that was the first half of the color stunner kind of thing that I do. So here's what this is. I've been doing 3 routines for years separately. And then one day, just a little light bulb went off in my head when I was working a strolling gig. I went, oh my gosh, they kind of blend it, a little adjustment here, a little adjustment there, and these 3 routines form an act with a bit of a callback. Now, I'll just go through the whole thing really quickly. And I like working from a shuffled deck. Anybody who knows me, I cannot keep a deck stacked for more than 2 seconds. You see this mess over here. My dad, when I was a kid, always bought me little camera cases. Your thumb tips can go here, and your thimbles are here, and your trick coins here. See the little slots here, and you can put your gimmick cards in this little place to keep them flat. Thanks, Dad. After 2 days, all the heavy stuff is at the bottom, basically. That's my system now. It's just a big mess. I can't keep a deck stacked. I cannot keep trick coins, shells and stuff. They get lost, bent, spent. I have to work within the limitations of the way I live. And that's why I always work almost exclusively from a shuffled deck, unless in this one case I add 3 duplicate cards or something. So anyway, all my material can be done pretty much on any surface. I don't use close-up mats. I learned a long time ago, working in restaurants, I just used any table. Derek Dingle picked up my close-up mat when I was a kid, and he goes, it's a crutch, and he threw it, and I never picked it up. He was right. You got to learn how to do zero shuffles on a slick bar. You got to learn how to, do this stuff without a close-up mat. So, shuffle the deck. They shuffle. I glimpse the bottom card after they hand it back to me. I just get a glimpse of the bottom card. I'll either cut or I'll pass that card to the center and hold a break, and then I do a visible I try to force that card on them. In this case, a 6 of spades. I just show it a little bit more than them. It doesn't matter if they don't pick that card. You have lots of outs, but I try to force the 6 of spades on them, and and I just remember that card. Now I square them up, and now I can play with them and look into my eyes and think of the card. And this came about me just table hopping. I just got bored with the material that I was doing that was pre-planned, and I used to just go up to people, shuffle the cards as much as you like, think of a card, and I would just let them name any card. I usually had the Queen of Hearts in my pocket, and a lot of times I go Queen of Hearts, I go bam, okay, next trick. But I just have to create a bunch of outs. That's where this routine came from. It was me making up outs from just saying, think of a card, now what? So I'd go like this. Boom, I've been doing this 20 years, I've never missed, and I put the 6 of spades on the table. But I also remember 3 cards to either side of the 6 of spades. So it's like a little index of 7 cards right there in my hand. I up-jog the 6, I take a quick glance at what's around it, and now I have those right here, and I'm ready to cull one of those to the top if I need to. In this case, he said, I think, ace of spades. I had the 6 right there on the table, and the ace was second from the top, so I called it to the top, right? Now, I'm up to about 80, 85%, I nail it, and which is pretty good. But often I don't, and I'll put that on the table. I'll get a break above their card. Now, even if they say something completely wild that wasn't even one of those 7s, it doesn't matter because I get a little laugh out of it. I go, name any card, and they'll go 4 diamonds. And I go, 20 years, I've never missed. Would you like to change your mind? And they laugh. But meanwhile, I'm looking for the 4 of diamonds. And now, this deck does not have a 4 of diamonds, which is strange. Okay, let's call it 4 hearts. And I'll call that to the top, right? The one to the top. And I go, well, it's not going to work. And then I get a break under this card. I'll put this one on top and find a reason to, and I'll do a double lift. That's it. Magicians go, really? That's lame. Laymen go, what the F? It's very strong. And then what I'll do is steal the top card back. After the revelation, I'll steal that back. We spread the deck out like that and slide that card out under cover of that. So there's the card. And then you just turn your hand, and as you go forward to slide, you just steal that card underneath and toss the single down. So that's the first effect. The second effect is the peek. And again, I'll let them peek. Oh, this would be a good time to... Okay, so they peek at a card, and I'll hold a break. And again, you don't go... Here's the problem. If you say, here, open the deck and take a little peek at the corner of any card. Okay, got it? Good? Okay. Now, too late. Wrong. If the magician thinks everything's okay, then they're going, well, I'm screwed. He said, okay, he's happy with the status quo. He's confident. He's looking good. They know, their interest starts plummeting because you're confident that everything's okay. You actually said, okay, fair enough, okay? Okay, now, doesn't work that way. They don't believe that you don't know where their card is. But if you say, take a little peek, and I push the deck towards them so they actually see one. Then I'll move it back real fast so they get a little glimpse of one. I have my break, and I go, you have to actually see the number and the suit. And meanwhile, while I'm saying that, I'll do one of two things. I'll either kick it out like this, and I'll do a diagonal palm shift like that from a break. I'll come over with the right hand, and I'll bring the cards up like that and make this gesture, and then I'll either put it back on bottom or I'll keep it in my hand, but I've controlled the card. So you go like this. Take a peek. Got it? You have to actually see the number and the suit of one of the 52 cards, otherwise it's just not going to work. And they go, I did see it. And I go, well, I didn't get my finger in the back, so I'm not Harry Potter, so you're going to have to do it again. Hold it open for like 9 minutes this time. Meanwhile, I've controlled it. I put it in my pocket, you know, whatever you need to do. So that's one strategy for that. But I use that a lot. The diagonal palm shift is a great little dodge. Peek at a card. You actually have to see the number and the suit of the card. And they go, I did. And I go, well, here, shuffle. And I'll just hand them the deck with that card palmed, you know, if they're on the right side of the stage. I'll hand them the deck and let them shuffle, and meanwhile you have it held out here. The other way to do it is to do a pass at that point, or a top chain, or a side steal or something. But often I'll do a pass. I'll say you have to see the number and the suit of one of the 52 cards in the pack. Now it's on top. And they go, I did see it. And you go, well, we'll do a different, it's not going to work. So I'm not going to be able to find it. Because you are Mr. Speedy Gonzales with the old thumb there, and I'm not Harry Potter. And I improvise a lot. I might have them shuffle the deck because I put their card behind the 4. I'll just hold a double there, you know, like that, while they're shuffling. And that's the way I'll hold it out. I'll hide it behind the other card that's laying on the table. So you have nothing in your hand. Everything looks fair and square. And then, you know, you just pick it up and put it on top of the deck. And then you can do a top change now. Or what I did, I think for you, what I did was that card was on the table. I palmed off that card, shuffle the cards, and I just add, I'll show you this up close, with a little misdirection. I'll just add that to the one in my hand. So now you have a double there, right? I'm just holding that. And you say, here, take the 4, and I turn it face down and offer it to them. Now it's their card, the 5. And they put it in the deck. It's not here, it's not there. Top palm. All right, I'll just do a top palm as I set the deck down. And what was your card? 5 of hearts, 1 card next to my heart. There it is, your card, the 5 of, uh-oh. What are you holding? Bam, and so it's a little double cross there. So that's the first phase of this like 3-phase routine. I don't want to go into the other phases right now. We'll be here all night, but
cool.
Moving ahead to some other stuff. Let me do the rope routine. Something fell over here. Let me grab this. I shouldn't have thrown it. I don't know why I do this. So dumb. Ow! Okay. So this is based on George Sand's rope sensational routine. A buddy of mine named Bruce Allen, great magician from Dayton, Ohio. We were running around together when we were in our 20s, and he came up with some of this, and I came up with some of this, and we combined it together. And he had a beautiful version of this routine, which was much more artistic, and mine's a little more, like I said, a little table hopper kind of friendly. So here's what I would do. This would be in my back pocket, the extra piece. Along with the ring, I would just stick kind of in my belt behind my back there. And it's really important for me, for the tricks that I do, that I begin clean and end clean. I like all the routines I do pretty much. You begin and end perfectly. Everything can be, I want stuff to be, look, check it out. And at the end, I want to be able to go like that, check everything out. There's no ditching or holding out, if possible. It's my goal. Check it out. They examine the rope. I do this on stage, and once they examine it, they go, yeah, okay. I go, okay, so look okay? Yeah? Okay, good. Check it again. Because, and I make this long speech about how you think that this is not important, and later people are going to be coming up to me, you going, oh, well, it must have been a magnet in the rope, because the stuff you did after you checked it out, and I double down on his responsibility. And he's all right, you know, and I'm yelling at him and stuff. So I make this kind of my presentation point, like it's about the rope. Okay, check out the rope. And it just makes the trick stronger when weird stuff starts to happen with the rope. Now I say, does anybody have a ring or a bracelet? Now I go behind my back, and I'm going to add that short piece when I grab the ring. The problem is, if you go behind your back with nothing sticking out the top of your hand, and you come out with the ring, and you get a round of applause because the growing rope effect, look at that, all of a sudden you have 7 inches of rope sticking out the top of your hand that wasn't there before. There's always one guy who notices stuff like that. There's always one guy. I don't ever want that guy to catch me. So what I do is I have the other end sticking out the top of my hand, the other end, when I go behind my back. Now I drop that end. They don't know which end I've dropped. So now they can't say that things look different because I could have dropped the other end. Anyway, so you've added on your short piece now. Sometimes I'll just have the ring in the case, and I'll just reach into the case and do it that way. So they examine the rope. Now I have them examine the ring, and I tie this false knot. And this was a version of the knot that, my name's just slipped me as I get older. And, I can't believe it. John Cornelius, Fizz and Flash, remember him? Great sleight of hand guy. He published this. I think it was in Mum, or maybe it was Linking Ring, but he published this. It was a very nice, if you watch this end, here's the fake rope, here's the short rope. This end, it's almost a persistence of vision thing. Goes under the hand, and then apparently comes out the top of the hand. So there's a logic to it, everything flows, but it's just a very nice way of tying that false knot. Then you continue tying the knot here. So it looks like you've just tied a knot in the rope, but you've tied the short end around the long end. So I just remember reading that version of his knot. It just looks so nice in his hand because you can do it slowly. It's just very elegant. What you're doing is you're grabbing that one in the middle, if your left hand is face up, like scissors, you grab it in the center. Now you rotate your hand face down. Your thumb will touch them in the center of the X, and then you rotate up again. And watch this end enters the bottom of the hand. And then this end will switch, come out the top of the hand as you kick that end in the other direction. So you go. Then you pretend to do a little tug, and that looks great. But that's the position you're really in. And then you're not in any hurry here because I'm having them examine the ring while I tie the knot. Now, what I used to do, because I need the knot to be about here for this trick, I used to move the knot down as I'm talking, and people go, yay, sliding knot, my favorite trick. It's like, that doesn't look natural. Of all people, Vernon shared this. He showed me this. This was, he said Silent Mora showed him this subtlety. You hold the knot, right? You're holding the knot. Let me put the ring here. And the right hand, the hand holding the two ends, the right hand moves like that. Isn't that nice? That's just such a lovely little subtlety. That's why I love Vernon. Yeah. That's a prime example of a Vernon touch. He said Silent Mora. He's always saying Silent Mora, Silent Mora. Silent Mora was a blabbermouth apparently. Everything was like couldn't shut up. Not so silent. Anyway, but I always like that little moment. So grab the ring, and you're going to basically unlink it right now. You're holding the ends here, the index finger. So I'm going to turn the ring over and clip it, and then I'm going to move the end of the rope out of the ring, so I'm actually holding the ring outside the rope. The trick is done. But you don't want them to know that yet, so you create a confusing image. Reach through the ring, grab some rope, then I drop it, I twist, grab some more rope here. So you have this little knot here. They can't tell if it's on or off at this point. And I would stand here if I was working at trade shows. A ring is a symbol of a commitment, and we're committed to chronic cancer pain relief here at the, so a big pharma, blah, 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 whatever it is. I don't know, whatever. Here at the, I hope they have the name of the booth on the booth. Here at Chevron, it's like, oh, God. Anyway. And then, boom, and there's your first effect. Pause. Now, I'm going to re-grip here so that you're going to actually link the ring as you take it into the right hand. So you put it into the right hand and it's on. But they don't know that. It's just like you're holding it in order to grab here so they can focus on the knot. So now if I toss it towards the knot, it just flies through the air and apparently links back on in midair. So that's your second effect. Now it's back on, right? Now, one of my favorite moments, Matt, you always have these little moments. It's like dropping the card on the floor and picking it up, or pressing the wrinkle out of the thing, the peripheral effects. This is a great one. And this comes from my friend John Swamley from West Virginia. I used to hang out with him when I lived up in Washington, D.C. Used to run around together with good friends up there, John Eakin. And this is his idea, and it's really great. You have another little piece in your pocket, and you just simply go, let me get my scissors, and you thumb palm it, and you come out, and I have a thumb palm. You apparently show a pair of scissors. I'll put this here. And here's the secret. I cut the rope, boom, And when their eyes follow that piece that fell, all you do with this hand, there's nothing. You just take that and move your hand away, right? It's such a great thing. Boom, great little dodge. So there, pause, and now get my thumb under here because I want that thing to fly. I really want to flick it. So I get that under there because I'm going to flick this thing. It looks funnier. Don't just cut it and let it fall. You've got to flick it in the air. So I come over like this, and I'll flick the little piece as you cut like that. And it's just a great moment. Again, it's on the laugh, because I cut the rope. I go, scissors cutting the rope. You people act like you see this stuff every day. You're just sitting there. I'm sorry, it's not 3D, and it's just such a throwaway. So strong, my favorite. That's the whole reason I do this trick, is for that one little moment, because it gets such a great reaction. Thank you, John Swomley.
Yeah, it was great.
All right.
That's a great addition for anybody that does that. I remember that because Marv Leventhal and I used to do the Minotaur magazine, and we published John's thing. Yeah, we published.
What did he call that? Twice cut or something like that?
Yeah, Twice cut. I think it was Twice cut.
Yeah, something.
But was it you or John that used to clip it, bring it up, and snip it out there?
That was probably him.
Might have been him.
That was him. He had a nice touch on it.
It was a nice little touch on it. I love it flipping up in the air, but if you don't mind,
show. Please.
But I can just show.
Yeah.
Just so people know, I don't need to do the ring because the ring would actually throw me off.
Oh, okay.
But the nice thing about that what John did is that when he had it there, when he had it added after taking the first one off, is he would come over and clip those two pieces.
That's
like this,
right.
Pull it up and then snip it off.
Oh, like nice.
And they'd see it fall out.
Really?
So it looked really kind of cool. So he'd cut it once. He'd come over and he'd go, "Oh, you don't think they're sharp? Yeah, they're plenty sharp."
Oh,
like
nice.
Cool. So anyway.
Very good. John Swomley.
Yep.
Thank you, John. Okay. Cool. Okay. Where were we? Oh, yeah. And then, guys like John Swomley and there's so many, I look at all the tricks I could do, and I could attach a name to every little subtlety, every little thing. I would have, for one trick, I could have a dozen names to thank for that trick.
Mm-hmm.
If you did your research and you stop and think, you go, yeah, it was Roger Clowes who showed me that, and John Carney told me that, and Darwin Ortiz told me never come over the top of the deck to square to get like if you have an in-jog card, right? If you have an in-jog card and you want to get a break, that's no good to do like that because you've got this 20 pounds of meat and bone to come over just for one little card. It's just too much cover for squaring a square deck. So if you have a card in-jogged and you want to get a break, his subtlety was so nice, he'd use the back of his finger. He'd come over and just square the deck like that. But actually what you're doing is you're lifting, just slightly lifting, so you can gain the break like that. But it's such a nice, innocent thing, just a little move like that, much better than coming over to lift up half the deck to get a break. Things like that, and I think about all these guys, and it's a great way to kind of thank all your mentors and all the people who influenced you, That's what I always tell this. It's like, it's the little things that keep me excited about magic. It's all the little touches. Vernon used to talk about it. It's all about the details, And I always think about I'll tell you later during the cups and bowls. But anyway, okay, where were we? Oh yeah, so cut the rope, and then the finale is really nothing. It's taken straight from George Sand's routine. I make a loop with the big rope, double up the small rope like that. Looks like you switch ends, and I put the two ends in my pocket because I wanted to end clean. Bruce had another very nice ending, but this is the way I would end. And go boom, there's one, there's two, and the middle being in the pocket, everything can be examined. That's it. Bring it up. Thank you.
And apparently, just to kind of set the record straight, Zombie's written in again and told us that Harry Anderson actually came up with that knot tying thing. It's one of those disputed moves that John Cornelius published, and Harry made.
Really? Yeah. I love it. Controversy over the rope knot.
Over tying a knot.
Really?
Fair enough.
See, there you go. Yep. All right. Wow. I hate the internet. People can find stuff out.
Yeah, I don't know. One way or the other, it's a great move. Thanks both to Harry and John.
Yeah.
Harry for coming up with it and trying to keep it a secret, and John for publishing it. And now everybody's going to be mad at me because I said
that's all right. That's all right. Okay. Well, we can do anything at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to do something fun?
Yeah. What?
Go back and do some fun magic stuff.
Magic stuff?
Magic stuff, yeah.
Okay.
And we have requests if you want to do it.
Okay, give me a request.
I don't know if you want to do any of these. Aunt Mary's Terrible Secret.
Oh.
5 cards in 5 glasses.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah?
Across the street is a Goodwill.
Yeah?
And I bought 5 wine glasses.
5 wine glasses.
And I washed them, and they're over there in the sink.
Yeah.
So if somebody wanted to grab those 5 wine glasses, I'll show you this little
Are they
thing.
there?
This is kind of cool.
Fantastic. Do you want help with that? One person can't carry 5 glasses. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to help.
All right.
That's a great trick. We'll probably need to dry them off too.
This is so cool. So you guys are actually there in your underwear and your laptops watching this. Amazing. I know. You are? Soap bubble. Soap bubble. Oh, no, that's not good. Thank you.
We'll be starting the cheese service soon.
No, the cheese started as soon as I came on. We've been serving cheese all night. Okay.
All right, I think we're good.
Bang. Okay. Dun. Boom. Let the. Bam. All right. Let's get it in. Oh, this is going to be weird. Maybe I need more people for this, I guess. I don't know. Is this going to be all right? Hi. Do people want to participate?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Well, here's the way this works. Actually, I don't know if you'd have to get up. Somebody call stop.
Shut up.
Remember your cards. I'm not supposed to see him, am I? Okay.
Is that how it goes?
Yeah. Here. This will be yours, Andrew. Okay? And this will be yours, Rosie. Yes? Go ahead and take those if you can, and hand that to your seatmate if you need to. Don't let me see him. Don't let me see him. Remember your cards. Everybody remember them? We don't need the deck anymore. Gather them all up. Jeremy, right? Jeremy? Jacob, I'm sorry. Let's go Jeremy. That's all I'm going to remember. It's now Jeremy. No, Jacob. Gather all the cards up and shuffle them up. Gather all the cards up and shuffle them up. Oh, I got big bucks here. Big bucks. Mix them up, mix them up, mix them up. We don't know who belongs to which card. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you guys can just stay there in your seats for this. And everybody knows what your card is, right? And you probably know where it is, but I don't. I don't know what it is or where it is or. Here's the deal. You know what? I'll stand up for this so everybody can see. $4 or $5, which is going to be given out today. Somebody is actually going to win this money, believe it or not. And you each may go home with a whole $1 if you play this right. So it's all about poker face. I'm going to go over the cards. I'm going to show the cards one at a time. I'm going to ask each of you, is this your card? And I want you all to say the word no. One of you will be bluffing, and I will try to determine who's bluffing. You can say N-O or K-N-O-W, but don't say, that's not mine. I need a control word, and it's the word no. Fair enough? Okay, there's a 9. Is that yours? Andrew? Rosie?
No. No. Nope. No.
Was that a nope? The 9, I'm going to say it's this one. And if I'm wrong, don't tell me if I'm wrong yet. I may make changes. You win a buck. If I'm wrong, but I may change my mind. Here we go. There's a 7.
No.
No. No. No. No.
You guys are good. I'm going to say the 7 is here. You, Rosie. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, you win a buck. There's the 3. Is that yours?
No.
No. No. Nope. No.
That was easy, Andrew. You gave it away. Your nose twitched. You have the 3. Okay, the last one. Oh, second to last. 4 of hearts. Is that yours?
No. 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 No.
Again?
No.
No. No. No.
No.
I'm going to say that 4 is yours, And the last one, the 8, obviously has to be yours by default. I'm pretty happy with my selections. How many did I get right? Wait, raise your hand if I got it right. Now, how many did I get? No, if I got it right, raise your hand. Nobody's raising their hands here. Are you serious? I got none right?
You got none right.
You're all just saying that because you're money-grubbing people.
Exactly.
You just want to keep the money. Now, I'm being honest. If I got it, raise your hand. Okay, what was yours, Andrew? What was yours? What was yours?
4 hearts.
What was yours?
8 of hearts.
And what was yours?
The 3 of hearts.
There it is. You are all going to lie to me. You want my, here, take the money. You obviously need it more than I do. It's not true. I need it more than you do. There's another $1 down there. Okay. Okay. Boy, I've had so much fun with this thing. This is, again, one of those tricks that you do maybe after, at a cocktail party, afterwards. I would do it at corporate events. And after I would do my cocktail party magic, the usual routine was I'd do a little walk-around magic. Then I'd do my stage show, like stand-up comedy magic show for 40 minutes after dinner. And then I'd say, hey, tonight, guys, grab a drink over there in the corner. We're going to clear off the table, and I'm going to do a little gambling demonstration, teach you a couple card tricks. And I would teach a couple simple card tricks, but do this whole pseudo-gambling demonstration, and this would be part of it. And so here's the deal on this. From a shuffled deck, that's what I like about it. It's only 5 cards. Oh, I shouldn't have wrinkled the bills. I'm going to describe the trick now. That was dumb. Usually, when I was back in the 90s, when I had money, it'd be $100 bills. Today, ones. So here's the deal. They would shuffle the deck, and then you memorize 5 cards, which is harder for me the older I get. But I would shuffle while I'm talking and while we're just kind of goofing off, and I would shuffle and I remember 5 cards. And they have to be different cards, or otherwise I get confused. So I go 2, there's a 2, Queen, King, 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. Let me just remember that. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. The Queen, King might throw me off, but I'll remember the Queen, King, Joker. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. Okay. So now they're on top in that order. I put 5 cards on top of them. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. And then I'll in-jog a card and shuffle off. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. And I'm saying that over and over in my head. And now I leave that in-jog card there, and I'll just set those down while I get my money out, and I'll arrange my glasses, and then we're going to try something here. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. In my head, I'm saying that over. Now you do a dribble force, and I do, look at Darwin's subtlety, how nicely that works out. I'll just square in the back, and I have my break under, above my 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker, and then there's 5 cards above that. Call stop, somebody.
Stop.
Boom. Then we stop right there, and I throw these. This is a subtlety I read from a Harry Lorraine book, and I think it was Charles Black. I'm not sure who's subtlety, or it might be Christ subtlety. I'm not sure. But I loved it because you're throwing out 5 cards, these X cards. And while I'm doing it, I'm saying to myself, 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. Each of you remember your card. I go, oh, I'm not supposed to see him. Yeah. And that feels like a real moment. Now, here's your force cards. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. And if you set it up right and you're casual enough, they'd never dream that you know what those cards are. So they look at their cards and they each know what their card is. And I'm just saying to myself, 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker, so it stays in my short-term memory. 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker, 2 Queen, King, 4 Joker. Okay, shuffle them up. And they could shuffle them up as much as they want now. I love this because it really is just 5 cards, 5 bills, 5 glasses, and the one-ahead principle. The greatest principle in magic. It's a bunch of double lifts. Double lift from a small packet. Brother John Hammond. Great. So beautiful. You don't need a break. You do not get it. There's no get ready. That's what I love about it. Here's what you're going to do. First of all, first thing you do is you show the cards. Now everybody has now identified where their card is. Number 4 knows their card's on top. Number 2 knows their card's on bottom. I don't care where any card is. All I have to do is look at the bottom card. I'll peek it in my heel as I squeeze a little bit. So all I have to remember is the 2 of hearts, my key card. That's all I have to remember. 2 of hearts is on the bottom. That's all I have to remember. When I spread those bills out, I bottom deal that 2 of hearts under the spread while I'm showing the money and explaining the game. So the 2 is there. So I'm displacing the 2. Now when I square them up and set them aside, The 2 is now on top. So I've displaced one card. And everything will make sense to everybody, even if they remembered the entire the order of the cards. Now you're going to do a double lift. And for a double lift from a small packet from Brother John Hammond looks like this. You're squeezing all 5. You push over by using the friction here of your first finger, pushing over 4. See how 4 move together because your index finger creates friction, so your thumb is pushing 4 cards squared. Now watch that second finger comes up and acts as a brake. Now I'm also holding with my right hand here, right? I'm dragging with my right hand apparently. But that second finger applies the brakes on the bottom card of that 4 packet, and now I'm pushing 3 cards. And now the third finger comes in and applies friction to that bottom of that 3 card pile, and now I'm holding 2 cards. And now you can turn those 2 cards over as 1, and the 4 is still on top, apparently, but I know it's the 2 of hearts. And to turn it face down, you do the same move. So that's the move, and it's just it's very natural. There's no get ready. It's very smooth. And I put that 2, queen, king, 4, joker, right? Mm-hmm. So I say, okay, I think the 4, I'm miscalling it because it is yours. And this person's going, yes, I had the 2, right? Which is on the bottom. That's what they're thinking. I may change my mind. I'm not sure. Now, double lift again, and it's real. Oh, by the way, all these bills are in my other hand while I'm doing this. Same thing, you just have to do it one less finger. So now you push your triple, push your double, and turn it face up. And it's just a bunch of double lifts. No, 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 no. Now I know that's the 4 is actually on top because of 2, queen, king, 4. So I go, I think the queen is yours, but it's really the 4. Double lift now is very simple from 3 cards, joker. But it's really the queen. 2, queen, king. I think you had the joker based on your, and I'm not presenting it very well here, but I go into the eyes and the dilation of the pupil. How come your finger's tapping so much? That's what I thought, and I have a lot of fun with trying to detect who's bluffing. Now, here's the problem. You can't do a double lift. You have 2 cards left, so there's a switch. What I'm going to do is pull like a bottom deal. You're going to pull the bottom card out and turn it face up. The nice thing is the edges of the bills cover that, so they can't see which card really. They can't see your fingers dig underneath. And I'm going to pull that bottom card out and flip it face up. And that's, again, on the offbeat. I'm not looking at my hands when I do it. I go, now it's getting tougher as I come down. So the king is now showing. And the joker is underneath it, the one they think is here. And I know the joker goes here. So here's the switch. I go, is that yours? No, 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 no. Now watch this. Here's the switch. It's a little choreographed movement, and it takes a little practice. I'm going to grab that king like a stud deal. Turn my right hand palm down, and I grab the king so it's overlapping. So when I turn my hand palm down, see how you have a card, bill, bill. See how the card's sticking out? The left side of the card's sticking out there, and it's clipped. I turn that face down. Now it looks like I'm just going to move this bill and put it here. That's what it should look like. But what you're actually doing is kind of a top change. Watch what I'm doing. I'm squaring this card underneath that. I'm taking both that king and the bill together, like that, and switching that and putting it there. But it looks very innocent. It looks like the same card. It's a persistent vision thing. So you show the king, is that yours? No, 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 no. And while you're not looking at your hands, you go, I think it's yours.
If you do it again, you were covered from that view.
Let me do it again. Let me do it again.
Close up. Yeah.
Yep.
If you can do it right there, that'd be great.
Like that. Now I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at the monitor. Like that and like that.
There you go.
All right. And then you say the king, I believe, is yours, and the joker goes in its rightful place. And finally, I'll now name the card that I looked at the beginning. I'll go, and the 2 is obviously yours, and you miscall the king. And now is when I turn them around. And I just love this ending of snatching away those bills. How many did I get right? Raise your hand. None? Are you kidding me? What was yours? 2, queen, king, 4, joker. There you go.
You can set them all over here.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me do another one. I need somebody who doesn't really know magic, though. It'd be fun to get a layman, but we don't have any. Everybody's either with a magician or who'd you come with? Are you a magician? See, that's the point. Even if you've been around magic a little bit, that's the thing.
It is a problem, isn't it?
I always thought it would be fun to.
Well,
we're in Columbus.
Pretty much everybody here has seen a lot.
I know, but
of
we have a street. Is there any way we can just grab somebody?
Well, that's. I wouldn't,
let's just
I wouldn't
do-
recommend it. I mean,
I
it's,
know.
You know that's just. If you.
Well, is there anybody out here? Hello. Hey. Excuse me. What are you doing? Hi. We're doing a film in here. We're making a little magic thing.
Okay.
Hi. You guys want to see a magic show? We're doing.
No, watch it right.
Come on. It's creepy and weird and it's fun, and we'll pay you. Get a haircut, hippie. Okay. Come on in, sir. Yeah. It'll be this. What's your name?
Ty.
Ty, how are you? What are you doing? You just out for a walk, or you're going
Bar hopping.
Bar hopping. Is this your first stop? Welcome to the friendliest bar in town, everybody. This is Ty. We're doing a filming of a magic show, and we're all a bunch of magicians, and we needed somebody who doesn't know. Do you know who Chris Angel is?
I've seen him on TV.
Okay, you can leave. No, stay in here. Stay in here. You want to see a couple magic tricks while you're here?
Why not?
Yes! Give it up for Ty. We didn't set this up or anything. We've never met before. This is real, folks. Ty just came in off the street. Ty, sit down here. And I just want to thank you so much for coming in. And here's some silver dollars. And that's a nice watch. We'll just keep that on your wrist at all times. Apollo Robbins, where are you? All right, never mind. I'm keeping the money. Ty, anyway, what do you do for a living? That's fascinating. It's not about you, Ty. It's, no, I'm going to show you. Keep the money. No, it's fun. No, my name is David Copper-Blangel, and I was going to watch 85%. Ty, I want you to look at the cards. Think of anyone you see, but don't say it out loud. Do you have one in mind?
Yeah.
Don't say it. Make a mental picture in your eyes. Got it?
Yeah.
Let me in, Ty. Let me in. No, come here. Ty, it's all right. It's all right. You have a lot of product up there. That's like not even moving. I'm going to put the card you're thinking of right there. For the first time, Ty, name the card you thought of.
10 of clubs.
Do you know what a call is? I mean, do you know? A call is a place in your mind where things go that you care about. It goes right to the top of your brain. And you don't have double vision. That's a single right there, buddy. Look at that. 10 of clubs. Thank you. God damn it! All right. Ty, I'm going to show you another one. It gets better from here, Ty. Don't worry. Just relax. Here, I'll show you one. Do me a favor. What do you do for a living? What's your job?
I'm vet tech.
Vet tech. Yes. I got something that I need you to look at in a minute. A little guy I brought with me who is having a trouble. This is your perfect guy. Vet tech. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Now here, take this. And I want you, Ty, to clean out the cup. Pretend that it was holding a St. Bernard, and the owner took it home after its rabies test, and you have to clean up after it. Yeah, there you go. So, oh crap, I better get ready. Oh yeah, I'm going to hitch up my pants here because I lost a little weight recently. Okay, thank you. Yeah, just set it down. Oh, no, not there. You got to clean the saucer too. Clean the saucer. That's all right. What are you thinking? You never worked in a restaurant. Both sides. Yeah, what were you thinking? Put the saucer on top of the cup. Put the saucer on top of the cup. It's a little backwards. Yeah, put the plate right there. Perfect, Ty. That was good. Ty, you could pick any object on the table. What condiment do you enjoy? Tartar sauce, ketchup?
Perhaps some salt.
Okay, your choice. That's not a force, folks. Some magicians do tricks with 52 objects. What's confusing? You're a vet tech at a magic show. Come on. 4 coins. I use 500,722 grains of salt. Okay, ready? Watch this.
Very tedious.
No, we'll do them all at once. 400,000, 500,000, 600, 700, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, crap! One too many! Ty, would you open your hand? I'm going to reach in there and give you that grain of salt. Just keep that for later. Take the magic wand, Ty, if you would. No, I have one right here. I'm sorry. I got a magic wand right here. I know it looks like part of the hanger at the Drake Inn where you keep the pants in the closet, but it's not. That's a magic wand, East African Coca-Cola wood, ritual prayer stick used in ceremonies around the globe. Wave that over my hand, just like a little Harry Potter there. Say the magic words, hope to heck it works, and all 500,722 grains of salt disappear. Top it. Boom. No thumb tip. Look at that. Boom. Into the pocket. This one goes there, and then they change places like that. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you. Ow. Okay, Ty. Okay. Ding. Take the cup and the saucer together, Ty. Cup and the saucer together. Stand up on your hind legs, Ty. Saucer, 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 saucer. Higher, higher. Saucer up. Cup down. Saucer up. Okay. Cup up, 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 up. Saucer over. Cup up, up, down, down, down. Pouring, pouring. Slowly, slowly. Slowly, Ty. Slowly. 500,721.22 grains of salt. Come here. Sit down. You're not going anywhere. Ty, we're going to tie. Stay in here. Okay. I'll show you the oldest trick. Oh, no. Ooh.
It's like fancy.
Yeah, we're not going to use those. They're too fancy, Ty. We're going to use these. Okay, examine the cups. Check them out. Make sure there's no trapdoors, escaping gases, mirrors or strings, or Scientology. Anyway, check them out, Ty. Do they look all right to you?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the oldest trick in magic, the trick that fooled the pharaohs. That's a street gang from Dayton, Ohio. They love this trick. You've met the magic wand. I'll set that on the floor. Okay, now I'll pick it up. Ty, watch the magic wand. As hypnotic-like, it flows through the fingers of the magician. Now, here's the idea, Ty. The little ball. Wow, bounce, no bounce. That one don't bounce.
It's a bounce, no bounce table.
Yeah, it's a bounce, no bounce table, I think. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Jacob. Jeremy. Steve. Well, it doesn't really matter. Watch the little ball, Ty. When I wave the magic wand, it becomes so small. Then it vanishes. Before your very eyes. Crap. There's another one. Watch it go. Did you see it go, Ty?
No.
That's because you're watching too close. We gotta fog up your glasses a little bit. But when I blow on it, it disappears like that. Bam! There they are, Ty. Watch as they change places in midair, mystically and magically, traveling from place to place. Bam! Thank you. Okay, now he's not impressed. Ty, let me try that again. Ty, watch the cup. You lift this cup. I'll lift this cup. Boom! Yay! Ty! No individual clapping. Watch. There's a hole in the bottom of the cup. Darn it. Wasn't moving. You can actually push your finger right through the... just kidding. Okay. No. It really does. You know what? Let me get rid of one of these to make it less confusing to follow. In fact, I'll get rid of both of them. This is an old gambling game from years ago, Ty. One goes in the pocket, one under the cup. How many under the cup? A lot of people say 2. They'd be right if they said 2. I'll do that again. 1, 2. There's it's a kind of a scam thing here. Works with any cup. The coffee cup? No. Okay. Here, take the magic wand. Tap the cup and it'll go inside like that. Or there might be 2. It's up to you. No, it doesn't matter. No, seriously. Take the magic wand and tap one of the cups. Don't hammer it like that. Those things are expensive. What? Ty! I got my potato. What? I can't believe it, Ty. Give it up for Ty. He's a wonderful human being. I don't understand where all those things come from. No! Okay. And untie you, Ty. Well, we're a bunch of magicians, and now we're going to learn how those are done. So get out. Give it up for Ty. Thank you, Ty. Thanks for being a wonderful... Take care of those pets. Seriously, man. Thanks very much. Just tell me what bar you're going to be at, and I'll buy you a drink, okay? I'll probably catch you down there later. Thanks a lot. Take care. Don't tell any cops what you saw in here. Okay. All right. Wow, that was Ty, everybody. It's better with a layman who doesn't react than a magician who doesn't react. All right. What do we do now? I don't know, Dan. Why do you make me do these things? Okay. Oh.
I'm not even sure what you just did.
I don't know what happened there. Salt trick's a good trick. I'll talk about that.
That's a great trick.
Whoa, that's when I did table hopping for years. And it's a great, again, one ahead principle, right? Greatest principle in magic. This is just useless. All right.
It's the 5,684 ahead.
Yeah, 5,700. Here's the deal on this. I learned a lot of lessons doing this trick about magic because it changed so much over the years. And I learned a lot about timing and misdirection. And one thing I learned was, well, first thing I learned, to do this trick, you need to wear underwear, which changed my life right there. That was a big life changer. Because you're going to hide the thumb tip under, what I would do is hide it under my belt line like that. But it would fall down my pants, right? If I didn't catch it with something, didn't make a little pocket. And, you know, that was embarrassing the first day. You walk to a table. Hi, how are you? I'm the wandering magician. Would you like to see what I got? And they're like, no, we don't want to see. So here's what I do. Take a thumb tip, fill it half full of salt, make sure your thumb still fits in there, and then you grab your underwear and your jeans and your pants and you do a double lift, right? You pull two away, and then you push some shirt in, and then you release the elastic band of the underwear, and then you push the shirt in the rest of the way. So now you have a little pocket that you've created there for the thumb tip, so it won't fall down your pant leg, and it doesn't go any further than that little fold you made under your waistband of your knickers. Now, here's what you don't do. You don't say, and I learned this the hard way, you don't say, make sure the cup is empty. Well, they're going to go, oh. Yeah, you don't come over to the table, hi, how are you? Here's a trick with an empty cup and a shaker of salt. They're going to go, well, 1 + 1 = 2. Okay, I'm going to burn that because the salt's going to be in the cup. They put it together. They're not dumb.
And I don't know, did we mention that there's salt in the tip already? Did we mention that?
Yeah, fill it full of, wake up, Dan. Yeah, stop. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, I'm just
playing
recovering.
Candy Crush on this iPad over there. Yeah, you fill the thumb tip half full of salt. The nice thing about this routine is, like I said, if you go table to table to table, each trick sets up the next table because you have it full of salt and you don't have to refill. You know, it's a perfect management of that. So anyway, you don't say, make sure the cup is empty. Don't even say the word empty because that implies full. I say, hey, do me a favor. Our dishwasher just quit. Actually, he didn't quit. He's out doing magic tricks at the tables. He shouldn't be out there doing that. Clean out the cup. We're auditioning. And they clean the cup. And while they're doing that, I do this move that my father, the farmer from Cedarville, Ohio, taught me. There we go. The old Williamson pants hitch like that. And that's when I steal the thumb tip like that in my left hand. Now, I finger palm it basically like that while I'm talking to them. It's just held very comfortably and naturally. They always do this. They always clean the cup inside and out, and they always put it back, boom, right on the saucer. Because there's a little indentation, a target, that's where it lives. They always do that. And that's when you act like, no, no, no. And they go, huh? Saucer too. And they go, oh, so they're going to clean the saucer. Your left hand now has permission to touch the cup, which means it's perfectly motivated, perfectly natural, and what that means is they don't remember it. It wasn't unusual in the least. No, no, no. Saucer too. It's just a convenient move. And that's when you dump all the salt right into the white porcelain cup. It's like black art in reverse. They don't see anything. I've never been nailed on that. Even though if somebody were staring here, they could see it go in. Never. Because I do it now. Boom. And I set that down. And then you do time misdirection and distance misdirection. You step away, you do a tamari, you step away. They will swear you never touched the cup. And you even say later on, I've never touched the cup. You lie. Never came near it, never touched it. Clean the saucer, both sides, and then put the saucer. And as I'm doing this, you're just inching back further and further as if it's completely sealed. I haven't been near it. I'm not going to touch it. And now you don't go, and now we'll take some salt. You say, give me something, applesauce. What do you have, cherry tomatoes, leftover shrimp? Give me something, milk, something, condiment of some salt. And you end up with the salt. You either force it or you grab it or something. But don't make it a foregone conclusion that this is a trick with salt. It could be anything, and they should feel that way. All right. Now, pour the same amount. Here is the worst thing to do. The worst thing to do would be to go like that. right, like it's a silk vanish and make it vanish. To stick your thumb inside the top of the, right in the hole. That's no good. There was a great Polish manipulator, and his name was Salvano. Passed away, but he was great. He was wonderful. He was a real gentleman and very suave European. And he did this lecture in London years ago, and he did this move. And I also, Slidini, do similar thing. Kick out the thumb tip out the back of the hand. So you're here, but you kick it out the back. And look how natural this is. The hand comes over to just to brush 1 or 2 grains of salt off. That's the reason for the hands to come together. But the thumb tip just goes in the back, steals the thumb, and you're out. That's the steal. And to me, that's just elegant. That's just beautiful. That's the way it should be done. Nothing moves here because you've already kicked it out and it's hidden here. I don't do it that way. I go in the top. Like I said, you should, because Roger Klaus, another great teacher of mine, a mentor, and a wonderful, devious, evil, sleight of hand man. He passed away recently. It's very sad, but you know, I spent some time with Roger, and he was one of those guys who would always go the extra mile. And he always had these extra evil touches to really mess you up. And I'll just tell you one story. I was at a TAOM convention years ago. I was like 15 or 17 years old in Dallas, and my floor was up on the 30th floor of the Hilton, and he was down in the lobby, and he was telling me that he could roll any number called from this pair of dice. And he'd pick up this pair of dice, and he'd click them in his hand. And you hear him in there clicking, 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 and he'd roll them out. Say any number. 6. No. I'll try again. 7. And he goes, it's this table. If I had a close-up, Matt, I could do this. And I go, oh, I have one. It's up in my room. Well, go get it. And I run to the elevator, and ding, and I'm waiting with that music, you know, hurry up, go all the way, run to my room at the end of the hall and get my close-up mat and go back down, get on the elevator, music, 5 minutes go by, and I can't wait to say, why, must have more drag or something, friction, I can't be magnets, I don't know, and put it down, he's there, oh yeah, and he was drinking, he said, okay, let me try this again, puts the dice in his hand, click, 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 name a number, 4, boom. The dice are gone. Boom, they're really gone. I literally fell out of my chair. I was like, what? I was so surprised. My chair tipped over and the back of my head hit the floor there in the Atrium restaurant. He could make his bones click in his hand and sound like dice rattling together. He had that ability. Click, 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 just by going like that. So he would take dice, put them in his hand, make that sound with his bones. So you assume you got used to that sound. He'd condition you. Nah, can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. If I had a close-up, Matt, now he could have just fooled me right there, and it would have been great, right? But what did he do? If I had a close-up, Matt, I got one in my room. Nah, let me just try it one more time. Boom. He didn't choose that. He's like, yeah, go get the close-up, Matt. Who does that?
Roger used to do that, yeah.
But that's why I'm still talking about it today.
That's right.
It's like a gift he gave me.
Every time
it's a gift he gave me. If he would have just done the vanish, I wouldn't remember it. I wouldn't be talking about it.
But every time that he would do that, that's the thing. He would take that little touch, because it was just a little something that he could do, and he could have just thrown it away.
Yeah.
But no, it was always, oh, this surface isn't right.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
We need something that's a little
Yeah. He milked it, and he made it special, you know, and he went the extra mile. What's the point? That's the kind of guy I'm talking about. That's Roger Klaus, and this is his idea. I pour 1 too many grains of salt in my hand. I go, oops, 1 too many. And I go into the hand with index finger and thumb, and I do what's... But now it's natural. Now it's a gag. I come out with the thumb tip, and I'm holding it right in front of their face as if I have 1 grain of salt. I drop it right in their hand, and I didn't finish college. I never made a lot of money. So for me to stand there in front of a federal judge or a lawyer or a doctor and wiggle that thumb tip right under their nose just completes me, right? I live for those moments. It's like, yes, you could buy and sell me, but you have no idea there's a plastic thumb under. Who's superior now? Solicitor? Okay, anyway. That's just my own problem. So anyway, so you here, hold that. And now, what you don't do is you don't go, let me get my magic wand, because anytime you go darting into your pocket without a reason, if I just went in there and came out with a magic wand, they'd have their alarms up, and then they go, oh, it's just this wand. But the alarms went up, and that's not good. So you go, take the magic wand and wave it over my hand. And they're going, what magic wand, you moron? And I go, oh, now they know. They know why. They're not even concerned. They know why my hand's fishing around there. Now here's when I was table hopping. Today I just drop it in my pocket. When I was table hopping, I would go under my jacket, and watch what happens. I stick the thumb tip, boom, right back in my waistband. Then I would come up, grab the wand, and out. And right now, as far as I'm concerned, the trick is over, and I am reset for the next table, right here. I'm set. I'm done. The rest is all presentation. The rest is all pure presentation. So this is the time to be a farmer and milk the effect, right? You know. So now you can do whatever you want. You know. Whatever magical moment, and again, I learned this stuff. It was over months and years of doing this that you learn these things, because you go, okay, look in the cup, and they'd go, I don't see anything. Where's the magic, Mr. Magic? There's nothing in there. And I'm like going, face palm, So
Now you got to pick all that up.
yeah, I will. No, Just give me a broom. Oh, look at that. What a mess. So now I do this whole anticipation thing, and this is such a lovely applause cue, and the people at other tables see what's going on. It's just a nice moment. Boom. And there you have it. Thank you. Okie dokie. Yeah, you mentioned Aunt Mary's Terrible Secret, which is a card routine that it's kind of complicated. It's a 3-phase routine. It's a gambling-based routine. You deal through an entire deck of cards 3 times, and it just sounds like a nightmare. There's 2 mathematical principles in it, and it just sounds like boring. But I tell you, I used to do it all the time at corporate events in the hospitality suite, not table hopping and not during the show, but in the informal, when everybody loosens their ties, has a couple drinks, and they want to sit down, put their elbows on the card table and see some gambling damage. I thought people were up for it and had the time. It was well worth it. It was a routine that I came up with years ago after reading Mirror Skill. And I combined that with another principle, the Galbraith principle, and I thought I was a genius. I had come up with this blended routine of these 2 principles, and I showed it to Mike. Never show anything to Michael Weber, because he knows he goes, oh yeah, that's magnetic mirror skill from Alan Slate, yeah. I go, what? yeah, that was in so-and-so. So Alan Slate had done the same thing, taken those 2 principles, put them together in a similar way. But the routine that I came up with was, completely different, had different motivations, and has served me very well over the years. And if anybody's interested, find your favorite magic shop and look for Aunt Mary's Terrible Secret. I would hate to spend our brief time together doing a 3-phase card routine with 2 mathematical principles. But there's the book, Aunt Mary's Terrible Secret. I can tell you that it will be available on video with a deep explanation soon, because I have another project that will be out. This is the Ridiculous Project with Luis D'Amato's.
Yeah, somebody did want you to mention that. What kind of stuff is going to be Ridiculous? I know is basically it's a box set project.
It's going to be a box set.
A bunch of stuff.
Basically, everything's on there.
Yeah,
everything I know.
Yep.
He treated me like a sponge, and he went like this over a week of filming at his studio in Portugal, and he got the last drip of everything that I know magically. And it's hopefully most of it's going to be on there.
Great. Hopefully by this December.
Hopefully by Christmas. Yeah. If you go to davidwilliamson.com and sign up in the mailing list there, I'll let anybody who signs up on that mailing list know early and with discount, if anybody's interested in that. So you'll get it first and get it cheaper if you go to davidwilliamson.com and jump on the mailing list there.
Cool. Are you going to go through some of the cups and balls?
Oh, yeah. So cups and balls, I use 2 cups for several reasons. Now, I really am going to sweep this up later, guys. But for now, I'm just going to do this so that I don't have to look at it for the whole thing. Okay, here we go. Cups and balls. I use 2 cups because 2 cups takes up less room on a table if you're working in a restaurant. I find that there's a very nice yin and yang, a little give and take. Theatrically speaking, I think it works really well. I like it. I prefer it to 3 cups because There's a lot of reasons I've rationalized over the years. The real reason I use 2 cups is because I lost the 3rd cup. A long time ago, I lost the 3rd cup, and I had to come up with a routine. So like, okay, when I had principal, I used 3 balls. I like the extra ball being an odd number. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So in the normal cups and balls, your extra ball is an even number. It's a 4. Is that weird? So here there's a symmetry of action. Vanish, vanish, appearance, vanish, trip. You know, it's very easy to follow. Yin, yang, up, down, left, right. Symmetrical. So this interrupts the pattern, and that, I think it stays hidden better because it's an odd number. Is that weird? Is that me? We all have 2 eyes, 2 ears, right? Okay.
You lost the cup.
You lost, I lost everybody. I lost a cup. Okay, here we go. And it takes up less room on the table. And producing 3 lemons out of 2 cups is more impressive than producing 3 lemons out of 3 cups. It is. Okay, so here's the deal. I like everything to be examined, so I would have the 3rd ball in my pocket. I let them check out the balls, the cups, check them out. Doesn't matter. I use coffee cups. I use any cups, so it doesn't matter. And then I steal this ball when I go in for the wand, the 3rd ball there. And do some of the subtleties that Vernon did, like a changeover kind of thing there. You know, just while I'm talking, setting it up, I get that ball under here, the 3rd ball here. Now, here's the deal. The wand, why do we have a wand for this? Well, it's to give your hand something. I talked earlier about hiding things in your hand. It gives your hand something to do when it's holding something in your hand. But it's also, turns out, I call it the motivation stick. It's a good motivation for doing, but sleight of hand is basically juggling, right? It's playing hide and seek. It's doing passes. That's what it is. It comes down to doing a pass, pretending to put something in the other hand. A lot of our magic is pretending to put something in the other hand, whether you're doing a coin vanish or this or sponge balls or whatever. We end up pretending to put something in the other hand a lot. But we do it so unnaturally, normally. Why are we putting it in the other hand? If I were really magic, I would just pick that one up and go like this. Bing, and it's gone. Actually, if I were really magic, I would just go like this. Bing, and Actually, if I were really magic, I'd throw these on the floor and go, bing, $1 million, bing, $1 million, bing, supermodels with honey and $1 million blowing onto their bodies in a yacht, flying through space on unicorns. That's if I were really magic. But no, I'm not. So so you pick up the ball, and you're going to make it vanish. Now here's your internal monologue. Watch with a wave of the magic wand. The ball disappears. So that's basically what's going on, right? So it's like the ball's going to disappear with a tap of the mat. Now you look at the wand. Now you look at them when you do the pass. Now you take the wand and look at the wand again. And now you look at the ball and give it a little bounce. Don't keep your hand closed. Bounce it. Give it a little, and move it with your thumb a little bit. Roll it into its proper position. Knead it like a little ball of dough. Skinner used to do that. And John Cornelius and Roger showed me that idea of the wrist, weight, something weighty. When you're doing a coin vanish, like a silver dollar or something, don't just keep your hand closed. Give the illusion of weight, like you have something. Keep your hand open, move it around. Almost, your hand's almost, look at that, your hand's almost open. And it's there for them until it's not. But if it's always just closed into a fist, this was one of my, getting off the track, this was one of my favorite vanishes, Goshman, right? He would go like that. I mean, I used to do the lapel, that's the illusion. Whoa, it's heavy. That's good. But Goshman would do this. He would just flick it over his fingers like that. Once you get in on it, you're just holding it here, and it would just fall into finger palm like that, right? And then this hand would do this. Would do this, a catch. And you hold this one a little bit above that. But look, my hands are touching. His hands sometimes would be 18 inches apart. And he would do that. And I'm telling you, you saw it fly, tinkle through the air, and go into his hand. Your brain would see that happening. And it was so magical. When we're doing these tight little, things like this. But I think being very loose, and the only reason to put it in your hand is because you were looking at the date, and now you want to check out the ball. and then it disappears over here. So anyway,
Yeah, well, while you got a coin out, somebody did write in asking to see the, did you call it the wonderful coin vanish from Williamson?
oh yeah. Well, it was a bad retention vanish.
Bad retention, huh?
I wasn't very good at it, but it was. That was the vanish I used, and it was a little bit different from most of the retention vanishes, which would end up like flat in a finger palm, like that, like a Roth kind of thing, and others. Because what I would do is I would reach forward with my second finger, right? Get here, reach forward with my second finger and pull it back while I'm still grip. So it would be in an edge. It ended in an edge grip, basically, is where I was going with it. So it would be more like that. And I could have this hand kind of open like that. And then if I had to pick up something else, you know, it'd be cleaner. So that was what Richard put in the book, the Williamson's Wonders book, was that wonderful coin vanish like that. And that's just the way I used to do it all the time, because you could hold it, you know, things very openly. Anyway, very angly stuff that I don't do anymore. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, ball into the hand. Now, Johnny Brown, great magician from Texas, again, who's no longer with us. He was wonderful. He showed me this little drummer's wand spin just around the thumb. I have a lot of friends from Taiwan who do this with their pens, back and forth. But you just push it around your thumb. But the nice thing is you can actually hold things in finger palm that won't be disturbed. So I would just do that little spin, bounce the ball around a little bit, and then I would go like this. Here, my whole thinking behind this sequence was, I don't want to be, usually when you go, okay, ball disappears, they're going, wow, where could it possibly be? Doesn't take too long, right? You got two hands, you're only showing one empty. Gee, I know I'm not that smart, but it's in the other hand. Come on. It's not that hard to figure out. I want their mind going 4 different places. So, ball, I look at the wand, I look at them, I spin the wand, I say, watch. As the ball, I make a joke out of it. Vanishes. Whoops. So they're going, is it in the sleeve? Is it bouncing on the floor? Whoops. I got another one. This is the last place they're thinking right now. And then, like this, like this. Now they're really focused because they were burnt by that first one. In. I didn't talk about this yet, but the shoulders are very important in magic. Shoulders are very important. It's all body language. In, boom. Do you see it go? Hasn't gone yet. Drop the shoulders, come back, they all relax. They laugh because it's a laugh line. Look, I pour it into the other hand in order to pull up that sleeve. I do the same vanish I just did with the coin, that Goshman thing. I roll it apparently into the other hand, but I don't. I just keep it in finger palm. But you do the same action. Roll it in order to pull up this sleeve and grab the wand, spin it, bounce it, and then up to the mouth, and I blow. It disappears like that. Whoa. It's here, but it's really, they're not thinking that right now. And boom, they jump back inside. All right, now, watch as they change places. Salt all over me. In midair, this one, and I pretend to take it, jumps from here to here, and this one magically travels mysteriously all the way, over here, over here, over there. As they change places, boom, big laugh. Now, drop this in here on the laugh. There's always, you're creating offbeats moments. Everything's done on the left line. Now here's a move. I'm sitting in Wright State University in the lecture hall for Psych 101. I'm 19 years old, and they show a big film strip, or a big instructional video about mass psychology or group psychology. And there they have David, what was his name? David Steinberg, hosting a party in a Manhattan loft apartment. And he's saying, look at these people over here gathered around this, and these people are watching this. And it's all about group dynamics and psychology. And over in the corner, there's a magician doing a trick. It's Mike Skinner. And he's doing the Vernon Cups and Balls. I'm going, what? I was so excited. It's like on a film strip, on an instructional bad video that nobody will ever see. And Skinner, and they're showing from behind, they're showing him doing moves and how he misdirection, loading the lemons and stuff. It was cool. But he did this move, and I've never seen anybody do it before or in print. But he did this. He lifted the cup, he tapped the ball, and into the other hand. So it was a cool little move. And then, so I love that move, and I've been doing it ever since I saw that, but I've never seen anybody else do it, and I don't see it done at all. What I do is, because you don't even have to look when you do it. You line it up like a golf shot, right? You line it up, tip it up, and it's going to be trapped. It's going to end up trapped like that. So you line it up, you look up when you say something. You're making a laugh line or something. Now I throw the wand into that hand, and I say, here, you lift up this cup, and when they go to move, I throw the wand and the ball into the other hand, and they don't see it. It's a blur. And I'll lift up this cup. 1, 2, 3, boom, and we lift them up, and there's another effect there, and everything can be looked at. And I love that because your hands don't touch the ball in that case, And you've shown both hands empty. It's just a nice sequence where it feels like real magic. Now, I drop the ball in here and stack them up. And here's where I do one of my favorite moves, the Charlie Miller drop-through move, right? Where it looks like it goes right through the top of the cup. And this is usually when I did lectures, I would stop, and this is my opportunity to talk about these little details, these little subtleties that we've been talking about all throughout. These little moments, these little touches. I call them convincers. If somebody believes something, they'll take your word for it. But if they're convinced, they'll put money on it. And there's a lot of convincers in magic. For example, I had friends who used to do like these illusion shows. And they were practicing, and the girl would go into the cabinet, and he would close all 4 doors, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And he'd take the first blade, and he'd give her plenty of time to get in position while he's banging it. And then he'd go over to right under where her head would be. They have the little silhouette of the girl in there. And he'd shove the first one in, right? And the audience is going like this. Because, well, one of 2 things happened. Either A, he chopped off her head and killed her, and these people don't care. Either they believe that's what happened, she's now decapitated, and they're just horrible people, and they're bored with that. That's one possibility. Or 2, maybe, somehow, magically, she went like this inside the cabinet. I mean, you can see it. He's kind of pointing the direction, isn't he? Either she's above the blade, or maybe she jumped up in that first box and is standing on the blade in that little box. Or she could be in this section going like this. And then he takes the next one, and he wiggles it, and it's very dangerous, and it goes into the middle part. And now in your mind's eye, you say, okay, she's above that blade, or she now is doing this. And now he puts the third one in, and maybe she's in that thin base, possibly, But, so I said, aren't you just kind of pointing, showing them? This is more like a lecture. You're showing them where the girl's going by starting at the top there, right? Huh? Well, it takes time to get in. Yeah, it's called practice. It's called rehearsal. How about, but we worked on it, and he changed it. So what he did was, she gets in, he takes as soon as that door closes, he's got this thing, he's already shown him. As soon as that door, 1, 2, 3, 4, bam, the first one goes in right at her knees. Right? And people are going, whoa, because she had to practice like Charlotte Pendragon. Bam, getting down, you know what I mean? Before that, like this. And then just before he goes to put the next blade in, she says something up here at the mouth, right? And he responds to her, kind of a stage whisper, and it was awkward, it wasn't choreographed, it was like, well, just hold on to it, I'll be there in a minute, or something like that. And there was a stage whisper, he's talking to her, so it's a convincer. That little moment, that little fake stage whisper convinced people, because it felt real, that she was above that blade. Mm-hmm. And when he put that next one in, they're going, now wait a minute. And then the last one, they're going, he killed her, call the cops! Then you got something. Anyway, things like that. So what am I getting at? What am I talking about? Convincers, yeah. So murder, I'm talking about murdering. When you go like this, here's what Vernon and Charlie Miller used to say. That ball, it's not moving. If it's not moving, when you do this, it looks like it's been there a week, was their line. It's got to wiggle. It's got to wiggle, like it just got there. It's got to wiggle, right? So in the book, Louis Ganson's description of Vernon's routine, he says you hit it with the cup as it comes up to give it a wiggle. It's that important that it wiggles. There's different ways of doing it. You could lift it up a little bit and move both of them forward so it rocks, and then it'll bang off, and it won't wiggle too much, it goes off, because I always had trouble hitting it, it would fall off. Or you could, what I do is I tip both cups up like this so that when you do lift this one, the other one falls and gives this one just enough of a rock to go like that. But there's different ways to get that to wiggle. And that's important. And this is how I divide people who are interested in magic. Those who care about a detail that small, whether the ball wiggles, and those who don't. What's that got to do with the trick and the lemons and the whole thing? That wiggling ball, not that important. To that person I say, you might want to find another hobby. You know, there's other hobbies out there, bowling and fishing and stuff, you know. Because to me, that's the essence. That's like the core. That kind of thinking right there is the highest form, unfortunately, is the highest form of magical thinking. It really is. Because you know, if you go to the Magic Castle, and when Charlie and Di were still alive, and you point into the library, and you see them over there, you know, talking, and you had a layman with you, and you go, see those two guys? That's the Gandalf and the Dumbledore of magic. Those two guys are the greatest magical minds alive today. I wonder what they're discussing. And their imagination, the layman would go, what are they talking? I would love to be on a fly on the wall and listen to the greatest magicians of a generation. What could they... It's got a wiggle, Charlie. It's looking like it's been there a week. Yeah, it's got a wiggle. That's about as deep as the thinking goes. One ahead and a few little convincers, and you can make miracles, right? It's not much more than that. Anyway, all right, where were we? So boom, through the top. Now here's another way I used to do it. I used to go like, my angles are crappy. Where am I? Here. No, this is the angle. Like that. And then people would think it's still here. What I'm really doing is dropping it behind into the other hand. So the other hand is waiting and it drops behind the cups. If I had one guy who was burning every move, I would throw this at him. I would make sure I was lined up and I would do that for him. So he thinks it's here and I would keep my hand suspiciously closed as I go to the next phase. And then I would pick up the wand and he's still tracking that when I go, now watch. This is the, and he go, what? And I go, bam, too late. And he go, I missed it. You know, a game of cat and mouse always. All right, so here's the big final load sequence. So I'm here, I've done the Charlie Miller move, boom, there's the first one, put that there. I do this move where I say it goes right through the middle, look at that. And what you're doing is you're putting it behind, but then your finger, watch, your finger opens up. So your finger's touching the wand, but when you go here, your finger is now in the middle of the cup, and that gives the illusion that so is the wand. See, if you just keep your finger against the wall, it looks like what it is. But if you open your finger up, it gives a little more depth. It just helps the illusion. It's just another little touch there. You go like that. So, boom, there. Now, here's the loading sequence that I came up with. The wand I put here, so it's near the edge. The first ball I pretend to put in my pocket, and I grab my first whatever. Right? Now, I show that, and then there's two. Tap. Wait, see, when I slow down, I can't think about what I'm doing. Let me start again. Where am I? Okay, here. Yeah, pretend to put it in there. Here, tap. Now, what I do is I don't want to flash this thing, so I grab material and keep my thumb in. And then I put the wand down there. Now when I pick up the wand, look at that. Normally, you know, you want to cover that, and you're always coming, swinging back here and trying to load and bring the cup to the hand with the thing because you don't want it to be seen. I wanted to be out in the open, so what I do, we talked about holding something in your hand makes your hand look empty, even though it's holding a big giant object. Well, this works here. So I can bring the cup, I can bring this right into enemy territory simply by the fact that I'm holding the wand, and the hand doesn't look full now. See, if I didn't have that in my hand, it looks like I'm bringing something big in there. But if you're holding onto the wand, it looks natural. And you can come right here, right under their nose, and when you lift that up, you load that lemon now. I would let it roll in there, and then I would keep my finger under it like that and set it down with the other hand. And then I would pretend to put those in my pocket, do the same thing here, right? Tap, get that here. So it's all done right out in the open. You're not swinging back here, you're not hiding anything. And then I would do some little free form kind of pretend to put it in the other hand. I pretend to put the ball in my pocket, do a pass, like a shuttle pass, and I would just keep doing this kind of stuff, little jazz, kind of pretend, keep my finger on the lemon, throw the cup out. So it looks like a bunch of, you know, the cups are empty and balls are just coming back kind of stuff, you know. I would just do a little bit of that for a minute. Eventually, I would grab another lemon, and then usually when I was working in the restaurants, there would be a cup on the table. Oh, before I got to that part, I'm sorry. While I'm doing all this kind of jazz stuff, I would lift up the cup that was on the saucer earlier and go, just checking, you know, and maybe I would tap it and the ball would be under there. And they go, what? Now you've gone off script. And I throw another ball under there. Go, let me try that again. Watch. And here's what I would do. I take the ball, but I would pick up, I'd see 2 cherry tomatoes, let's say. Well, usually what I had was a creamer. You know those creamers, the little plastic cups? In the place where I worked, they had those on all the tables. I had one in my pocket, unbeknownst to them. So I say, now watch. The ball goes in my pocket, and I pick up a creamer, and I'll hold it in finger palm, tap, and this second ball is now there. I would add the creamer. And I go, wait a minute, that's not even his cup. I go, here, anything. And I would take a creamer, right? Pretend to put it in my pocket, keep it in my hand, and pause. And look at him in the eye, and they're going, no way, dude. 2 balls and a creamer, and they're going, for what? Add another creamer. One ahead principle, right? Now, I'd steal one of the 2 cherry tomatoes I might see, or 2 strawberries that look alike, close enough. I'd steal one. Or if I saw one here and one there, I'd steal this one. Put the creamer in my pocket. 3 creamers. No way. And I go, anything. What do you got? Cherry tomato. They're going, no way. Into the pocket. Boom, cherry tomato. They're freaking out, right? That's when I load a lemon under the cup. And I go, anyway, back to this. And now my hands are big enough, and I don't even think you need big hands to get away with this. Check this out. I'd come back to the cups. I'm holding 2 things. I'd hold 2 lemons. And you don't even need big hands, because if you hold that wand, at this point, so I wouldn't even have to go to the pocket, and I get all these loads, right, without having to go back to the pocket like this. And you're going, what? And they're overwhelmed by all this. And then I'd go like this. Nah. Anyway, you guys have been fun. You know, I go like this. You've been great. Thanks a lot. I'll see you later. And I look at the cup and I go, nah. 5 paces. 1, 2, 3. And I hear, what? I come back and go, what happened? Anyway. I threw all those coins on the ground. I wish I hadn't now. There's 1, 2, 3. I was across the street at the Salvation Army to get the glasses for the trick, and I saw this bucket. It reminded me of something I wanted to share with you. I do a little bit of a miser's dream thing for kids when I'm working these cruise ships, and it's really fun. And here's the way I've always done miser's dream, and I don't think I've ever seen this in print. I'm sure somebody else thought of it. I can't be the only one. But if you have a bucket, you can hold, I've held up to 20 coins in my hand. I have silver dollars here. Because your hand, again, that looks like I'm holding a stack of something. But if I'm holding a bucket, all it looks like is I'm holding a bucket, because your hand is in that natural position. You can feed coins, even from a stack of 20. It's really simple to feed them one at a time out the back of your hand like that. So you produce something, and then watch. They see it fall into the bucket, and they hear it. Produce another one. They're seeing them fall into the bucket. Everything's perfectly natural. And so that you don't have to reload, you don't have to hold it on the edge. It's just a nice way to do a miser's dream. Like that. You go all day long. Just wanted to share that with y'all. I guess we could talk.
God, we have tons of things to talk about.
Oh, like what?
Would you do?
Now that I've done cups and balls, I can take off my stupid coat.
Yeah. now that everything's spread out over.
Yeah, let me go to another
would you mind doing one of my favorites, the 3-card?
Oh yeah.
Famous 3-card trick.
Sure.
That'd be awesome.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Bye, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Andrew had to go. It's getting late. He's got school tomorrow. Oh, Andrew. Andrew! Stay for one more. One more. You'll be perfect for this.
Time for one more?
You'll be perfect for this. One more.
Very quick.
I need a kid for this.
You still awake?
He's still awake. He was fading fast there. Andrew? Yeah, I was going to say, this requires you to have your hands out of your pockets. You say you're 11. I just want to ask you a quick question. Do you know how to count to 3?
Yeah.
I'll be the judge of that. Take the deck. Take the deck in your hands, both hands, and give me 3 cards, Andrew. No, give me 3 cards. 1, 2. So far, so good. 1, 2, and let me count them to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Andrew. Maybe it's the humidity. I'm sorry. This is the 3-card trick. Anyway, it's the famous 3-card trick. It's done with 1, 2, 3. You're just messing with me, aren't you? Come on, man. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're not good with numbers, are you? Stay in school. What's your teacher's name? Is she cute? I mean, you pay attention. Now look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, Andrew. Why? How? It's 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We can do it. This 1, 2, 3. The famous 3-card trick. Andrew, these 3 cards. Ah! Hey, me! 1, 2, 3, 4. If I give you 1, I'm trying to do the math here. I only have 1. It's a 3. Give me 1. Okay, that's 1. All right, and give me another one. There's 2, and that makes what? Andrew?
3.
Count them out loud. Make sure there's really 3. In a loud, clear voice.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Andrew! If I give you 1, I have how many?
3.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 15, and 27, 49. What? Andrew, I can't believe it. I'm trying to do the 3-card trick, and you're just acting like you're going to get it up. Oh, look, they won't even fit back in the box now, Andrew. There's too many. What are you doing to me? That's weird. Maybe I can make... Oh, yeah, they fit. Thank you, buddy. Good night. Give it up for Andrew. There he goes. Thanks a lot. Okay. One of my favorite tricks, Dan and I were talking about this. You remember me doing that back at Fechter's and earlier.
And I immediately adopted it, and so did so many other workers that I know. It's really one of
It's a very practical little trick, especially I came up with it because I was dealing with lots of kids. I was working at a brunch at the Hilton in Washington, D.C., there near the train station. A lot of kids come in, and they don't want to sit still for card tricks, 4 or 5, 6-year-olds. I don't care. But this was fun because had a lot of interaction. It was just a goofy trick. So here we go. I palm 5 cards. And here's another tip. Learn the pinky count if you can, because this is no good. To bring 20 pounds of meat and bone over just to lift up a few cards, way too much going on for them to ignore. If you learn a good pinky count, and again, I have to thank Darwin Ortiz, who I understand is coming here.
He is. Yeah,
guys,
absolutely.
Do yourselves a favor and watch and listen to everything Darwin has to say. He's one of the smartest guys out there. And his thinking, his magical thinking, his book, Strong Magic, is a fantastic book. And he was a big inspiration for me during my formative years. And I went to many of his lectures and was lucky enough to live near him in Washington, D.C. and spend a lot of hours. And he's just, not only is he one of the greatest technicians and thinkers in magic, he's a gentleman. He's a truly nice guy. And he was one of those guys who was kind enough to me when I was young and a little bit, let's be honest, a little bit full of myself. You win a couple contests and you see your name in print when you're, 18 or 19 or 20. You get a little bit of a big head. He took me aside and he said, all right, you owe it to yourself, but you owe it to your parents and the people who care about you to figure out how to make a living doing this stuff. It's one thing to be a little magic guy, a little magic star, and do your, but he goes, you're going to have, if you're really going to make a life of this and not going to go to school and not going to, make any other plans, stop for a minute, think about it, and you owe it to your parents, he said. And he was like, who was this guy to tell me this? But he was the first guy to talk to me that way in magic. Because he could see where I was going and what I was doing. And it was like, okay, slow down. Figure out how to make a living. And that's a whole different ball game right there. Anyway, so Darwin's great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pinky count. Expert card technique. That's where I learned it. We talked about that book. My third finger always got in the way because I got to bevel that deck. And the third finger was pressing down too, and I couldn't get them to pop up because the third finger. So while my wife was getting her degree at Wright State University inside the classroom, I was sitting on the other side of that wall in the hallway all semester learning the pinky count. Who got screwed in that one? She did. She can't do a pinky count. I can. this guy always got in the way, so I banished him to the basement. I stuck him under the porch there for a whole semester. And now this finger learned to let cards pop up, because if you get that bevel, it's like a little tiny stair step, and it just gently goes down like a little index, beam, 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 and you can count cards. And then when he finally came up at the end of the semester, he was all atrophied and, light, anemic. It's like, I had no strength, and he just stayed out of the way, So I can talk to you and count any number of cards. I can count down to 26 while I'm talking or pattering or closing. Sometimes I'll do things that, while I'm counting cards, because if I know I have to count 12 cards, I have to kill time and talk and think at the same time, count and do the pinky count. So I'll close the box while I'm counting or get some salt off the table. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now I'm ready for the trick. But it's just a nice way to do it one-handed. I never do a double lift anymore by getting ready like that. It's always a pinky count. If I have to do a tilt, like lift up 2 cards and do a depth illusion, I just did it using the pinky count. There's no get ready. So that's all with the pinky count. So anytime I do a double lift, it's always with a pinky count and a get ready. I don't take a chance. So learn a pinky count. So anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's the palm. It's like an Erdnase palm. Third finger goes under those 5. Pinky pulls down on the end. So they're ready to spring up a little bit. I'm going to kind of push them up like that as the hands come together. So this hand comes over to take the deck, and I just push those cards right into palm and then bring that deck into view and square it up. Happens very fast, though. The hands almost go from a face down to a face up position like that, and you've got your cards. So I practice that palm a lot because I want to be able to get those 5 cards very quickly. And depending on the situation, sometimes I'll use a bottom palm. I'll get them into play or cop, a bottom palm, or I'll cop them out like that, depending on where the audience is sitting. I'll show you another neat palm since we're all friends here and we're doing a lecture on the internet. And I don't know who to credit this to. I thought it was Louis Zingoni. Remember the Zingoni table spread? Was that how you pronounce his name?
Yeah.
Zingoni? I always thought this was his, but I could be wrong. If you buckle up, you can actually count 4 cards or 5. It's easier with 4 because I can do the aces, but there's 5. And you're pulling like this. And you're going to have your third finger over here. And what it is, it's a one-handed top palm. One-handed multiple top palm.
Yeah, wow.
So, and the other way to do it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would get my break here, and then what I would do is push close the break so they stepped over a little bit. Now when I take the deck into this hand, there's a slight step right there, and my finger could just pull up on that step. So as I'm doing something else with one hand, I could palm the cards with the other hand, like that. So it's a one-handed top palm. If you don't need an exact number, it's great. Just to, like if you need to palm the 4 aces, all you have to do is make sure you get more than 4 aces so they can shuffle the deck, and then you can add them back on. But if you need an exact number, it helps to be able to count them and make a little step, and then just do your one-handed top palm while you're just distracting over here or something. Anyway, so one way or the other, get 5 cards out of the deck. Not a big deal. You're dealing with kids after all. I mean, they're pretty stupid. He's not here, right? Okay. Palm the cards. Where were we? 3-card trick, yeah. Now, it's important they hold the deck in their hands and they don't set it on the table. They have to have it in their hands the whole time. I'll show you why later. Give me 3 cards, one at a time. Often they'll go, 1. They never up jog. It's real hard for kids. But, they'll take the cards and hand them to you one at a time from different parts of the pack, which is good, because if it's one at a time, I'll go 1, 2, and I'll kind of square those up, and that's when I drop those 5 cards on top of the 2. Don't make a big deal out of it. And then 3. So now you have 8 cards. But you apparently have 3. You do an Elmsley count. And the great thing about the Elmsley count, we were just talking, this is such a good use for it. Hiding the number of cards. Because you pull off 1, now you push over 6 and take those, and then you have 2 left, 3, 4. So it's so clean. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. They don't have a chance. Ron Bauer had some interesting thoughts about Elmsley count that I always thought was interesting. He wrote a little thing, and it's all about intent. Because often it looks like you're just sorting cards, and you can stand there all day and it's like, how many cards does he have? What's he doing? It's intent. Are you displaying the card taken, or the next card in line. So, for example, 1, right? 2, you're showing this card. 3, you're showing this card. And 4, you're showing that card. You're showing the card that you just took. That's your intent. That's what you're thinking about. 2, 3, 4. Or are you showing the next card? 1, you're removing that. 2, right? You're removing that. 3, see what I'm saying? So there's two ways to think about the Elmsley count. And I would say pick one. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah. 1, that's it. 2, 3, or 4. Are you showing the cards in your left hand or are you showing the cards in your right hand? I would say when you practice the Elmsley count, pick one of those two intents and stick with it. Because too often it's both hands are moving and it's just a sorting procedure and we don't know what's going on. All right. All right, 8 cards. So in this case, what I'm doing is I'm counting these cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, now I'll spread over 2, and I'll spread over 1 and keep these 5 squared. Get rid of 1. Okay. And that's in his hands. Okay, anyway, where were we? That's probably just the humidity. 1, and keep them pointed towards the ground. 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Could have sworn I gave you 1. That's okay, it's not your fault. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm starting to think it's your fault. What are you doing? You're sneaking 3, 4. 4 minus 1 equals what? 1, 2, 3, 4. What? What are you doing? You know, and the sillier I would get, the more they would giggle. It's a game. It's not a matter. It's a game. They're just waiting to anticipate. It's like Pop Goes the Weasel. They're waiting for Dave to blow up again. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Whew. Okay, we can get to the trick.
When you actually get
I'm sorry. That's where you actually have 4. You actually have 4, and you're pulling off 1. Now you're doing a double. You're squeezing, and it's just automatic. You're just squeezing, and you push a double over and take them. 2, 3. Do that a couple times. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Finally, we can do the 3-card trick. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, these 3 cards, and I wait for the kids to go, it's 4! And you go, what is going on? And they just giggle because you explode again, you know, you get quiet, then you get loud, and, you know, let me try again. If I give you 1, and now you do the Elmsley count. The great thing about the Elmsley count, you can do 8, 7, 6, 5 cards is 4, but you can also do 3 cards is 4. So instead of being ahead, now you're behind. But look, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. And now I have, and I don't ask them to answer, I just go, and that leaves me with, and I just do a double. You just have 2 there, but you squeeze them real hard. You go, oh, what is going on? I can't, give me 1. And they give you 1, and I look at it, spend a lot of time. So they see that's an 8, right? And they see that that's an ace. So I show the 8, and make sure that's 1, and I put it on top of the ace. Now, I pull off the bottom card, the ace, and now they're seeing another single, and they assume that's the 8. So you can, that's a little subtlety I never talked about before, but I think it really does sell it. Because if you go like this and say, okay, there's a 7, for example. Okay, there's 1. All right, give me another one. Ace. Okay, ace. Right? You don't say this, but they just see it. And 7. Okay, definitely 2 single cards. Good. And I hold them like that, and there's your double. Give me the 3rd one. Fool me this time. You really make a big deal of. All right, I'm satisfied. 1, 2. You count them out loud, and you hand them the 4 cards. But the beautiful part is, since they've been holding these in their hands, all you have to do is go like this. Boom. Nonverbal. And they'll give you the deck, because they have to have 2 hands to count the cards. You count the cards. You just go like that. They hand you the deck. Immediately, I'll buckle like a 1/3 of them with my finger. Depending on, I'll either top palm them. Usually if they're on my left, I'll bottom palm them like that. It's no big deal. I just move them over like and grab them. I have big paws, but you're not palming it up at this point. I set those far away so they can't judge how big it is. And I might grab their arm on the elbow or something like that and count 1, 2, 3, 4, and they really feel like that's the end of the trick after all that checking. Just pull these on, and -1 equals, and just don't show the thickness. I bevel them so they see a clean edge on the front, you know, try to keep it. That leaves me with 1. Now, don't just go, and half the deck, trick's over. No, you have to really make those feel like they're just multiplying and coming. I can't hold them. There's too many. Oh, my gosh. And it gets a big reaction. And while they're still reacting, this is something I've been doing lately. I quickly get them together. And again, this is kind of one of my favorite little subtleties. I squeeze the deck. You know how you breathe the deck? You squeeze it like that so they kind of spring up. Then you re-grip in the middle so it fans out. So you can double the thickness of that deck while they're not paying attention. And then you pick up the box. Only when you pick up the box do they really see. I hold it right there. Don't show it right on edge because they'll see the air between. But if just a slight tilt, and that looks like looks like 2 decks of cards there. You go, how am I going to put them in the? Thanks a lot. I know I got too many. Oh well, and I'll just take them like this and put them either in my pocket or down in the case. I wouldn't put them back in the box because then they see what was going on. That's the famous 3-card trick. All right. Let's do some other stuff with cards. People have asked about the diagonal palm shift. I remember I got a tweet today. Somebody said, show the diagonal palm shift. Is that you, Tony Chang? I think it was. Sure. Yeah. There. I've tried to dissect what I'm doing different, and I think what it is I go, watch this hand, watch this hand. First of all, I almost never do it in the front like this where you push it in, unless I use it as a multiple shift. That I do all the time, as a multiple shift, like with the 4 aces or something. I do it like that. But I usually do it from a break. And they'll peek, kick it out. You don't need much. You don't need much. Kick it out, and you're going to grab the deck here. So now you're in position. But watch this hand. It readjusts. Now the thumb stays where it is, the left hand. Watch the other fingers readjust. So that pinky grabs it as high as you can. So now when you bring the hand down and you pivot, it's going to be in full palm position in one action, right? It's that. My goal was to be able to have somebody peek at a card, and in the act of setting the deck down, you've stolen it. That's my goal. That's where I'm trying to go with this. To have it just that quick out of the deck from a peek. So I want them to peek at a card, and I come back as if I didn't see it, and then you're able to steal it out. I'm not quite there yet 100%, but I'm getting there. Like that. So, yeah, that's the diagonal palm shift from a break. And you can also do it from, sometimes I'll do it from like a thumb fan. I'll have them put the card in, and just from that little in jog, from the back, you can pick up the deck and set it like that and steal the card out. So it doesn't take much to get that into position. From there to there as the deck goes forward. All right.
Could you do it as a multiple shift one more time?
Yeah. Oh, and I'll show you a routine, since we're talking about that. Okay. So the aces go in here. I mean, I'll do it once, and then here. And then the same movements. Come up a little bit, and then you just guide them all out. And then they pivot as you come forward and into palm and set the deck down. Here's a trick I used to do with that. So you can lose the aces into the deck, let's say. And then I'd say, okay, now that you saw, like I would spend a lot of time putting, there's different ways to do this trick, but this is a simple way. You go look at this. There they are. Let them see how far they are spaced. Let them kind of see where they are. And then I would put them on the bottom. Did I miss? Yeah, I missed one that I got squared up. On the bottom. And then I'd say, all right, now that you know where the aces are, I'll deal until you say stop. The first person says stop, and you go ace. Boom. While you're doing that stud deal, my left hand kind of gets ready for a bottom deal. Gets that card, that first ace ready. Now you do a bottom deal on top of that 5, and you say, oh, that wasn't an ace. That first one was about, say stop again. See, all the misdirection is there. I'm ready for a bottom deal. If you get a full shot, get off the close-up, because I would go like that, then I would look up, bottom deal. So this is a great practice for a bottom deal, because focus on that. Darn it, I was looking for that ace, bottom deal. And so you have great misdirection. And the fourth person, I can't believe it. None of you got the ace. I thought that you would know where the ace was, and then you can show that they were all off by 1 by showing the aces were here, 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 here. The other way to do that is the way Jennings used to do it, is you go through, you go, I can't believe it. And as you go through and turn these face down, what you're really doing is turning a double face down. You're doing Larry versus. You're saying, I was hoping you guys were paying attention. It would have been great if you could find the aces, but you're all in your own little world, and you're not paying attention. This is my job. This is what I... never mind. But, and there they are, the aces. But I've been doing that. I've been yelling a lot lately. That's my presentational style. But I'm trying to find ways of getting through to them a little bit more. Because, for example, we were talking about this. Where were we? In Louisville, a bunch of magicians. We were talking about this. I think we go through these beats, and boom, 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 bum. There it is. And they're kind of, it's all expected. And I'm trying to change up the timing of these things and really put a little more to build up the drama of these things a little bit, because really nobody cares about card tricks. But if you talk about synchronicity, I believe that we all, on a deeper level,
Love that album.
Synchronicity is a good album. But I do believe that we're all connected. I'm not a religious person, but I mean, basically we're genetic material, we're stardust, if you want to get, But we are all connected on a certain level, but does that really come into real life? There are physicists who argue with religious people and so forth. But I want to show you something. And say stop. Okay, well, okay, that would have been, I'm not saying it works every time, but somebody say stop, and I'm hoping for an ace. I know that some of you were paying attention, but you saw me shuffle the aces in, and they say stop. Sometimes I think maybe you weren't paying attention. And I can't believe... I had this theory about how we're all connected, and we all care about each other, and we talk the talk, and we send people to Congress to be our proxy, make decisions for us, and you expect your, religious leaders to do the hard work for you. And it's kind of reflected right now, because all I asked you to do is kind of to track where the aces were. I just wanted to see at least one goddamn ace face up in the deck. And you sons of bitches are sitting there like it's my job!
Oh, God.
What the? That's what I'm talking about! That's what I'm talking about! I don't know. That might be, I don't know. Maybe that's a little over the top. But then I would be reset for the next table.
It felt like you were holding back.
I would be reset for... Then you go to the next table and do it again.
While you're straightening up a little bit, that ties into a question somebody did ask, and that is, how do you make card tricks play big?
There you go!
Done. We answered the question. There you go.
Flip the table over.
When you're done with your card trick, flip the table.
Years ago, Bill Kalush had a seminar in New York. He did it a few times. It was his little card meeting. He found a little hotel room and invited. It was like his Escorial. Tamariz has the Escorial. Magicians would come, and it would be all on one subject, whether it was a rising card or the thumb tip or something. And for the entire week, they would discuss this topic, and they'd break into study groups, and they'd all bring reams of research, and they would have challenges related to that, and they would do their findings and look research papers and so forth. I mean, it was a real serious kind of gathering. They were very serious about it. So Bill invited me to one of these, and I was like, I'm not that serious about it. I don't care that much about this. I can't be that serious about it. But I got with the spirit of it. There were some really great people, all these kind of hardcore card guys. Tamariz came, and all these, Ricky Jay was at one, and Mike Close and Weber, and all the smart card guys who show up at all the good stuff, who have brains, and me. And Bill Malone. We were sitting there goofing off with the guys, can you get serious? And, but the subject was cards across. And everybody was, had ideas, and they had different theories, and they brought different tricks that they had learned and so forth. And we'd break off into groups, and what can you do with this? And I know, what if three of them are thought of, but then they're a different color? So you have a red and a blue, you have a red-blue double backer, and then Daryl had a really cool one where they're thought of. And I was like going, because I'm always trying to think of scalable, because how can you blow exactly to that point? And I go, guys, what is the essence of this trick? The essence is you have two protected numbers, and you're trying to get 3 cards from here to here, right? What if you got, let's say, 2 women up? You get 2 women up, and you give her 10 cards, and you give her 10 cards on stage. Then you have 10 guys surround each woman. And then you have to physically grab a card from her. So you do a fight or something, and you go over here, and they're going, that's good, Dave. Okay, anyway, the double backer lets you have 2 ahead, whatever. And I'm going, whatever. And then later, I went to a FISM in Dresden, and I had to do a lecture. And typical me, I didn't give it a thought what I was going to lecture about. And on lecture day, I go, I haven't given it a thought what I'm going to lecture about. So I had a genius idea. Let's talk about what you guys want to talk about. Let's create a routine right now. This will be kind of a master class for me and you. Together, we're going to come up with a new presentation for a classic trick or something. Somebody yell out the name of any classic trick, and somebody went cards across. And I go, oh, yeah, hey, I had an idea. And so we tried it. We workshopped it. We got 2 women up, and we were coming up with all these ideas and funny, me fighting and diving and going back and forth and all the physical stuff. And then the idea was that count your cards at the end of this whole thing. And I'm like, count your cards. She has 7, and she has 13, but the last 3 are like this, mangled. That was the big genius idea, because I had been fighting and, and showing, that's 1, and now I dive into this group, and then I go back and go, that's 2, and then big fight. And then when she counted, somehow that was the thing, And I was pretty proud of that, and I thought, that's pretty fun and theatrical and all that. And I was talking to Brainiac Michael Weber on the phone, and I go, hey, yeah, we did this thing, and had these 2 women, and surrounded with 10 guys, and I have a big fight. And he goes, oh, that's great. I see where you're going with that. Then you have 7 guys on this end and 13 guys over here at the end, right? And I went, no, that's genius. I was going to have wrinkled cards. I mean, he cut right through it,
Yeah.
And so I always remembered that. And then at the next FISM, or 2 later or something, I was performing again. And it was in Portugal. Guy Hollingworth was hosting the prestigious close-up session, this beautiful theater there in the conference center. And I was looking at the stuff I was going to do. Ring and rope, cups and balls, Rocky Raccoon, Torn and Restored card, all the crap I've been doing for these guys they've all seen me. I go, I don't even want to do this. And I thought, let me look at the wings here. Let me look at the thing. I'm doing my cards across. And this was 10 minutes before the close-up show starts. So I ran out into the audience, and I found 3 guys, and I said, here's what you're going to do. Please help me. You go in order, and blah, blah, blah. So it was great. And so I got these 2 women up. I had 10 guys come up, surround her, and then all the way on the other side of the stage, I had 10 guys surround her, gave them each 10 cards. Excuse me, before we start, excuse me, guys, let me just, and I took 1, and I go, well, that was easy. Good job, pussies. Talked my way right into that. And then these guys go, they're linking arms, like, oh, I'm really scared. All you Europeans, you're like 5'2", American coming, move! And I got like a little guy in a headlock, and he actually gave me a judo flip on my back and all this stuff. But I came away from there, and I'm like, that's 1. Okay. Now, and I throw something at them. I took my shoes off, and I took my tie, put it around my head. Ah! And, grab, and it was craziness. And the woman's screaming, and I'm going, Wendy! Wendy! And I go, that's 2! And I'm doing this thing. And meanwhile, my stooges are running in the wings at the right time, because I have a big thing going. And then it was probably one of the greatest moments of my career, because in the second row, they never sit in the front row, Mike Caveney, Bill Kalush, Jim Steinmeier, Stan Allen, Bill Hurst, all the smarty pants, right? The little, the most cynical, smart, they never like anything, they never react, they've seen it all, they're completely jaded, they're there. So I go, count your cards, there's 10. What? Count your cards, ma'am, there's 10. Oh, crap. And the audience is laughing. Well, doesn't always work. Gentlemen, you may leave the stage. Thank you. And they start going off, and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And as the 7th guy goes, I look 40% over there to these guys, and they're going, what the? Just you could tell the hairs on the back. And 13 guys over here, and they were like, son of a... I was like, yes! Greatest. Fooled everybody. I fooled everybody, and I had 4 close-up shows. I only did it the first show because the word got out and everybody was going to be watching, you know. So I was like, no, I'll do other stuff. And I did it recently at the Magic Castle Awards on stage at the banquet show. And Pendragon was in one of the groups. He got up on stage. And he put me in a headlock, and I picked him up and body slammed him. And then he body slammed me. It was so much fun. It was great.
So there's your answer to making
There's
card tricks.
one way
That's
to make
the
card
answer,
tricks
right?
bigger, yeah.
And then we've had quite a few people asking, and I'd like to see, and I know people would like to see, some stuff with the striking vanish.
Oh,
you know, some work on striking vanish.
Well, you know, I came up with that because Ken Krenzel in Apocalypse, I think it was, had something he called the marionette coin vanish. I was looking for I made a mess. I was looking for the pen. The little, oh, it's right. I'll use the Sharpie, but it's better with the other one. But that's right. He called it the marionette coin vanish because he would pretend that there's strings, you know, and as he threw the 4th one in his hand, you hear it clink, but he's actually caught the other 3. And I never mastered it, but it kind of looked like that was the idea, that you throw 1, 2, and maybe as you throw the 3rd one, you steal these or something like that. But that was the action. So it was Ken Krenzel, really, who kind of came up with it. And I just took away the counting and added a stick, you know. When I first did it, I did it with a wand, and it's too long. I've come to not really like this move, especially with the wand, unless you're pointed right at them, and because here they see that distance, and you got a long way to travel. But if you're more here, but the stick is too long. So with a pen, and now I do it at the fingertips, because here, flat on the hand, it looks fine, but at the fingertips, I think it looks better. If you bang, hit it like that, you know, and then you get an edge grip, and then dump it out like that. You know, hit it like that, and then a little misdirection, and then right there. The other way to do it is kick it out the back of the hand, and as you tap the hand, you're actually throwing it from the back of the hand like this as you tap. Now, a playing card works better because you have more cover here. You know, it's going to cover it more. So, like the last coin of a matrix routine or something like that looks great.
Can you do it in slow motion?
Yeah. You be the coin. I describe it, it's a jolt, not a toss. Mm-hmm. It's a jolt. It's a nervous system, it's a twitch. And as you get older, your joints and ligaments loosen up, and you don't have the twitch factor you had. So I don't have it as fast as I used to, but it's just a little twitch. And I used to cheat because what I would do is I would focus on the coin, then I would look up because they would have to focus their eyes on the coin because I'm focusing. Then I would look up, and they have to go zzz and refocus on my face because I say something stupid. I get ready, and as soon as I look down, I do the move, and they don't have time to refocus. So their head is moving down, boom, it happens as their head hits the coin. That's a little cheating, but it helped cover a little bit because I would focus. I go, you better watch this. And they go, I'm going to. Boom, done. You know, it was so fast. A lot of little ideas with this. You can change one object into another. I wish I didn't throw everything on the floor. See, these are moments when it's not good to be Dave Williamson. Oh, there's some more coins. Here's one thing. Oh, let me get the purse. Here's one thing I used to do. This was fun. If you have a pack of matches, like a paper book of matches, like this, that's folded over, you put a quarter in there, in amongst the matches, wedge it in there, and put that back on the bar or whatever wherever you're working. And you go, and you wait till somebody has a quarter, or you do something else with a quarter, and you go, here's a little stunt, and you pick up your matches with the quarter in it, and they don't know that. And you say, no, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. We used to do this in high school. Let's see. There. And then you hand them the pack of matches and the quarters inside. And for the rest of their life, they're going to be going, there's no way he did that. The other thing is, this is an old trick I used to do. Put a coin under your watch. And you say, now, you know, you get a job at a bank. This is how they test you to see if you're going to be a good teller, how quickly you can deposit money in the bank. So here you go. Ready? Go. And you hand them this, and they go like this, and they put the coin in the purse. And meanwhile, you're looking at your watch. You go, ready? Go. And but all you're doing is pushing your watch out of the way and stealing that coin. Go. And you have the coin in finger palm. Okay, that was good. That was 2.3 seconds. Now you pinch the coin through the material, and you do a shuttle pass. and close the purse, and you go, now you time me. There you go. And but that looks really good. You know, if you hit it right. I mean, but you hit it like that, and you go like that. And while they're opening the purse, I go back over here and I go, I think that was a little less than 2.3, and you stick it back, and you're clean. I just love that. You know. What's the other thing I used to do with it? We were talking, and I wish I knew his name. I probably shouldn't say this, but somebody published in Magic Magazine, somebody write in and tell me who, the best idea, I was telling you this earlier, I've seen with it, take a lollipop, actually a sucker, a flat sucker wrapped in plastic, and he would put a quarter underneath the sucker and wrap it back in plastic. So now you can do the paddle move and show a regular sucker. Take a quarter, boom, tap, and now it's stuck up inside, and you give it to the kid that way. Oh, I just thought that was beautiful. I used to do it with the coin in the bottle. I would have the coin in the neck of the bottle, do the striking vanish, and it would go in, and you could hand it to him like that. There's lots of applications for it.
Yeah, very neat, very neat. I don't know whether it is possible to show it maybe a little bit more exposed without an object. You know, you've taught it a lot, but maybe there's somebody new watching.
Sure.
That can just
what you're doing is you're holding here, and when I toss, this hand's going to jerk like that. It's going to shake. And you're basically scooping it out of midair. As this flies through the air, you're coming down. And don't just hit and stay. I do like a bullwhip. It's like bap. The object comes back up. The pen comes back up. Right? It's like that. It's like a tap. And it's that's the action you're imitating. That one went on the floor. That's the action you're imitating right there. And at the fingertips. Yeah, I like the fingertips because you have that moment like that. When your hand opens, boy, it's a nice vanish. And again, we go back to when you're holding an object, this hand looks perfectly natural when it's cupped. When you're, this doesn't. Because I've seen people do it with their finger, just a tap like that. To me, I don't know. Looks like what it is. But if you have a clever application for it. The other way I used to do it is I would have a card box or a cigarette pack wrapped in cellophane, and you have a shiny dime, and you can make it appear to penetrate the other side of the cellophane, by already having one under there previously. Things like that.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Oh, you don't have to clap for that.
We just had somebody write in that a lot of people are doing versions of 51 cards to the pocket. Are you still doing it the same way as originally written in the book?
Yeah, I do. I find that it's a real fun routine. As there's nothing to it. It's pretty easy. I keep losing decks of cards. I'm down to. Here, I'll use these. My favorite part is just the force. It doesn't even have to be a force. I mean, you can do it without doing the force. At the end, I would peel the signature off in the book, and I found this stuff years ago called Letraline or Letra tape, and it was this paper. It was this plastic layout tape. This was before computers, home computers, and when you laid out a page, you actually had to put tape down when you wanted to have borders and stuff. You glue stuff down and tape it down, take a picture of it. And there used to be graphic supply houses that would sell things like that and templates and wow. Crazy, but they don't sell it anymore. Those guys went out of business. Although there was a guy named on Twitter today, Rob Sharp, I think, over in England town, gave me a URL, and he found some. Maybe we can put it up on the, I don't know, later.
We'd have to search and find.
Or maybe, you know what? I'm going to put it on my Facebook page. Find David Williamson on Facebook, and I will share that information that Rob shared with me. So thank you, Rob. What was I going to show? Oh, yeah, 51 cards in the pocket. I just love doing this. Here, say stop. Stop. Right there? Okay. Take the 51 cards you selected and remember them, please. All right. I have a better idea. I just thought of this. How about you look at the card you didn't select, and that way, through a process of elimination and deductive reasoning, you can figure out which 51 you did select. Right? Subtraction. In fact, I can look at this card. I just don't want to know what those are. Those are the ones you picked. All right, so take your 51 cards and put them back in the pack, and I put them right there on top of that card, usually, right? And I go, okay, now we'll shuffle your 51 cards back into these 52 cards. Your 51 cards are lost hopelessly amongst these 52 cards. They could be anywhere amongst these 52 cards. We have no idea where they are. And the idea is that all 50, watch this. A little snap of the fingers. Let me go into the pocket. Bam. Now be honest. Was that one of the 51 cards you selected? You'll have to agree that it was. Thank you. Was that one of the 51 cards you selected? Yes. 49 to go. Here, you take the next one out. It's my birthday. Go ahead. They never do. I'll do it. There it is. I got 2. Those are the 50. In fact, let's take all 51 cards out of the pocket. Of course, except for the one that you didn't select. The 10 of spades. All right, that's it. I mean, there's really nothing to it. It's a simple trick, but I always thought it was a funny little premise. Of course, what I would do is, in my pocket, I would have that extra duplicate with, and you can do this now. Just use electrician's tape or black gaff or something and cut it into little strips. And just, what I do is just make it into a little spiral there. So if you had a duplicate 3 of hearts in your pocket with that tape on it, and then the other 3 of hearts on top of the deck, you're in essence forcing that card. Say stop right there. Okay, look at the 51 card. Oh, look at the card, and that'll be the 3 of hearts. And I have them write their name. Write your name in big bold letters, but do me a favor, join up all the letters. Yeah, make a line connect, like in cursive. Yeah, it's important to me. And I go, that's weird. And then we do the trick, and when I go into the pocket, so I would have 2 already in there. So I pull out 1, 2. Now the 3 of hearts is in there with the letter line on it, and I go, here, you take out the next one, it's my birthday, and all you're doing is pushing forward this 3 of hearts, the card on top, that you've controlled to the top, and that allows you to thumb palm, basically steal everything. It's an old manipulator's move. You're just stealing everything underneath it and going right into the pocket when you go, hey, get out of there. And I just stick the whole deck in my pocket. But I make sure that it goes behind that 3 with the tape on it. So now I pull out a fan of cards, and that 3 is actually on top. It has tape on it, and I dump these face up on the table. And now I can just pull out the rest of the cards as much as I want, make a big mess, and my duplicate is now on top of the deck, all except the card you didn't select, the signed 3 of hearts. And they think that is the end of the trick. I pick up the deck, and I square them. And this is, I would just talk, and I go, do you have that pen? And I get that Sharpie back, and I go, and I would go like this, and I pull, rip the signature until I had one little line left, and I'd let that dangle from it, and hang, and then pull off the last bit, and I'd wad this up, and I'd open up the Sharpie, and I'd drop that in the cap and stick it on and shake it, and I go, that ink is expensive. I like that. Thank you. When I first came up with that gag, the way I used to do it was, I thought it was clever, I'd have a card selected, and I'd have them write their name. And I'd have the card with the letter line, the duplicate card on top of the deck. And they'd write their name on it, and I would do a top change, and I'd say, oh, I'm sorry, rip, and I rip their signature off, and I go, make it a little bigger. And they go, okay. As if you could really do that. It didn't even register for some reason for a lot of people. That was funny.
Yeah. I just don't. I don't know whether you happen to bring. You have a little friend.
I beg your pardon?
A little friend that you sometimes travel with. A furry little friend.
Yeah, I know. That's disgusting. Gross. Let me do this first.
All right.
This angle's going to suck. All right. That's all right. I'll try it. Bing. 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 There we go. Yeah, you're just doing it with your thumb, and it works good with pennies, quarters, nickels, any coin, and it'll work on any surface. I've done this on glass tables. if you're in a noisy bar, you can get away with it on any surface because this is very quiet here. But you're just sliding them. But I love this because you pick it off the top, and as you come back here, you're touching the back corner of that coin. And it is like chink-a-chink, like shadow coins, David Roth. It's a combination of that and matrix. Now, from this angle, I know you're seeing it, but if you're, from that, something like that, it looks really great. And you come over and just touch with your thumbs. And you're just sliding it. Move this, show this away, this, so when you come back, you steal the coin with your thumb. But now when you get here, bring your hands up, give a little distance, and then bring it back like that. And then the last one. Bing. It's just a practical little matrix that you can do. Rocky. I don't know. We had this, I work on cruise ships now a lot. And I've never done cruise ships in my life. And they're interesting. I'm working on some nice, it's like the Disney cruise. And so I do a lot of kids stuff now, and it's really fun. And they love Rocky. But did you know that, and it's not a Disney, I was on a different ship, a different cruise line that shall not be mentioned. Mm-hmm. They've broken down a few times.
Okay.
But they have a nuclear core.
Well, I know some of them are, they're
nuclear powered. And they put, like, my room down near the core.
You were in like lower. Like
I'm way down in near the hydraulics and all the stuff and pipes and gas green, and this green stuff. It's weird, but
no,
Well, I just think it's a problem sometimes. Whoa, hey, Rocky. I think some animals are affected by this more than others.
He didn't get into it, did he?
No, I don't know. It's been a problem. He's developed another head. That's not good. That's not good. Rockies, come here. Now it takes 8 fingers to make him boogie. That's the problem. I don't have 8 fingers. Isn't that crazy? This guy in Italy made this for me. He runs a freak show. I thought that was perfect. Oh my God. That's all I have because I left my actual worker raccoons on the ship. I really did. So I go, oh no, I got to do this lecture and I didn't have a raccoon to bring. Sorry, that was the only one I had, so I brought him. Them. I'm sorry. But this one doesn't handle very well. I can't do the whole routine with this. That's all I can do with Rocky, guys. I'm sorry. No Rocky tonight. No Rocky for you. Oh my gosh. Here's something. This is something I used to do in the restaurants. Somebody asked about coin tricks for walk around. This was, what was that? I need 4 cards. No, I just need 1 card. Oh, there they are. Okay. I'm not going to fool you guys. Here's the idea. I'm just, whatever. We're all friends. All right. Watch the first one. But this is the way I used to do it in the restaurant, like a sympathetic coins thing. It's just the one-ahead principle in action, right? And you go, there's the second one. And I need somebody to come. Would you help me one more time? I'm sorry. You come over on this side. And what I would do is here, put your hand on top of those 3. Yeah, just cover them up. And the last one is the toughest. It's going to go all the way. Now, just relax. Keep pushing down. You're going to feel a little pinch, and you're going to have it's a little pain associated. Just breathe through. Yeah, here we go. No, just relax a little. Spread them open a little bit. Just relax. Push. It's crowning. I see a head. Oh, it's a girl. Look. And then, but lift up your hands. And there's all 4. Thank you. You just do it with a table napkin, or if you're sneaky, do it with a devil's hank so you can actually do the last coin. So I have a pocket in this handkerchief here. So this is the way, often I would do it just with a tablecloth, but I would try to keep it real simple. Again, let the one-ahead principle do all the work for you. So I'm just lifting up here. This just gets pinched underneath. There's really nothing to it. I would flip those over so you hear the moment it arrives. And this is just held at the fingertips and covered. And you show the first coin has arrived, and then again. I just love that because it looks so clean. And it can be done very slowly. And I'll tell you who I was inspired by when I was young was Al Schneider. Remember him? Yeah. Matrix, right? And when he did the Matrix, and the last move was a Paul Harris idea. I just love this scooping under their hand. He'd say, here, you cover your, and you're just adding that fourth coin under their hand, which I love. And now the last one, if I had a table napkin or a tablecloth, I would duck down, and this would just go in my pocket because I wanted to be clean. I just put it in my pocket and pretend to go under there. But sometimes I would carry this devil's hank around and do the trick with it, and I would just pick up one fold and drop it inside the pocket, and then the hand would go underneath. So now at the end, you're clean, and it's inside the handkerchief, like that. It's a nice way to end. But you know, the original Matrix, Al Schneider, I think nobody's done it better. To me, that was the best version of the trick. There's been so many improvements on coin assembly under cards, but his was beautiful, and he was so precise and so slow, and it was all about that effect. He would cover the 4, then he would turn these 2, and bzzz, boom, and it would be there. It was a real piece of theater, and it was beautiful. And it was the one-ahead principle, just done slowly and beautifully. And the other trick he used to do, which I loved, it was hypnotic, the way he moved. So precise. He had a cone, a leather cone, and a silver dollar, and he had a Chinese coin here. Do you remember that? Yeah. And he would have the silver dollar, he'd cover it with the leather cone, and he'd go like this. And there was the silver dollar, and there was the Chinese coin. And he'd cover it back up. And they changed places again. It was just so beautiful. There were no clever moves, no switches, no, it was just...
Remember Hugs and Kisses?
Hugs and Kisses, right, yeah. So, I don't do a whole lot of coin tricks anymore. I used to do a bunch, clever little coin tricks at the tables. I keep it pretty simple now. I do maybe the chink-a-chink, maybe the sympathetic coins. I like to pull coins out of kids' ears. You pull a coin out of kids' ears, forget it. There's nothing else you can do. That's about it. Can't follow that. I do a version of, I'll show you this, I do a version of Tenkai pennies. I always love that trick. Now, I'm going to have the camera, or maybe I'm going to come up to the camera, because this is supposed to be done from a this kind of point of view here. Is that going to work? How's that? You got a view? You might want to pull back a little bit more, because I'm going to go laterally a little bit. That's a good shot. Can you see that? Okay. So this was always a great trick, and the idea is that the quarters are going to change places. This one goes from here to here, and this one goes from here to here. There. The right one is in the left, and the left one is in the right. Thank you. Not impressed. Okay, I'll do it again. That one goes from here to here. I'll break it down. So now, the left one is in the right, and the right one is in the left now. So there's that one. And there's that one. So that was it. And basically, you're putting this in Goshman pinch, like that. This is the standard Tenkai pennies. I always loved it. And what you're going to do is have that on your fingertip when you close your hand, so that when you come over here and open an empty hand, you just open your finger and pretend to pinch that coin. Looks like you're turning it over. It was always a very clean little trick. And then I would pull that around from Goshman pinch into the hand, so they've seen that there. And when I put that on my third finger, when I close my hand, I can kind of palm it, and it allows me to bring that one back into the hand as you kind of knead the fingers. So you could just end right there. That's the standard ending for the Tenkai pennies, making one jump to the other hand. Or, so what I've been playing with lately is this thing where I go, okay, they change places. You're not impressed with that. I'll do it one at a time there. This one now goes here. All right, so now, and then this one goes over there. That leaves this one here. And then you're just going to drop this one in the hand as it opens, so you can turn it over. So they've changed places. That's a cute little walk-around trick. Here's another one. I don't know if I should do it with a penny or a... Can you see this quarter? Let me get a better angle. You might want to... Okay. You're going to have to get up here, because it's going to happen right here. Yeah. Okay, you ready? I don't know if this is... I'm trying to find the best angle for the camera. Here we go. Watch. Did you see it go? No? Because you're watching too close. That's why. Let's see. There it goes. There it is. It's back. Okay. And what I'm doing there is just a deep back clip like that. So what you're doing is pinching it here and then these fingers come over to grip it and pull it back. It's hard with a quarter. It's easier. Does anybody have a $50 in the audience? Oh, wow, thanks. It feels better in my hand with a $50. So what I do is this. I get them used to that. Nothing happened. They relax, drop the shoulders. I pull up this sleeve, and as I pull up this sleeve, that's when I put this in deep back clip, like that, and like that. But that's all done kind of here. And then I pretend to throw it, and you get that pass like that. It's kind of hard to do on video. You have to kind of see it live because you need to see the face and all that. But if you hit the angles right and they're standing right next to you, you can really get a nice vanish.
What do you do as a recovery to get it back from
okay, so
back?
As you turn your hand over, what you're doing is this. You're putting your pinky behind it and pulling it around that third finger. But that's all done as you turn your hand over. So hopefully it stays out of view. So from here to there. And you have plenty of misdirection because you're doing it with both hands. I messed it up that time. But here's another one I used to do. I don't think this angle is going to be good, but I'll try it anyway. Take a coin, and I would hit it here and make it vanish. So what I'm doing is putting it, fortune-telling fish. I would put that there, and then I would drop, I would keep it in my hand, and the hand would rotate around, and I would just stick it on the back here. Stick it here. Pretend to drop it here so you can show both hands. And then, well, this is one way to do it. And then I would touch the coin and put it on my wrist. And then I would put my hands like this and clap and then just shake it back into view like that. So this was a little sequence, you go like that, it's gone, right? And it comes back. And then the other way is to put it there, and then I would, as I pretend to hit my knee, this hand would come up and just drop it in my breast pocket like that. Let me try to get it stuck to my hand like that. So a little misdirection. I had a bunch of little coin tricks like that. What was the other one I was just thinking I wanted to show you? Oh, I know. I don't think Johnny Brown would mind. He was a great magician. As I said, he's not with us anymore. Do we have a glass tumbler by any chance? Is there a tumbler made of glass? I should have checked. I see one up there on the top shelf. The longest one you have, is that the longest one, the deepest? Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Yeah, that's even better. Oh, that one's actually perfect. Great. Thank you very much. Great. And would you mind helping me one more time? I wanted to share this with you. I think it'll look good from maybe over here. Let's try this. We're going to try to get this right for the camera. So hold this here. Great. Let's do it this angle right here. So you have a coin, and you hit it here, and it goes right through the bottom. Looks good from your angle, right?
This looks awesome from my angle. Freaking from that angle too. It looks like.
That's right. You hit it right. It looks like it goes right through the bottom of the glass. So, yeah, obviously here, let's just talk through it. Obviously what I'm doing is a purse palm, and I love this palm. You just clip it with those two fingers, and your hand can stay flat. So I use that as a vanish a lot because it just looks like you couldn't be holding it. So you have it here, and you pretend to throw it into the other hand, and your hand, it's right here. And all you're going to do is you do the pass above the glass, and as you come down, this hand is naturally kind of here as if you're going to catch the coin as it comes through. You hit here, and at the same time you just jerk a little bit like that. Toss it in, it hits the bottom. They don't see that part, they just see this part because the other hand provides misdirection. And this hand will be out of the way by the time it rolls out. And from your point of view, it's a perfect illusion, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't see it go in, but you sure can see it come out. Maybe we can try from here. Okay, that might work. Up. Let's try again.
Vanish.
I'll do it with a quarter. Up. Johnny Brown told me, thank you very much,
No problem.
that he worked one private party. That's all he did all night long. He just walked around and did that for people, and I believe it. It was so great. Thank you. Hey, let me show you this. Since I have these fish out, I was thinking about this today. I remember this. My buddy Bruce Allen and I did some lectures when I was younger, when we were young, and this is one of the tricks I did in the lecture, it was an idea I had. I used to have a whole bunch of these. I would hand these out to people. Do you remember you all know what these are, these fortune-telling fish? So you would have a card selected, for example, in this case, the 8 of hearts, and you don't know what it is, and it's lost in the pack. And then you bring out these fish, this fortune-telling fish, and you say, it's a holy mackerel, a psychic salmon, tuned-in tuna. You have all the bad fish puns, whatever you want. And you would put this on their hand. And while they were looking at it, you load the card from the bottom of the deck that you've controlled to the bottom of the deck. Their interest is right there, and it's so perfect because you pull it out with these 2 fingers and you set it in their hand. And believe me, they're all watching that fish start to move. The heat of the hand causes the little, celluloid to curl up, and you act like you're interpreting its movements. And while you're pointing, you just break off the card, you buckle the envelope, and you feed the card in there, and then you move it away as you push it in, and just set that off to the side like that. So now the card is loaded in there, and you make all these interpretations, and it's a red card. I see a heart, is that right? The 8 of hearts, yes, well, he's not a mind reader. I lied, he didn't read your mind. He's actually a prognosticator. Huh? No, he foresaw it. He made a prediction earlier today, and blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, so that was a fun one, especially if you got to make sure they know the envelope is empty before you bring it out, so you can have it folded in half or curled up or something like that, so they know no card could be in it. But that's a fun little thing to do with these fish, and then you just give them away. Yeah. What else we got there, buddy?
I think that's great. Let's give David a big round of applause. Whoa. We're going for almost
wait a minute.
4 hours.
I want to do one more.
Yeah, fantastic. Let's see.
Is that okay,
yeah,
Internet?
You bet.
One more. Because this was kind of a special request that somebody had asked me earlier. Because I always talk about, Di Vernon. Because I wasn't a student of his per se. I used to read his articles in Genie, and they were always inspiring, the Vernon touch. And I just knew about him. I read his history, and I would read all the books by people who were influenced by him. And then I met John Carney when I was 15. We had a little ring in Dayton, Ohio, Ring 5 Magic Club. And we had lecturers come through. And we used to get the old pros would stop by when they were on tour. It was guys like Ron London and Danny Tong and Bill Wish. These great magicians would come and stop by the Magic Club. And I found out about the Magi Fest up here in Columbus, and that's where I met all the greats, Slidini and Goshman and Carol Fox and Jay Marshall and all those guys. But before I got to the Magi Fest, when I was very young, John Carney made a stop in Dayton, Ohio, doing a lecture. I was 15, he was 18. And at that point, he was wise beyond his years. He'd spent a lot of time with Fawcett Ross and Roger Klaus and even Vernon at that point. And he was just the most natural sleight of hand guy I had ever seen, and he really inspired me. And to this day, he's kind of been my magical big brother, always an example. He was a true student of Vernon. He was one of those guys like Ricky Jay and Mike Skinner and others, Larry Jennings, who moved to California because of Vernon. They followed him there. And John was one of those guys. So when I finally did get to meet Vernon, he lived up to all his reputation. He was everything that I dreamed. He was asleep in the corner, with his snifter and his cigar and a deck of cards laying there in the standard place. He was a creature of habit, you go to the castle and Vernon is over there. And this really happened. I'll tell you this story because people always ask me, what's the most impressive thing you've ever seen in magic, or what's the coolest thing, or what do you remember? And I do remember this night because Vernon was sitting there on his sofa, kind of asleep on the couch, and this kid comes in, young, brash magician, sleight of hand guy, and he sees Vernon. It was like a gunfighter mentality, He was like, I hear you're the best, old man. Show me a trick. And Vernon was like, what's that? And he picked up the cards, and he took them out of the box, and he didn't touch. When he got older, he didn't hold them a lot, but he pulled them out that night, and all of a sudden, it was like something was in the air. All 500 magicians down packed in the lobby to see what Vernon was going to do. There was an energy. You knew something special was going to happen. And he had the kid pick a card. I'll just do this. Would you just say stop? It doesn't matter. Stop. Right there? Yep. Ace of Hearts? Okay, so here's what happened. Vernon turns to light his cigar. So he had the kid pick a card. Vernon turns to light his cigar. Here's what the kid does. Vernon says, shuffle the cards. And he turns to light his ever-present cigar. And the kid shuffles the cards, but he shuffles them like this. Right? This is what one friend would do to another friend as a gag when they go to the restroom or something. Shuffle the face up into the face down and make a big mess. But you wouldn't do that to the professor, Di Vernon. You know, most people wouldn't think of doing that because that would just kind of ruin, you know, whatever trick he had set up. And the magicians standing around were livid. This kid was full of himself. He thought he was going to embarrass the professor in front of all of the other magicians. And we were like, oh no, what's going to happen now? And Vernon was completely unaware, lighting his cigar, and he turns around and he takes a card and he goes, now where were we? And everybody's going, oh, this is embarrassing. And he blew some smoke over the deck. The kids, ugh. And when he spread the cards, the deck was no longer topsy-turvy. They were all going the same way, except for one. Right there in the middle. What was your card, do you remember?
Ace of Hearts.
Ace of Hearts. And to this day, that's the greatest trick I ever saw. Great professor. I'll never forget. Like I said, he was a creature of habit. He sat in the same chair, had the same cigar, sniffed of brandy, deck of cards. Except for that, if this were an accurate retelling, obviously, I wouldn't be using a blue bicycle. As you know, Dan, he never used blue bicycles. He was used red cards only. So if this were an accurate retelling, this would be a red deck and not a blue deck. But other than that, it's true to... And I got to confess, I was that kid. It was me. I can say it after all these years. It was me. Anyway, so I do this trick a lot all the time. This is how I would close like a set of card tricks. If I were doing some casual card tricks, I close with this. And it's based on Paul Harris's Color Stunner. It's one of my favorite tricks. And it uses one extra card, one blue card. That's all it uses. And I've changed up what Paul did. Paul didn't make use of the duplicate in the deck, because you do have a duplicate since you're bringing a stranger card in. I use that a lot. And some other changes I've made. So I'd like to share this with you just real quick, because the way I do this, I find it hard, because the road I've taken is all goofy, demonstrative, in the moment, hell's a poppin', you know, kind of magic, in your face, kind of yelling. And but this trick, for this routine to work, has forced me to go back to a very kind of standard performance model. You're telling a story, you're doing it very nicely and calmly, and I've really been enjoying it. See what I'm missing? People are real, the magic, just the first revelation, before the color change, gets a really strong reaction because I sell it. I force myself not to throw it away. I'm selling it. For the first time, I'm selling these great card tricks properly. I was like, wow, look what I've been missing. Magic stands on its own, you know, if it's done right. But, so anyway, I don't do this like, I don't say, gather around now, I'm going to tell you the story of the professor. Here's the way I do it. I wait till I'm done with my shows and everything, and I try to get them to ask me questions, like and I've been using a blue deck all night, and I'll just switch them in my pocket. I'll go in this pocket and come out this pocket with the blue. It doesn't matter, they're not paying attention. I'll leave them on the table. And I'll say, yeah, boy, I've seen some crazy things. I've been doing this a long time. I've seen some amazing things I've seen over the years. Oh, you'd like to know? I don't know. A tiger ate a bird once, and there was another guy who caught a woman. There was that guy, the professor. You ever heard of him? And I just tell the story. I build up the legend of Di Vernon and tell stories. And then when I get around to the trick, you open the deck, and they've seen the blue deck all night. The worst thing you could do now is start a Hindu shuffle to prove that it's a blue deck. Boom, you've just, it's completely unnatural. You have never handled the cards that way. I say, as magicians, let's all now, on the internet, have a vote and ban the Hindu shuffle, unless you're actually a Hindu. Because there's parts of the world where they do shuffle like that, and that's legitimate. It's not this part of it. We don't do that, and it's completely unnatural. So I always said, you don't have to, we know the saying, you don't have to run when you're not being chased. Do not do something suspicious at this point, because you're going to cause suspicion where there needs to be none. Nobody thinks that that's a red deck. I have opened thousands of decks for decades, and never once did somebody go, hey, wait a minute, what? I bet every card under that card is a different color. Who's with me? Come on, show us, Mr. Magic. Never happened. So all you have to do to prove that this is a blue deck is this. Done. Anything you try to prove now is just going to ruin it. Having said that, I do a slip shuffle. I'll leave that blue card on the back while I shuffle the deck face. Whoops, don't do that. I'll shuffle the deck face up, and then once in a while I'll square it so that I can kind of show it naturally, once or twice. But I don't make a big deal out of it. Now, you have to reverse that blue card. So I half pass that sometime before my story, and I'll get that other ace into position somewhere in the middle. I'll get the other ace, the duplicate, face up in the middle. And what I'll be doing is while I'm telling the story, I'll spot where it is. And if I need to do another slip shuffle and put some cards above it or below it or something like that, I will, to center that other ace of hearts. That's the only thing you have to do is center it. And then while I'm centering it, I'll in-jog the card above it. And now I can just have that in-jogged a little bit and set the deck down and tell the story and be very casual. Now it comes time to do the trick. I'll get a break there, and I'll cut the cards until you say stop. And they'll always stop at the break because it's the rule. 1, 2, 3, 4, stop. It's just psychologically the right. Or you do a dribble force as another way to do this. Just don't be sure they don't see the back. So you have to be careful. But I like doing the cut because 3, they always say stop there. Now if I pull down that blue card, I can get a break and it will coalesce with that face up packet, and I can hold a break there. So my blue card's face down in the middle of the face up red deck. Now you do this Tenkai move. This was actually in Tarbell 7. It looks like you're turning half the deck face up and half the deck face down, but you're not doing anything. You're just cutting the deck and twisting them. You in-jog one like that. But it's a neat move. It's one of those illogical moves, but it looks like what you say it is. You say, look, Vernon turned his back to light a cigar. The kid shuffled half the deck face up and to face down. Now all you're doing is shuffling them all face up into each other, and the red card stays on top. I used to double cut that to the bottom, but I have banned the double cut from my repertoire. And again, let's take the double cut and put it where the Hindu shuffle went. It's so unnatural. I hate it. I've always hated it. First time it's useful. I learned a lot of tricks that required it, but now I try to eliminate it. It's like, there's got to be something other than a double cut. I hate the double cut. It looks bad. I'm trying to clean this stuff up. So what I do now, instead of double cutting this to the bottom, I'll pretend to put it in the middle. I'll like lift up half the deck, but I'll just slide it right to the back. I'll put that on the bottom. It's now at the back of the deck where it needs to be for this trick. The next card, if it's facing up, I'll stick it in the middle. Now, here's what I do. This is Paul Harris's idea, and it's genius. I riffle up until I have 2. So you're going to hold a break and do the tilt move, the depth illusion. And you pretend to put that in the middle because I think this is Daryl, or it might be Bill Kalush.
That's Daryl.
That's Daryl. Look at this subtlety. You lift up half, and it looks like it's going in the middle, but it's going second from the top, right? You're actually sliding it second from the top. And then immediately pull this one back, and they see yet another blue back. Put this one really in the middle, and do the same thing. Now, sometimes I'll lift up 3 cards so they can have 2 face up in a row, so that blue card shows up again 3 down, and then maybe I'll just lift up 1 and do it under 1. They're seeing lots of blue backs. So now you are convincing them, and the best way to do this is to do it without looking. You should be able to do this without looking at your hands. And eventually you do put it in the middle. Don't overdo it. Do it 3 or 4 times. They get the point. Snap your fingers. All the cards are going the same way. Square the deck. And now it took me 3 years to figure out this switch. 3 years to figure out this final switch. I had biddle moves. I had all sorts of cleverness. But in the end, it's simplicity won out. The trick is now, boom, over. Pause, drop the shoulders, relax. And it feels like a top change now because they're not looking. It's friction. All I'm going to do is set the deck on top of the ace, but I keep my fingers touching that other ace. And then I move my right hand to the right. That's the switch.
The jinx change.
That's the jinx change.
Yes.
Right. It took me, and I didn't know that until after I came up with it and then found it again. Remembered that I knew it. You know what I mean? I never had an application for the jinx change until I needed it, and there it is. And it works perfect for this application here. But yes, you're right, the jinx change. You're not the first person to tell me that. I go, no, it's not. It's the Williamson slippery bottom move. I don't know, whatever. But the jinx change is right, yeah. So you square the deck and turn these over, and now they see yet another blue deck. And then I get a pinky count. I use that pinky count again. Get a break under one card. This card changes. Square up. And now do a double. They see the same face. And then I deal cards on top of that, one at a time, put them all on the bottom. And now don't just, I know you kind of want to go like that, hey, look, but I think it's better to do it in dribs and drabs because it gives me an opportunity to palm off that bottom card better. So the way I do this is put those on the bottom, a couple, two more, a bunch, more. Now my attitude is it's over. I just have a few. It's over. And now they're not paying attention. Now they're starting to go, what the heck? And that's when I bottom palm or cop that card. And I might go into my pocket to get the box or to ditch the box or something, but I'll ditch that card before they have a chance to know what's going on. So anyway, the reason I wanted to show you this trick is because it's another example of the one-ahead method principle. And I got to tell you another story, because this really happened. I was working at a corporate event up in upstate New York for a big insurance company. And they had their big retreat there, employee Christmas party, and there was did my show and went fine. Then afterwards we were in another ballroom, hospitality suite. It was like only about a dozen people still left over, and I'm doing all my card tricks. And there's one woman, she was the office manager, very important, high up in the company, and there's two types of people, and she was the other type, right? She was that type who's like just watching everything and getting more and more frustrated. Type A, they need to know how everything works in life. They're responsible for this big company, all these people. They're supposed to be the in-know person. And the simplest little tricks were driving her nuts. Ring and rope. She has to look at the ring afterwards. Pencil through quarter. There's nothing. You're clean. After all these tricks, she's looking at the pencil and the quarter. There's nothing. The lemons in the cups. She can't stand it. She's pulling, but she's over here, and I'm playing to these other happy people. But I act like I'm ignoring her. But actually what's going on is I'm just throwing these miracles out. But her, I'm bam, 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 slap, slap in my mind. I was just giving her noogies. I'm just working her hard. But meanwhile, I was just trying to do nice tricks. But I could just see her just getting more and more every time. She's getting frustrated. So I'm just really trying. So I finish up. And I do this card trick, and it went perfect. I had the blue deck out all night, switched them, did this trick, and then in the end, they're all red, and I put them on the table, and she finally, it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. She snapped. She's like, no, what's the thing? They have to have heat from the hand, right? Just tell me this one. She's just lost it. She's first. Heat. Is it the heat from the hand? Just tell me if it's the heat. Because these were blue, and it can't be. The heat is in the thing. And I'm going, look. Just tell me the one thing. And I was really playing her like a, swordfish on the thing. And I was like, and I just saw the opportunity. Because you know how when you do magic long enough, you know what they're going to say next. We always know if you've been doing this long enough, you know they're going to go, put it back together. Take the coin out of the bottle. You know what's coming next because you played this dance 1,000 times. And I knew where she was going. So I quickly got the red cards back in the box. While the commotion was going, switched it back for the blue deck, right? Switched it back for the blue deck in my pocket or whatever, and left it there. She's like going, it had to be the he. And she goes, change him back. And I was like, thank you, baby Jesus. And you could go, all right, bing, there, ba-dam, or you could savor the moment, That's what I wanted to do. So I was like, change it back. Yeah, that'd be good. I'm not Harry Potter, That's not a door we want to walk through tonight. She goes, there's a door? I'm leaving little breadcrumbs for her. Goes, there's time and a place for everything, and this kind of, I don't want to get that dark here. It's Christmas, and there's ways of, she goes, where's the door? Show me I knew there's a door. What's the door? Show me, I want to go to the door! Look, I'm not supposed to do this, but, all right, just this once. Lock the door. I need 3 eggs and a candle. And the people are like, oh, good. And they go around, and I'm just waiting for the eggs. I don't touch the deck. And they bring the candle, the eggs down. I go, okay, let's all take off our pants. And make the sign of the goat, And here we go, whatever. It's like, oh, dark Lord, break the egg on my head. Okay, whatever it is. And now they're blue, And she's going, she's really buying this, and people are freaking out, and she's going, they were red. They were red. They were red. And I'm like cleaning up the egg, and I go, do not ask me to do that again. I had the opportunity. She's turning around. It was right there. I had them in my hand. Boom, I switch them again, put the red ones back out that are in the blue box, because I'm waiting for her. And she's like, change them back. I go, don't ask me. My nose is still, all right. Pull down your pants. Give me the infant child. Whatever, we had another little ceremony and light a candle, and boom, they're red. And I'm like, nosebleed, and she's like, I can smell colors. She's freaking out like the Matrix. Looking at her hand. And I go, look, put these under your pillow. They're red. And she's going, red rum with lipstick. Put these under your pillow. What color are they? Red. Yes. Put them in your purse. Put them on your pillow tonight. And I'm serious about this. I will come to you in your dreams upon a white stallion, naked. And the horse will be naked too. We'll both be naked. Me and the stallion. You dream about that. And when you wake up in the morning, they will be blue. She's like going red. And I left her. I said, I have miles to go, I do. And I walk out of the ballroom. This is a true story. This really happened. Across the lobby, into the bar, where I found her husband. Well, we made a secret agreement and had a nice little moment and a handshake. And I gave him a deck of cards, and he was like this. And I don't know what happened, but it's legend at that company. They tell me they still talk about it. She didn't come to work the next day. And the day after that, she had those white things, streaks up her head. Woo! The one-ahead principle, the power of magic. I just wanted to share that with you. Very strong stuff, the one-ahead principle. Thank you.
Come on over, have a seat. David, come on over. Fantastic.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, that was great. There's so much stuff in there that we're not going to spend a whole lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, I kept these guys up late. Wow.
Everybody's stayed late. And
Thank you,
they've
guys.
learned a
I'm
ton
sorry
of things,
to leave
and
you all
you've already
here.
told a bunch of stories. And I just want to catch up on a few of the questions that came in.
Please.
Didn't relate to anything else. Let's just go down the list here. You did the trick about Vernon as an homage to him. Do you have a Vernon story, though?
Well, there's a lot of little moments. He was just such a great guy, and I wasn't one of the... I tried not to be a sycophant and collect my little piece of Vernon, but there were so many moments. I'll tell you one thing that happened. He was just typical him. He was out in the lobby. I was in the close-up room working. It was hot. Back in the old days, they used to make people stand there like 20 minutes before they went in. And they'd have to stand in the back, too, because all the seats were gone. And then people would drink. So it wasn't uncommon for people to vomit in the close-up room.
I remember it was really hot.
Yeah, it was really hot. Yeah. So I'm doing my show, and I hear, and my brother was actually in the back row. And I'm going, what happened? He goes, she threw up, and it was like slop. And this woman was headed out the door, with her husband, and I go, I'm going to have to. And it was weird. And later I said, Vernon, did you hear that the woman threw up during my show? He goes, was it the raccoon? It was a raccoon. A raccoon? No, it wasn't a raccoon. I saw all three. That was funny. I thought the raccoon made her throw up.
Somebody wrote in and asked about, infusing comedy into their act. They use the word infuse.
I don't know. I don't know. Just be yourself. I mean, again, it goes back to, he just encouraged you to be yourself and be natural. I was trying to shoehorn magic into this fake vision of myself. I wanted to be the sophisticated sorcerer tableside, the Lance Burton of Denny's. I was trying to be, because I grew up on those magazines and the Suave Deceivers and David Copperfield and all these, and that's how I saw myself as a serious student of the art. I should present it seriously, I wasn't making any money, When I'm at home with my brothers, we would just cut up and just laugh and just, goofballs. But then I'd get out in the field and I was like, this is my job. I have to be very serious. And once that, I let go of that I unshackled my mind from that idea, I just naturally, it's like, okay, how can I start enjoying this again? And I just started getting goofier and goofier. And I just went in that direction, and my tips got bigger and bigger, and I got more and more work. And it's like, people want to have fun. It's not about me. I thought it was about me doing cool magic, and they wanted glory in me. It's like, no, you're the ringmaster. They're there at the dinner theater. They're at the party. They just want to have a good time. So it was my job to whip up a good time,
Yeah. Yeah, it's great advice for anybody that's out there. You know, and that's the thing. If somebody's not naturally funny, then shoehorning in comedy isn't going to work for them either. You know, they should find whether they
Find, you know, humor works even. You don't have to be funny.
Yeah. Right.
Paul Gertner, you don't think as a funny guy, right?
He's got humor.
You watch him in a trade show, he gets belts of laughter at right moments because he's the right guy to. I couldn't get laughs with Darwin Ortiz. You wouldn't think. Huge, crazy laughter during his demonstrations because it's surprise laughter, but also he's very witty and it works for his character and stuff. So, you know, everybody has a sense of humor. Yeah. And but comedy, we go, comedy, raccoons and spring animals and crazy, wacky. Doesn't have to be.
Yeah,
that
there's ranges of comedy.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff. You also have had a lot of mentors like Del Rey and Goshman. And what are some of the lessons? You shared a few of the things that you've learned from various people along the way, but what kinds of things can you tell us about studying with Del Rey in particular? I'm curious about.
Well, I never really studied with Del Rey, but I studied Del Rey. Yeah, because he used to come by Ring 5 in Dayton. He'd stop by often at the Magic Club and sit and just do miracles for us, and I was, 13 years old, sitting right there at the table with him and lift up the cup and there's no dice and he punched me in the stomach. I mean, he was the greatest. Did you go to Galion, Ohio? Do you remember that convention where Del Rey and Slidini
I
were
never
there?
saw him at a Magic convention.
Oh, okay.
I saw him once at a convention for sign manufacturers. My dad was in that business, so I got to see him work for laymen, thousands of laymen. And I got to see him in 3 different kinds of venues. I saw him close up with his table. People who know about Del Rey will know his table. And then I saw his full stage act, and then I got to see him late night in a hospitality suite with whatever table.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. And he worked hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, he'd just go on like a machine. And he's my favorite magician ever. You asked me who's my favorite. He was the top of the heap for me, Del Rey, because he was a character. He was bigger than life. I mean, he was like this guy who stepped out of a film noir movie. He was this mobster kind of blue collar kind of guy. He's so funny and so good. He was the real deal. But yeah, he was great. We worked a big corporate event with him, a bunch of magicians, and it was all these close-up guys like Doc Eason and Eric Mead and Malone and Tim Conover and Michael Weber and Michael. There was a bunch of us working this big event in Del Rey. And it went all night long, and we're taking breaks. Did 5 shows. Del Rey didn't stop. He just had people coming to his, just stop like a machine. He would just go, and he was a killer. I felt like a beginner at that event.
And they come to him, and they surround him.
They come to him. They love him. And then he worked for us for another hour, just us. Yeah. But I'll never forget this. A drunk wandered in from the party while he was just working for us. And he was doing stuff we'd never seen. It was great. Drunk wandered in. He goes, I've seen this stuff before. You guys don't have any. I've seen better and all this stuff. We're going, this is our moment. This is what the master, thank you. You don't have to. No. I was in Aspen once, and I saw a guy take a deck of cards and $100 bill. And Doc is sitting right here. And Doc's like, nice to see you. No. Here's what he did. He says, there's a ceiling fan, eh? And he goes, if you could do that, then... And Doc is like, does anybody have any wax? And we're like, no, I don't have, maybe, no. He goes, I didn't think so. And walked out. And we're like, you can't win with these guys. No, but Del Rey was great. And Goshman was another one I just loved. I followed him all over the place. At the Magi Fest, I would just follow him from table to table and hang out with him. And these guys were bigger than life, you know. And Jay Marshall and Carol Fox, they were real characters. Like I consider my crazy uncles, and I just loved being around them. Yeah. I learned a lot from him. Yeah.
Now, the other question that somebody wrote in, and I'm kind of curious about this too. You do like all of your own material, which you say is a synthesis of everything, and all of the material that we as magicians do really is a synthesis of various things. But is there any routine that you do, as it was, by somebody else, written by somebody else that you can think of, You probably bring yourself to it anyway, but is there something that you cover that you don't teach? Somebody else's work?
A lot.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. If you came to see me on the ship, you would see me do, if you would see one of my typical corporate shows, you'd see, what I used to do was Cigarette and Coat, Seabrook, with a couple of his gags. Yeah. I used to I do the needle swallowing, kind of a standard. I do a funny version of that, with my own take on it, but still pretty standard. I do a psychometry routine on stage. I do a bank night, again, Seabrook. I do about 30 minutes with the same thumb tip.
Yeah, right.
Cigarette and Coat, bank night, Bill and Lemon, I do a bunch of stuff with a thumb tip, in my stand-up show. And also on the ship, I'm doing, for the kids, I'm really into kids magic now. I used to go to Blackpool Convention. One of these conventions, I'd be hanging with the cool guys at the Dan and Dave booth or looking at the esoteric card books. Now I'm over there looking at the breakaway wands and the paper hats, and I just can't get enough of it. I'm really all about doing big, crazy family shows now.
Yeah. Well, you've always been fantastic whenever kids are around.
I speak their language.
You're abusive to them in a friendly way,
yeah.
which I think is really
I've been
great.
told I shouldn't treat them so harshly, but
they
love it. They
love it.
They love it.
Absolutely love it. Andrew notwithstanding, because Andrew he's probably another jaded magician.
No, Andrew's going to have nightmares tonight. Some therapy. And Ty, wherever Ty is, he's right down there getting hammered.
He's gone up to whatever bar he's going to stop at. So you, when you're choosing material, your own material or other material or stuff like that, what do you think makes a good trick?
It's all about audience reaction for me now. It's all about audience reaction. How can I get a reaction? So I usually end with Rocky because I know it's going to get a huge reaction because I do this routine with kids on stage and I have them all jumping through the hoop and kids holding the thing and I know all my beats now. I go, I can't follow that. And I got on the ship and they go, well, we want you to do the raccoon in your 10-minute welcome aboard show. I go, well, how am I going to end my big show then, my big family show? I got to have the raccoon. I got to end with the raccoon. That's what we've been doing for 20 years. No, you want to do the raccoon just to get them into your show. Do your best 10 minutes up front. And that forced me, for the first time in years, because I've been on automatic pilot in my working repertoire, I go, okay, I got to come up with something. So I pulled out this old routine I used to do, and I never got anywhere with it, but it's a McCormickle deck with a whipped cream pie and a kid and a dad and this whole thing, and I have built that into a showstopper, and I can't follow it, right? And it's now how I end my show. But then, recently, I came up with another routine. Now that I'm doing these different venues, these ships, it's really been good creatively for me. Now I do a thing where I get a little girl and her dad up and I turn her into a princess. She has to answer some questions and her dad answers this whole kind of prediction thing and it's really wild and they get them all wrong and I send them back to their seat. She's almost in tears and I go, you got them all wrong and what is it? There's no happy endings. It's disappointment. Get used to it. And then, but it turns out her dad was right. This whole big over-the-top ceremony at the end where she comes up and it's a coronation, basically. And it's now I can't follow that, and so just in the past 3 years, I feel like I've really, hit this new stride that I'm excited about, and it's stage magic, and it's about audience reactions and how to manipulate that.
How do you go about developing something that's a showstopper that's that big?
3 years in the making. I knew I had a premise. I had this thing. I wanted some people on stage. I knew I wanted a princess theme. I had 3 little girls and their moms. Maybe I'll get moms dress them up like the queen, but I'll get a dad instead because and then I'll have to put a dress on. I'm trying to find these beats, and I have friends all over the world like you and others which I can bounce ideas off of. I have a good friend, John Feely in England, who goes, no, you don't want that many people on stage. Trust me. Just synthesize this. And I had a guy, Nevin Cody in Ireland, who goes, this would go blend with this routine. I go, oh my God. And he just opened, the skies open. After 3 years of me starting and stopping, it just kind of came together like that, a little bolt of lightning moment. I go, I'm doing it. And I put it in the next show, and I've been building it since then.
So usually something like that, like the process of just playing in your own mind or playing physically with the idea and the process.
You do it long enough, you know it's going to work for you.
Yeah, well, and then do you get to a certain point where you feel like it's ready to go in, but it's not. It's not
good enough.
Yeah,
it's good enough, and I know it won't go any further until I get it out and get its legs.
And do you introduce?
And after that, first,
you don't introduce a piece like that at the end. You don't intend it to be a showstopper, right?
I did.
You did.
I'm going to end with this. I can't do this. It was. But I've been doing this long enough. I kind of know it's going to work.
Okay.
I kind of knew that it was going to get something, and it did. I was very encouraged by the first time, and I learned so much just that one time doing it. By the next time, completely retooled all the beats, and it was even bigger. And now, each time I've done it, it's gotten even better. So
yeah. Yeah, and when you're working on the ship, it's one of the venues that I've never worked, but I've heard that there are some horror stories of working on the ship. Most of them relate to when you're off, when you're not doing your show. How do you handle that if people come up to you, this is the magician, and show us some magic?
Oh, that kind of stuff? No, I hide in my room. I stay in my room. Yeah.
It seems the same.
The Disney ships are nice. I've worked on a couple of other ships. I didn't want to work ships for years. I did one 25 years ago, and I stayed in a crummy room, and I had to dance with the old ladies and call bingo, and it was just awful. I was like, this is not for me. I'm a landlubber. I'm from Ohio. I don't really like it, So for 25 years, that was my impression of it. Well, these ships have all changed. They're all beautiful now. The theaters are modern, and the Disney ships especially, it's family audiences. It's not drunks at a late night show, and it just came out of the casino. There's no casino. Different business model. Yeah. And Disney's all about the entertainment, And they give you performers a nice guest room. I'm a guest entertainer. I'm not staying down below decks or anything like that. So it's very nice, and everything's very professional, and I really like it a lot. I've kind of embraced it.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear, because it has been pretty tough.
Yeah, it can be tough out there. I hear stories too.
What about Quacky the Clown?
I told this story about Quacky the Clown. He passed away recently. I don't want to go into the whole story because it was part of a talk I did at Luisa's EMC conference. But I was talking about my influences, and I was talking about Del Rey and Slidini and Goshman are the great men in my pantheon of magic. And I go, but if I'm being honest, the first one was Quacky, and he was this. In '74, the big tornado ripped through Xenia, Ohio. You remember that? I was 13 years old, decimated the town. About that same time, my parents got a divorce. I was this feral child, shoplifting, breaking windows. After the tornado, looting buildings. I was a mess. I was into magic a little bit, and that just kind of fed my dark side, Go to the Greene County Fair that year, and there's this big, we'd had counselors talking to us and trying to get us through these moments, and and doctors and teachers and therapists and people, counseling the kids and trying, because it was pretty devastating. And there's this big 7-foot guy in a duck bill clown suit, giant feet, barking and mooing and kicking us, making balloon animals and doing magic tricks. And it was just plopped down in this tent. It was like ridiculous, And I thought, this guy, he just captured my imagination. He was just what I needed to see at that time. And my whole point about it, that talk was, just like Goshman, just like Del Rey, these guys didn't turn it on and off. They were always on. Not always on like off stage, but I mean, when they were genuine, like they were themselves and they were in the moment. You didn't feel like they were ever phoning it in, right? Never felt like they were phoning it in. And like you need them to be present. Sometimes you need people to be there. And Quacky was that thing for me that whole week. I just followed him around, and he finally let me carry his net bag of balloons. I was like, wow, Quacky. And it was that typical story. He took me back to his trailer, sad little trailer, took off his makeup, gray hair, kind of frayed collar, sweat stains, beer cans crushed, crummy old trailer, cigarette butts everywhere. His teenage daughter with a tattoo back in the late 70s. We were so early 70s when, only criminals and sailors had them. And it was just this. And he was like, kid, if you love magic, don't do it for a living. Look around, You got one of those talks right out of the cliche. And something in my brain, just like all the rest of us, I walk out of that trailer and I went, wow.
That's what you
I want to be just like Quacky. He's got wheels. He goes
That's an awesome trailer.
Get out of this place. Yeah. So I was like completely drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak. Yeah, Quacky. He was great. And years later, I had to give this talk, and I was like at the EMC, so Quacky the Clown, wonder whatever came up, and I found out, and I showed the article. Quacky the Clown arrested for child molestation, this guy. I was like, oh, no. Really? And I think back, I'm 80% sure nothing happened in that trailer, and maybe he was paying attention to me for the wrong reasons. Maybe all my assumptions were wrong. Maybe my whole career is built on this, horrible story, And then as I got closer to giving the talk, I don't want to talk about Quacky. This is too depressing. I was like really depressed. Between that and then going to Portugal, I was on the ship and doing my big crazy show. And this woman came up and she goes, I just have to tell you this. She goes, I lost my husband in Afghanistan 6 months ago. And my kids have not smiled since then. They've just been so depressed. And my parents bought us this Disney cruise, you know, just to try to get us out of the... And she goes, your show, you were grabbing my son by the back of his collar, you were throwing raccoon at my daughter, you were yelling and kicking and mooing, you know, and stuff, barking at my children. And she goes, it was the greatest. She goes, I haven't seen them laugh. And she got all choked up and stuff. And I was like, wow, that's, you know, that's exactly was my point about Quacky, you know what I mean? And all these guys, that was the point about what we do, you know, and why we do it. And I was like, I'm going to talk about Quacky. So I went looking for that article, and I found a different article about, I actually looked at that article closer, and the last paragraph, which I hadn't read, is, this is not to be, he's not to be confused with the other Quacky the Clown who did the fair circuit in Ohio and Indiana, blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't, so it wasn't my Quacky. Wasn't my Quacky. And I ended my talk at EMC by saying, Quacky did touch me, but it was right here.
Well, I believe that that you have officially set the record. If the clock on the wall is telling
that was
me
my goal.
anything, you weren't planning on it. We
No, I said let's do it 2 hours.
Yeah, let's do a couple of hours. But there's no way to restrain you when you get going. I had a fantastic time. I know everybody here.
Thank you, Dan.
Time.
It's an honor
David,
and a pleasure.
Hanging out with us. Thank you so much for supporting Live Magic.